di pé kíní yẹn tó wá di pé òun ni nígbà Sayyidina Umar radiyallahu anhu àwọn á bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní kí tarawih gẹ́gẹ́ bá ti ṣe ń kí nírú èní yìí tí gbogbo wa tá ní kí ìmáàmù kan kó ṣíwájú. Ṣé ńgbà náà sì ni kò sí microphone tí wọ́n lò, wọ́n wá pín wọn pé òkè ẹ̀yin gúrùpù kan kí báyìí, ẹ̀yin gúrùpù kan kí báyìí títí tí gbogbo wọn fi kárí tí wọ́n sì kí ìrun bẹ́ẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ. Ìyẹn náà ló wá ń lọ bẹ́ẹ̀ títí tó fi wá di wípé ó ṣẹlẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ nígbà Sayyidina Umar radiyallahu anhu. Nígbà yá Ànábì wa Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam káwá bọ́ sórí báwo la ṣe wá fẹ́ kí kó tún lè yé wa. Nígbà yá Ànábì wa Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam arákùnrin kan lọ bá Ànábì ó ní ya Rasulullah, ohun ìrun bí wọn náà ṣe ń kí ohun mi kí. Ìyẹn ni pé gbogbo àwọn tarawih ni gbogbo àwọn kìámù léèlì ni gbogbo bẹ́ẹ̀, ṣùgbọ́n ìwà Ànábì mo fẹ́ lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ sí ṣàlàyé fún mi báwo lèmi náà ṣe fẹ́ máa kí bí ìrun tó máa ń kí kìámù léèlì. Ànábì wa ní béèyàn ṣe ń kí òun náà ní pé ó kí méjì ó kí méjì ó kí méjì ó kí méjì, iye bọ́lọ́run bá ṣe gbà ọ́ láyè, bọ́lọ́run bá ṣe fún ẹ lágbára tó, bó bá ṣe fẹ́ kípò ẹ ga níwájú ọba tó ní ẹ, bó bá ṣe fẹ́ kọ́lọ́run túnbọ̀ yọ́nú sí ẹ, bẹ́ẹ̀ náà ni kó máa fi kì kó fi máa súnmọ́ Ọlọ́run. Aṣáàtì gbọ́ bọ́lọ́run ṣe sọ fún Ànábì Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam tó fún Ànábì ní assignment yẹn. So bí ìwọ náà bá wá fẹ́ ìwọ náà máa kí bẹ́ẹ̀. Òun ni gbogbo àwọn sàábé náà nígbà ayé Ànábì Muhammad sallallahu wọ́n wá mú lọ́kùnrin wọ́n sì ń tẹ̀lé wọ́n sì ń kí bẹ́ẹ̀ títí ìyẹn kìámù layl.
Àgbọ̀yìn mọ́ imam, ẹ yẹ microphone yín wò.
Èèyàn fi sílẹ̀. Kódà nígbà ayé Ànábì Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam Abi Hurairah radiyallahu anhu ó ní Ànábì máa ń rán òun létí. Ànábì ó ní ya Aba Hurairah ṣé ó gbàgbé ṣáfù wítìrì ẹ̀. Já sí pé Ànábì Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam ó tún máa rán wọn létí ká fi lè mọ̀ pé ìrun yẹn ìṣáfù wítìrì gbẹ̀yìn ló fi já sí pé gbogbo èmi ni tàràwì tabana kí ẹ rí i pé tí ó gbẹ̀yìn ẹ̀ òun náà ni ẹyọkan yẹn òun ni ó gbẹ̀yìn. Ìmọ̀ á wà fún ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ wa tọ́lọ́run bá tún fún lẹ́bùn alágbára jura wa lọ, a sì nífẹ̀ẹ́ ìsìn lọ́hùn jura wa lọ. Tó yẹ pé àwọn ẹlòmíín wọn ò kírun lẹ́yìn ìmáàmù. Àwọn pé tá a bá ti kírun tó bá já sí pé gbogbo amọ́ṣáláṣí pawápọ̀ ń sìn tá a kírun tán tí ìmáàmù kí wítìrì tó ti kí ṣáfù tó wá kí wítìrì yẹn ń sìn. Bó bá wá kí wítìrì tán ẹyọkan yẹn tó kí lé bí assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi assalamu alaikum. Ìmọ̀ àwọn ẹlòmíín kó wá já sí pé òun náà tó fẹ́ kírun sí i nílé. Ìntẹ́nìyàn ó kàn ṣe ni pé àsìkò tí ìmáàmù sálámà òun ò ní bá wọn sálámà yóò kàn dìde yóò wá kí ẹyọkan lé ṣẹ́rípò ti di méjì. Ìyẹn ni pé kò tí ì mú ẹyọkan ti gbẹ̀yìn ẹ wá nìyẹn. So tó bá wá délé gbogbo èyí tó bá kò lè kó fẹ́ kí ìgbà yẹn yóò wá mú ẹyọkan yẹn wá. wá fi sílẹ̀. Yìí sì tún máa wá ń wà nígbà míì kó já sí wípé èèyàn ti kí ṣáfù wítìrì tán bóyá kó ti lọ́kàn pé ìtí mo kí náà àmọ́ Ọlọ́run wá fààyè ẹ lẹ̀ bóyá kíyàn náà tún fi ráàánú Ọlọ́run ó dẹ̀ ti kí wítìrì ààyè kó dẹ̀ tún kí míì nílé ó tún wà. Tó bá wá lọ́nà yẹn kò ní sọ pé àwọn kò ti ní wítìrì ní náà ká fi gbẹ̀yìn ẹ̀ ó tún dọ̀la nìyẹn rárá má sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ iṣẹ́ ṣètánì nìyẹn. Intẹ́ni ó kàn ṣe pé yóò kí gbogbo òun tó fẹ́ kí yẹn àmọ́ kò ní kí ẹyọ ọ̀kan gbẹ̀yìn yẹn mọ́ yóò hold yẹn torí pé ó ti kí already yóò wá kí gbogbo èyí tó fẹ́ kí bí méjì méjì yẹn yóò kí. Ṣé wàá rí irun tí àsìkò Ramadan yìí ẹ̀rí kó ń pọ̀ jura wọn lọ láwọn ààyè irú Medina lápẹẹrẹ èyí táwa ń kí bóyá bíi 8 àbí 11 níbí yìí tó yẹ pé a kì í 8 a ṣètún wá kí 9, 10, 11 a tún wá kí ṣáfùwì tí a tún kí 2 kan a tún wá kẹyọ kan lé lórí. Irú àwọn ààyè míì bíi irú Medina gbogbo irú àwọn bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn nǹkan bíi 39 ká tó wá pé irú Mẹ́kà bẹ́ẹ̀ ẹ wò ẹ rí i pé tí wọ́n bá ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ báyìí yóò fẹ́ mọ súnmọ́ àsùbà kí wọ́n tó parí ẹ̀ ṣùgbọ́n míì ni pé bó ti ṣe wà yẹn bí tàràwí ṣe wà yẹn èyí tó bá wùn ẹ́ ló lè kí tó bá ti wà lọ́ngà tó bá ti gùn bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn èyí tó bá wùn yàn lèèyàn ó lè kí bọ́lọ́n bá ṣe gbà ọ́ láyè bọ́lọ́n bá gbà ọ́ láyè láti bá wọn kí tán bọ́lọ́n bá ṣe ìdajì lórí kí ni bá ṣe pé tó 1/3 ní gbogbo tọ́lọ́n bá fún ẹ ní àyè òun náà ni Ọlọ́run ó sì san ẹlẹ́san àmọ́ kéèyàn láàníyàn pé tó alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Ṣé wàá rí ìkan tún wá wà aṣọ kìámù lẹ́yìn aṣọ tàràwì ìkan tún wá wà tọ́lọ́run fúnra rẹ̀ Ọlọ́run ó kàn rọra fi àwọn àmì sí tá a fi rọra mọ ìyàtọ̀ díẹ̀. Ṣẹ́rí irú kìámù lẹ́yìn tá a kọ́kọ́ mention ìyẹn ni pé ìdìde dúró lóru tọ́lọ́run sọ fánàbí gẹ́gẹ́ bí n ta kà fúnra wa yá ayọ́ al-muzammil tọ́lọ́run wí qum layla àṣẹ lọ́lọ́run pa nàbí máa dìde nú àwọn òru ẹ̀ illa qalila fi díẹ̀ ló ní fi sọ ipò fẹ́ máa fi bẹ́mi Ọlọ́run bá sọ̀rọ̀. So òru sì bẹ̀rẹ̀ gẹ́gẹ́ bí mo ṣe sọ lẹ́ẹ̀kan láti bí ẹ̀yìn Mágríbù lọ. Ṣùgbọ́n nǹkan kan tún wá wà tá à ń pè ní at-tahajjud. Ìyẹn ni pé ìyẹn ó ti sùn yóò wá mọ̀ọ́mọ̀ fi tọ́lọ́run sọ́kàn pé mo fẹ́ ṣe tọ́lọ́run yóò wá jẹ́rẹ̀ nípa dìde kúrò lórí bẹ́ẹ̀dì àbí lórí ibùsùn ẹ̀ pé mo ní láti bọ́lọ́run mi sọ̀rọ̀ mo ní láti bọ́lọ́run mi sọ̀rọ̀ mo ní láti bọ́lọ́run mi sọ̀rọ̀ ìyẹn ó tún wá wà bẹ́ẹ̀. Irú yẹn òun lọ́lọ́run bá fi ń sọ nínú àyè kan nínú Suratu Sajida Ọlọ́run ọba ní tatajafa junubuhum anil madaji yad'una rabbahum khawfan wa tama'an wa mimma razaqnahum yunfiqun. Ọlọ́run ọba ń sọ fún wa pé àwọn kan wà tó já sí pé irú àwọn tá à ń sọ yìí wọn ò yẹ ibùsùn wọn kalẹ̀ wọn ò ronú pa Ọlọ́run wọn ò ronú pa ibi tí wọn ò padà fàbọ̀ sí wọ́n ronú pa ààyè wọn lálìjánnà, wọ́n ronú pa pé Ọlọ́run má fìyà iná jẹ mí, ẹ̀rù ó máa wá bà wọ́n torí wọn ò mọ ibi táwọn ó padà pàdé Ọlọ́run ọba wọn lọ́jọ́ ọ̀la. Kíní yẹn yóò wá gbé wọn pé mo fẹ́ bọ́ Ọlọ́run ọba mi náà fàájì. Ànìlèmọ̀dọ́jẹun yẹ̀dìhún náà rọ̀bà wọn máa wá pé Ọlọ́run ọba wọn máa wá bí Ọlọ́run ìpè Ọlọ́run ọba orí mi, Ọlọ́run ṣàánú mi, ìgbésí ayé mi, ọ̀run mi, àwọn ọmọ mi, àwọn ẹbí mi, gbogbo ẹ̀ wọ́n máa wá tọrọ lọ́dọ̀ Ọlọ́run ọba, kódà bí wọn wí nǹkan kan Ọlọ́run bá ti mọ̀ nǹkan fẹ́. Ẹ̀rù kìíní yẹn wọ́n máa wá bá wọn ká ó fa ní ti bẹ̀rù ni wọ́n fi máa wá pé Ọlọ́run pé ìmọ̀ bí ṣe bọ́ Ọlọ́run pẹ̀lú gbogbo mo ṣe ní mò ń sìn yìí. Wà tọ́ wọ́n sì nírètí pé Ọlọ́run kò ní dójú tì mí. Ebó ò dójú táwọn ta kọ́kọ́, ò ní dójú tèmi náà. Irú wọn bẹ́ẹ̀ ní òun ni tahajjud tá à ń sọ yìí, wọ́n yẹ ibùsùn wọn lẹ̀. Ọlọ́run sì tún sọ nínú Suratul Isra náà pé wa minal layl fatahajjadu binafilatan laka asa an yab'athaka rabbuka maqaman mahmuda. Ọlọ́run bá ń bá Nábì Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam sọ̀rọ̀, ó wá fẹ́ káwa náà ká kọ́ṣe ẹ̀. Ipe wa minal layli nínú àwọn òru àwọn ẹni tá à ń sọ yìí, fatahajjadu bihi nafila. Ìwà Nábì náà Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, ìwọ náà ni o máa kọ́ wọn kí wọ́n rí àríkọ́ṣe dáadáa látara tó bá ń ṣe, káwọn náà fi lè máa ṣe, torí pé kí ni ìwà Nábì òkùnkùn máa ń kígbe àlùmọ̀ rẹ̀, àlùmọ̀ rẹ̀, àlùmọ̀ rẹ̀, tí ìwà Nábì ti máa ń kígbe. Wa minal layli nínú àwọn òru fatahajjadu bihi nafila, tó máa wá fi àfikún iṣẹ́ tó máa fi sí. Jẹ́ mọ̀ pé ìrun ti wà lọ́tọ̀, kẹ́ bá ṣe sọ iṣẹ́ nìyẹn. Gbogbo àwọn táǹkọ̀ àfikún pé kí wọ́n mọ̀ pé Ọlọ́run ò mà ṣe, mo mọ rírì orí rẹ̀. Ọlọ́run mo fẹ́ bá ọ rè, Ọlọ́run mo fẹ́ kó yọ́nú sí mi. Àṣà tó bá wá ń ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀, ìwà Nábì Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, Ọlọ́run ó fẹ́ yáná, ó súnmọ́. Àṣà ìyàbọ̀ àṣàkàrọ̀ bùkà maqaman mahmuda. Ó fẹ́ yáná láìpẹ́ tọ́lọ́run ọbẹ̀ tí ó gbé ẹ sí ààyè kan, maqaman mahmuda, ààyè àpọ́nlé tó já sí pé ẹ̀dá kan kò ní lè débẹ̀ àfiwọ́ náà. Allahu akbar. Torí pé àyè tá Nábì wà Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam níjọ́ alkiyama, ẹ mọ̀ bí pyramid báyìí, òkè pátápátá wọn là Nábì ó wà. Àyè yẹn káwa náà fi lè súnmọ́ Nábì Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. Ọlọ́run wá ń sọ pé maqaman mahmuda, àyè tó ga, àyè tí ò láfiwé, àyè tó já sí pé Ọlọ́run bó tún fún Nábì Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam pé ṣípẹ̀. Gbogbo àwọn authorities tọ́lọ́run fún Nábì ìjọ náà lọ́hùn látara àwọn iṣẹ́ tọ́lọ́run bá fẹ́ wá pé kí àwa náà bá wá rí pé à ń kọ́ṣe ẹ̀ báyìí, ẹ wo ibi táwa náà bá wá wà. Ẹ rí pé ààyè gíga òun lọ́lọ́run padà gbá wa náà sí. Kéèyàn wá ṣe gbogbo àwọn tá à ń sọ yìí, kéèyàn ṣe gbogbo àwọn tá à ń sọ yìí, ǹjẹ́ Ọlọ́run ò ní nífẹ̀ẹ́ èèyàn? Ọlọ́run ò nífẹ̀ẹ́ èèyàn. Ìfẹ́ tọ́lọ́run sì ní ó yàtọ̀ sí gbogbo ìfẹ́ tí èèyàn máa ń ní síra ẹni. ẹni tá lè sọ pé ó nífẹ̀ẹ́ síyàn jù láyé bí òun náà lòbí tó bí ni, òbí tó bíyàn. Bóbi ṣe wá nífẹ̀ẹ́ sọ́mọ yẹn náà, ìfẹ́ tiẹ̀ náà níbi tó dé, ó níbi tó dé, àmọ́ tọlọ́run ni ò lábàwọ́n. Ìfẹ́ tọ́lọ́run bá ní síyàn, ìfẹ́ ni, torí pé Ọlọ́run ọba ni ó nífẹ̀ẹ́ yàn tí ò ní fi yàn wọnú iná. Ọlọ́run ní fi yàn wọnú iná, gbogbo ẹni tó bá nífẹ̀ẹ́ kò ní fi wọnú iná. Tẹ́ fi mọ títóbi Ọlọ́run ọba, tá fi mọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀. Ẹ wá wò tí wọn bá wá jẹ́ ni tí ń nífẹ̀ẹ́ Ọlọ́run, Ọlọ́run náà ó nífẹ̀ẹ́. Mọ́sálà ńlá pẹrẹ nínú ayé tá a wà yìí, kí gọ́fúnà àbí béyọ̀ kó invite èèyàn ń pé mo pè ẹ́ wá bá mi jẹ dínà ni àbí wá ṣe bákan ni, kí ẹni yẹn wá lọ sọ́dọ̀ ẹ̀ kí wọ́n wá ya fọ́tò, ẹ fẹ́ rí pé gbogbo ayé ni ó fi hàn, àbí kó gbé sórí social media ń pé èmi àti mayor, èmi àti gọ́fúnà a lọ síbì kan lánàá. Ṣùgbọ́n ẹni tá à ń sọ yìí òun náà ni Ọlọ́run òun là ń sọ yìí. Tọ́lọ́run bá fi lè recognize yẹn ó parí. Ká wá fi wò torí àsìkò, ká mú àwọn méjì kan, ká mú kan lára ọkùnrin, ká mú kan lára obìnrin, ká fi wo bí bá ṣe Ọlọ́run bó ti máa nífẹ̀ẹ́ yàn sí. Nígbà ayé Ànábì Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, Ànábì kírun tán fún wọn, Ànábì wá dojú kẹ́yìn báyìí, Ànábì wá ní ya Ubayya bin Ka'b, mo pè wọ Ubayya ọmọ Ka'b, Ọlọ́run ọba rẹ ní kí n ka súrà kan fún ẹ. Inú ẹni tá à ń sọ yìí lára àwọn sàhábà Ànábì Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, inú ẹ wá dùn pé ya Rasulullah, ahallahu amarak, ṣé pé Ọlọ́run ọba ẹ ló kọ̀mándì ẹ pé kò ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀? Ó ní bẹ́ẹ̀ ni. Ìyẹn ni pé Ọlọ́run mọ̀ mí, ó bá bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní sun ẹkún. Ọlọ́run kò nífẹ̀ẹ́ àwa náà, ó bá bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní sun ẹkún ní pé àṣẹ Ọlọ́run mọ̀ mí. Bẹ́ẹ̀ náà sì tún ni nígbà ayé Sayyidina Umar, mo ń bọ̀ wá sọ tí ìkíní kejì wọn ṣe o. Bẹ́ẹ̀ náà sì tún ni nígbà ayé Sayyidina Umar radiyallahu anhu. Sayyidina Umar òun náà ni khalifa, chief in command. Ó wá bá obìnrin kan sọ̀rọ̀, imagine ẹni tó jẹ́ bí president ìlú. Ó kàn wá rí arábìnrin kan bá ń bá sọ̀rọ̀, bó ṣe wá ń bá arábìnrin kan, àwọn èèyàn ti wá ń retí ẹ̀, ṣé mọ̀ pé gbogbo àwọn ìjòyè gbogbo àwọn wọ́n ti wà lọ́dọ̀ ẹ̀ pé wọ́n ń retí ẹ̀. Àwọn tó tẹ̀lé sẹ́yìn náà máa ń gbà kárábìnrin yìí fi ọ̀gá lọ́rùn lẹ̀ kó jẹ́ kó lọ pé kíni. Wọ́n wá lè gbà mọ́ra mọ́, wọ́n bá sọ fún Sayyidina Umar. Sayyidina Umar ní ta ni kémi kúrò lọ́dọ̀ ẹ̀, tí ò bá yọ̀ǹda fún mi ní ó kúrò. Ẹ̀yin wo, imagine Sayyidina Umar ló ń sọ̀rọ̀ yìí, tí ẹni ò bá yọ̀ǹda fún mi ní kúrò. Báwo ni tiẹ̀ ṣe jẹ́ mọ́ ni ẹni tọ́lọ́run dárúkọ nínú Quran. Ọlọ́run lọ́lọ́run bá ń sọ nínú Suratul Mujadala bintu Salaba Hawla. Ọlọ́run ọba òun ló dárúkọ pé qad sami'a Allahu qawla allati tujadiluka fi zawjiha wa tashtaki ila Allah wallahu yasma'u tahwarakuma inna Allaha sami'un basir. Ibi tí mo fẹ́ lò mẹ́ òun náà ni pé Ọlọ́run ọba fúnra rẹ̀ ó recognize obìnrin yìí, títọ́lọ́run fi wá dárúkọ nígbà tí ó ní ìṣòro. Arábìnrin yìí òun ní ìṣòro, ó wá wò pé tó ọ̀rọ̀ òun ti wá di ìṣòro tó ní náà ni pé òun àti ọkọ ẹ̀, ọ̀rọ̀ pọ̀ lórí ẹ̀ ṣùgbọ́n mo kàn máa brief ẹ̀. Òun àti ọkọ ẹ̀ òun lọ̀rọ̀ yẹn ṣẹlẹ̀ sí ó wá òpin ta lòun lè lọ bá ó wá lọ bá ànábì Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam pé ìwọ ànábì bá ń dá sọ̀rọ̀ yìí ànábì ní tòun ó ní sùúrù ni o torí pé mi ì tí ì gbọ́ nǹkan kan látọ̀dọ̀ Ọlọ́run lórí ọ̀rọ̀ tó gbé wáyé àmọ́ ṣe sùúrù Ọlọ́run bó padà ṣàánú wa yóò kọ́ wa sọ́nà obìnrin yìí ó wá padà lọ sílé ó wá bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní náfìlà ó wá ń pe Ọlọ́run ó ń pe Ọlọ́run Ọlọ́run ṣàánú mi Ọlọ́run kìkì kò pẹ́ báyìí lọ́lọ́run ránṣẹ́ sáà Nábì Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam nípa ìdájọ́ tí arábìnrin yìí ń fẹ́ látọ̀dọ̀ Nábì Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam ẹ wọ Ọlọ́run ló fi já sí pé Ọlọ́run ọba kò discriminate ṣẹ́ni pé tọkùnrin kan la mú ẹ tóbìnrin náà bọ́lọ́run ṣe ń gbọ́ àdúrà ọkùnrin bẹ́ẹ̀ náà ló ń gbọ́ tóbìnrin àmọ́ àwa la kọ́ láti jẹ́ni tó já sí pé àwa náà máa ní inú tó mọ̀ àti dáadáa láti bọ́lọ́run ṣe àti ìnífẹ̀ẹ́ Ọlọ́run àti tẹ̀lé gbogbo bọ́lọ́run ṣe fẹ́ ká ṣe nǹkan tá bá ti tẹ̀lé ẹ padà rí pé Ọlọ́run ọba náà yóò padà wà pẹ̀lú wa ẹ wá wo títí ọkùnrin náà ilẹ̀ há mọ́ lórí ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ kan tó ṣẹ̀ Ọlọ́run padà wá foríjì òun náà wà nínú Quran Ọlọ́run padà wá padà foríjì ló fi já sí pé àṣé ìgbà tóun náà fọlọ́run lẹ̀ tó ń sunkún sọ́lọ́run ọba ló fi já sí pé gbogbo ìntàlè ní tó máa jẹ́ nǹkan bíi tó ń dùn wá lọ́kàn Ọlọ́run ni mo wà pẹ̀lú yín tẹ́ bá ti lè ráwọ́ rasẹ̀ sí mi Ọlọ́run èmi náà ò ní fi yín sílẹ̀ èmi náà kùn yín mo mọ ṣùgbọ́n Ọlọ́run kan fẹ́ gbọ́ pé wa náà ni pé ẹrú mi ló ń pè mí yìí ẹ wo bó ṣe ń jíra bà sí mi Ọlọ́run ọba béèyàn bá ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ Ọlọ́run ọba náà yóò wá ṣàánú olúwẹ̀ ẹ wo nínú alukoran Ọlọ́run wá fún wa ní àdúà káfí yẹn parí ẹ̀ Ọlọ́run wá fún wa ní àdúà pé ẹ má dààmú inú alukoran náà lẹ́ẹ̀tì rí inú ọ̀rọ̀ tá a fi rán níbi Muhammad sallallahu òun náà lẹ́ẹ̀tì rí ẹ̀yin mùsùlùmí ẹ má dààmú ẹ wo mùsùlùmí lẹ́nìí à ń lọlé aláwo à ń lọlé oníṣègùn à ń lọlé gbàmílẹ̀ gbogbo àwọn nǹkan bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn kò ń ṣe ọ̀nà fún àwa tá a jẹ́ mùsùlùmí òdodo àbí mo fẹ́ dà gbogbo nǹkan fẹ́ dà Ọlọ́run ló yẹ ká dojú ẹ̀ kọ gbogbo nǹkan fẹ́ jẹ́ Ọlọ́run ló yẹ ká dojú ẹ̀ kọ bá a bá ṣe é bẹ́ẹ̀ á tètè rọ́nà àbáyọ mo lẹ́nìkan tó já sí pé irú tá à ń sọ yìí náà ó ti dààmú wàláhì ó lọ ń lọ́bì ni ó fẹ́ position kan ló fẹ́ ní lára àwọn military man yẹn ní Nàìjíríà ó ti wá try ó ti sọ pé ó ti jọ nígbà náà lọ́hùn gbogbo ọ̀dọ̀ àwọn Babangida yẹn ló dé àwọn yẹn ṣáà ní kó ní sùúrù ọ̀ǹtí tá a ṣe wàá sọ fún pé Ọlọ́run ni ó máa lọ bẹ̀ wàláhì kò pósù kan náà ṣe wàá pè èèyàn láti ní Ọlọ́run ni èèyàn láti gbìyànjú lórí pé kó gbára lé Ọlọ́run tó bá gbára lé Ọlọ́run ẹ wo alukoran ẹ wo asbunallahu wa ni'mal wakil òun ni mo fẹ́ ká kọ́lẹ̀ ká dẹ̀ máa lò asbunallahu wa ni'mal wakil asbunallahu ó wá lọ́nà méjì nínú alukoran asbunallahu wa ni'mal wakil ó wá ní gbólóhùn yẹn ó tún wá ní asbiyallahu wa ni'mal wakil àsìbí aláwo ní ti bàbá ńlá wa Nábì Ibrahim Ọlọ́run bá tó fún mi àsìbúnà láò òun ní ìgbà expedition kan nígbà yá Nábì Muhammad sallallahu táwọn pè ní Khandak so ìgbà táwọn mùsùlùmí fẹ́ lọ táwọn kan fẹ́ máa fa kọ̀tì làwọn kan ní rárá àwa agbára lọ́lọ́run wọ́n sì lọ wọ́n dé Ọlọ́run sì kún wọn so ló fi já sí wípé Ọlọ́run fi kíní yẹn nígbà yẹ ìyá wa Aisha nígbà tí àwọn kan fẹ́ dalé ẹ̀rú tọ́rọ̀ yẹn wá lọ tí ò tí ì rójútu títí lọ bẹ́ẹ̀ títí Abi Darda lára àwọn sábẹ́ ànábì wọn ó ní tí ìyá wa Aisha ń tẹnumọ́ jù ìgbà tọ́rọ̀ yẹn wá di tí wọn mọ̀ bó ti ṣe máa rí mọ́ ó ní tí ìyàwó Aisha ń ṣe ládùúà tó sì yẹ káwa náà máa ṣe ká dà wá mọ̀ òun náà ní pé hasbi Allahu la ilaha illa huwa alayhi tawakkaltu wa huwa rabbul arshil azim. Lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí, hasbiyallahu la ilaha illa huwa alayhi tawakkaltu wa huwa rabbul arshil azim. Again, hasbiyallahu la ilaha illa huwa alayhi tawakkaltu wa huwa rabbul arshil azim. Nípe hasbiyallahu, Ọlọ́run ìwọ ni mo gbára lé, ìwọ mo fẹ̀yìntì, mi ò lẹ́nìkan tó lè ṣàánú mi, mi ò ní níwájú, mi ò ní lẹ́yìn, mi ò ní lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́, mi ò ní lósì, mi ò ní lókè, mi ò ní nílẹ̀. Ọlọ́run ìwọ náà mo gbára lé, la ilaha illa huwa. Kò wá sẹ́nìkan tó dàbí ìwọ Ọlọ́run ọba. Gbogbo àwọn lọ́balọ́ba tí wọ́n ń pera wọn lọ́lọ́run, kò sẹ́nìkan tó tó wọ Ọlọ́run ọba. Alayhi tawakkaltu, ìwọ náà mo wá gbẹ́gun lé, ìwọ náà mo mọ̀ pé ò ní dójú tì mí Ọlọ́run, torí pé kí ni wa huwa rabbul arshil azim, torí pé ìwọ Ọlọ́run ọba náà ni, ìwọ ni lánàá, ìwọ ni lénìí, ìwọ ló ń ṣe jẹ mímu, ìwọ ló ń ṣe mímu. Wọ́n ní gbogbo bí mo ṣe jẹ́ láti bẹ̀rẹ̀, ìgbà tí ì jẹ́ nǹkan kan kó tó wá rí pé mo mọ́ra mi. Rabbul arshil azim, ìwọ lọ́ba tó ní al-arashi, ìyẹn ni pé tó já sí pé ibi tí ó ní al-arashi Ọlọ́run ó tún tóbi ju sánmà àti ilẹ̀ lọ. Allahu akbar. Ibi tí Ọlọ́run ti ń ṣọlá ó tún tóbi sánmà àti ilẹ̀ lọ. Ọ̀rọ̀ míì ni tún nìyẹn. Al-azim tó wá ga. Ọlọ́run ọba ìwọ ló ní, tó bá wá jẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn ni pé kò síbi tójú rẹ̀ Ọlọ́run ọba ò ká. Ọlọ́run má ṣàjẹ́ kójú rẹ̀ Ọlọ́run ọba, Ọlọ́run má ṣàjẹ́ ká wa, Ọlọ́run má fa burú ṣe wa. Subhana rabbil izzati wa salamun alal mursalin, alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin.
A dúpẹ́ lọ́dọ̀ Ọlọ́run ọba tó ga jù, ọba onímímọ̀ tó fún àwọn ìmáàmù wa ní ìmọ̀. Nígbà tí wọ́n fẹ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀, ṣe mọ̀ pé mo ṣàlàyé fún gbogbo wa, mo ní bí a bá ti láǹfààní láti jọlá àwọn ìmáàmù àgbà, ó máa ń yàtọ̀. Mo dúpẹ́ púpọ̀ lọ́wọ́ ìmáàmù àgbà Yahya Nafiu fún ìdánilẹ́kọ̀ọ́ bí wọ́n ṣe máa ń ṣe. Ọlọ́run ọba kò ní jẹ́ kí ìmọ̀ yín ó jọba. For the benefit of our people who are listening to us all over the world, you've been listening to Oshu Abiye, a program sponsored by NMCNMO, based in United States. We have been listening to the lecture from Chief Imam Yahya Nafiu. He's been talking to us about what we're supposed to do during the month of Ramadan, especially as far as Taraweeh is concerned. For our political program, please, we have a few minutes more when we are going to jump into the political program. Please, thank you so much for your patience. We are very appreciative that you are waiting patiently. May the Lord reward all of us. So níbi tí a wá dé dúró, Imam, kó tó di pé ẹ lọ, ẹ bá wa dáhùn àwọn ìbéèrè. Àwọn èèyàn tí ẹ ti ń sọ, could we ask our lecturer a few questions too? Mo ti rí ẹ dákun ẹnáwó ọwọ́ náà là máa ń ná tá a bá ti fẹ́ béèrè. Ṣùgbọ́n tí mo tiẹ̀ fẹ́ sọ, ẹ ṣeun, ìmáàmù àgbà, ṣe rí látìgbà tá a ti wà kékeré, àwa tá a yọ̀lẹ̀ Ásámú báyìí, wọn a máa fojú wa rí nǹkan. Wọ́n wà máa kéde àgbàgbé mọ́ka Ásámú, ara ẹ̀ lọ́tàn jẹ́, àṣé lóòótọ́ kọ́, èèyàn lè mọ́ka Ásámú. Ìmáàmù àgbà.
Naam.
Mo ní wàá mọ̀ sọ fún wa pé àgbàgbé mọ́ka Ásámú, ara rẹ̀ lọ́tàn jẹ́. Wọ́n parọ́ fún wa ńgbà náà ni o, wọ́n fi ń dẹ́rù bà wá, àbí?
Ẹ ṣeun. Ládàá ṣẹ́rí báràkà, ìyẹn ni pé blessing ó wà ní ara kéèyàn kí Ásámú, gẹ́gẹ́ bá ti ṣe sọ fún wa. Torí pé kí ni yẹ mọ̀ pé kí nǹkan fi lè pé dáadáa, kó fi ní àlùbáríkà dáadáa, torí pé ládàá àwẹ̀ ó wà lọ́tọ̀, ládàá Ásámú ó wà lọ́dọ̀, ládàá sàárì, ẹlòmíì gan kò fẹ́ dìde jẹ sàárì, bẹ́ẹ̀ sì ni ó dáa ká máa dìde jẹ sàárì náà. Ṣùgbọ́n ìyẹn ò ní pé bóyá tí yóò bá jẹ sàárì kò láàwẹ̀, ṣùgbọ́n kí báràkà yẹn kó lè pọ̀, kí blessing yẹn, ṣe mọ̀ pé gẹ́gẹ́ bá ti ṣe sọ pé à ń wà nẹ́bì kọ́ ṣe ni, ṣe ti So látara pé à ń wà níbi kọ́ṣì yẹn náà òun náà ni ó fà á tó fi já sí pé ìtànẹ́bí bá ṣe àfi káwa náà ká gbégbèsè torí pé kí ni ìtànẹ́bí bá fi lè sọ pé ká ṣe nǹkan rí ni so ó dẹ̀ fẹ́ kí a kárí ládàbẹ̀ so yẹ mọ̀ pé gẹ́gẹ́ bá ṣe sọ tíyàn bá wà nílé ẹ̀ tó dáa kí ìyẹn ni pé tàràwí yẹn tó kí pé òkè òun ó kí tàràwí òun lé alhamdulillah but èyí tó jù tèmi dẹ̀ máa ń sọ òun náà ni pé èyí tó kọ́kọ́ jẹ́ ọ̀ranyàn yẹn ìrun wákàtí 5 kéèyàn rí pé òun kì í Allahu Akbar.
Ẹ ṣeun so alàgbà Fọlájogún dókítà láti UK ẹ̀fẹ̀ sẹ́yìn ń gbààwẹ̀ ni mo níṣẹ́ ẹ gbààwẹ̀ ẹ túra yín lẹ̀ nítorí pé ẹ gbààwẹ̀ káwá ní kẹ́ mọ́ sọ̀rọ̀.
mo ń gbààwẹ̀ mo ṣe ṣírun náà ni.
Ok kí ni ìbéèrè yín.
ẹ ṣeun ìmáàmù àgbà mo kẹ́kọ̀ọ́ tuntun nínú ọ̀rọ̀ yín ẹ ní Ọlọ́run gbàdúrà ọkùnrin àti obìnrin ṣé ìsìn Islam ṣó gbà kí obìnrin kójó ló máa ṣíwájú ní mọ́ṣáláṣí láti lead the prayer.
ẹ ṣeun bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ẹ ṣeun broda Ọlọ́run yóò dúpẹ́ fún yín ṣe rí ìtì Islam tí ò fi fún àwọn obìnrin ní authority yẹn ó pọ̀ ṣe rí ẹ̀dá tọ́lọ́run torí pọ́lọ́run náà ló dá wa ó mọ ẹ̀dá tó dá wa ẹ wò pé tá bá ń kírun mọ́sálà lápẹẹrẹ ẹ wò bá ṣe máa ń ṣe lórí ìrun ẹ rí i pé àá tẹ̀ àá ṣe kíní àá gbé kúrúkù ìyẹn ni pé àá tẹ̀ àá forí kanlẹ̀ àá ṣe gbogbo àwọn kíní ṣe rí tá bá ní kóbìnrin ṣe yẹn gbogbo àná la mọ̀ wípé àti ẹ̀ ń wo obìnrin lásán ìhòòhò ni torí pé ẹ̀dá tọ́lọ́run dá ọkùnrin yàtọ̀ sí obìnrin kódà obìnrin gan wọ́n fẹ́ kó já sí pé tá bá ti ń kírun bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn kí wọ́n fi gàgá dí ibi ẹ̀yìn wa ṣótiyé ṣe mọ̀ pé torí Ọlọ́run tó dá wa ó dá wa pẹ̀lú àwọn ṣáwà ni pé àwọn ìgbádùn kan ẹlòmíì gan ó lè já sí kó róbìnrin báyìí òun gan ló máa wà ní mẹ́mórì ẹ̀ ṣótiyé ẹlòmíì ó lè já sí pé ẹ̀yìn obìnrin òun ni kíní ẹ̀ ẹlòmíì ó lè jẹ́ pé iwájú so gbogbo àwọn nǹkan yẹn láti lè wá báwo yẹn ṣe fẹ́ kọ ló fẹ́ wá concentrate pẹ̀lú ìrun kò ní lè concentrate pẹ̀lú ìrun òun ni Islam fi faramọ́ pé kó já sí pé wọ́n lead ṣùgbọ́n wọ́n lè lead fúnra wọn tóbìnrin bá fẹ́ lead fóbìnrin sìn Islam faramọ́ tán bá kóra wọn jọ ń sìn pé ok ẹ jẹ́ akírun obìnrin Islam faramọ́ torí irú àwọn nǹkan tí ṣètọ́nù tí ó máa kó sí ròyìnròyìn wa ìyẹn ni Islam fi faramọ́ Allahu Akbar.
Ẹ ṣeun.
mi rò pé wàhálà obìnrin nìyẹn àwa ọkùnrin ló yẹ ká lè fúnra wa ní ká kúra wa níjànú.
tó túmọ̀ sí ní pọ́lọ́wọ̀n jẹ́rìí yín tó bá.
bẹ́ẹ̀ ni kò ṣe ó lágbára tí gbogbo wa náà mọ̀ ni.
ẹ ṣeun o.
Dókítà Fọlájogún Ọlọ́run jẹ́rìí ẹ̀yin ọkùnrin tó bá Ọlọ́run ló dá yín ó sì ti mọ bẹ́ẹ̀ ti rí. Bàbá amòye àgbà mo ń try láti tú yín lẹ̀ mo rọ́wọ́ yín lókè bàbá. Bàbá mo ti tú yín lẹ̀.
Ẹ kú wájú o. Mo fẹ́ gbèjà Dr. Fọlájogún ni o.
Ẹ fẹ́ gbèjà wọn wájú àfáà. Ọdẹ àyẹ̀mọ̀ bá bọ̀.
Àti síwájú gbogbo ayé. Tá a bá sọ pé nǹkan tọkùnrin lè máa rò ní ó jẹ́ ká ti obìnrin síwájú nígbà àdúrà. Ǹjẹ́ a ti yẹ̀ wò nǹkan tóbìnrin ń rò nígbà tí àwọn ọkùnrin bá ṣe síwájú àdúrà àbí èyí ò ṣe é sọ.
Ẹ ṣeun ṣe rí obìnrin abẹ́gẹ̀tì ẹgbọ́n tí mo sọ lẹ́ẹ̀kan náà nígbà àwọn náà ní gàgà tí wọ́n máa fi dí ọ̀dọ̀ tiwọn ṣé obìnrin ní gàgà tí wọ́n máa fi dí ọ̀dọ̀ tiwọn fún irú nǹkan bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn ṣé ẹ wò ó sìn Ọlọ́run fúnra rẹ̀ ó sọ nínú Quran ipò ó mọ irú ẹ̀dá tí ó dá àwa Ọlọ́run ló mọ̀ wá ó dẹ̀ mọ bó ṣe dá wa ó dẹ̀ mọ tó dá sí wa lára ṣé ẹ wò ó sìn gbogbo wa náà la mọ̀ àfi tá bá fẹ́ tanra wa of course tóbìnrin tó bá ṣíra lẹ̀ àbí ọkùnrin ṣíra lẹ̀ ṣé ẹ̀yin náà máa wo the rate crime bó ti ṣe ń ṣẹlẹ̀ lọ́dọ̀ àwọn ọkùnrin ju àwọn obìnrin lọ fún nǹkan bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn torí pé wọ́n lè gbá mọ́ra ṣùgbọ́n lóbìnrin tí wọ́n tún wà less kì í ṣe pé bẹ́ẹ̀ àwọn náà kò ń ṣe pé bẹ́ẹ̀ ó lè máa mú wọn ṣùgbọ́n ó wà less ju títí tọkùnrin lọ so ọlọ́pàá tó dẹ̀ dá wa yẹn òun ló nímọ̀ ń pa wa jù ló fi ṣàlàyé gbogbo ẹ̀ fún ànábẹ́ gbogbo tó gbogbo tí mo sọ fún yín ó wà ní Quran tọ́lọ́run ṣàlàyé tábà lọ ní Suratul Ahzab so ipe ó mọ̀ pé àwọn kan lẹ kán rí báyìí ó parí so gbogbo ọ̀nà Ọlọ́run dẹ̀ wá fún ọkùnrin ní power ipe àníṣe o gbogbo ọ̀nà bó bá já sí pé òun máa kú lé lórí ni òun láti rí pé òun ṣá rí pé òun lọ pẹ̀lú obìnrin so gbogbo àwọn nǹkan bẹ́ẹ̀ láti máa jẹ́ nǹkan ẹ̀jẹ̀ náà fẹ́ sin lọ́run dẹ̀ là ń sọ yìí o kò ń ṣe pé bóyá nǹkan táyé african fẹ́ sin lọ́run ni so tó bá ti wá rí bẹ́ẹ̀ láti lè má gbèrò irú iṣẹ́ ṣe tọ́ọ̀nù so lọ́lọ́run bá fi bá ní pé ókè o tó bá rí bẹ́ẹ̀ o why not tí àwọn obìnrin ò lè kírun fúnra wọn àwọn obìnrin lè kírun fúnra wọn ṣùgbọ́n pé kán wá sọ pé àwọn lídìí ọkùnrin kò sí yẹn nínú Islam torí pé kó lè já sí pé wọ́n lè kọjú sí Ọlọ́run ọba then ìkànnì ẹ̀kejì òun tún wá ní wípé obìnrin tá a bá sọ pé fi ṣe ìmáàmù yìí yóò kàn tó di oṣù tó ń bọ̀ ẹ̀ ní rí ìmáàmù ní kí ló dé ó ń ṣe nǹkan oṣù lọ́wọ́ ìmáàmù tó já sí pé òun náà pé ọ̀sẹ̀ méjì yóò máa fi ṣe nǹkan oṣù ẹ sì ní ìmáàmù ni so gbogbo àwọn nǹkan yẹn àwọn factors alukurani ti rí Ọlọ́run sì ti rí pé kò sí nǹkan ṣùgbọ́n ní irú àwọn fọdísà irú àwọn ẹ̀sìn míì àwọn lè máa wo gbogbo yẹn kó kàn já sí pé ó ní ẹ̀gbin o kò lẹ́gbin o kó kàn máa bọ̀ ìyẹn ò lè fẹ́ gbé kírun ìyẹn ò lè fẹ́ gbé sí lọ́hùn ọba tó mọ́ lọ lọ́hùn so gbogbo àwọn nǹkan yẹn factors yẹn làlùkùránì fi ní rárá irú nǹkan bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn.
ẹ ṣeun bàbá amòye ọ̀jọ̀gbọ́n Adébóyè amòfin Tinú Akínṣọlá mo rọ́wọ́ yín lókè.
Ẹ káàsán bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ẹ káàsán mà á kò ń gbẹ gbogbo ilé.
Ẹ̀yin náà kò ń gbẹ o.
Ẹ ṣeun àwọn náà kò ń gbẹ ká tó dé láti ṣọ́ọ̀ṣì. Ọlọ́run àgbà ìbéèrè mi ọ̀nà méjì ni eléyìí tẹ́ ń ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ sọ ń sìn yẹn mo fẹ́ kán fún wa ní the scriptural support níbi tí wọ́n ti kọ́ sí pé kí bóyá kóbìnrin má máa pèrun and all that mo kàn fẹ́ mọ̀ for my own scholarly kit.
Okay, nínú Quran àbí?
Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni and then the other one ni pé mo mọ̀ pé tá bá wo the Bible, the Quran and the Torah ní ibi tí ọ̀rọ̀ Mósè gbogbo àwọn òfin yẹn the first 5 books of the Bible àti gbogbo ìgbà tí Mósè lọ òkè tán lọ ń gba òfin gbogbo nǹkan bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn mo mọ̀ pé the same náà ni fún àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta a dẹ̀ mọ̀ wípé bóyá nítorí culture nígbà yẹn fún culture Lárúbáwá tó jẹ́ culture similar to the Jews because cousins náà ni wọ́n pé bóyá torí ẹ̀ ni ló ṣe jẹ́ pé obìnrin ò ṣe lè máa lọ sí iwájú bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn àti pé téèyàn bá wo bí Bible tèmi kà mo mọ̀ pé ó wà bẹ́ẹ̀ náà ní some part in the Torah Quran tó pé tóbìnrin bá ń ṣe nǹkan oṣù gbogbo nǹkan tọ́lọ́run fún wa as prescription pé ká purify ara wa gbogbo nǹkan bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn kéèyàn tó lè padà lọ sí synagogue or mọ́ṣáláṣí nǹkan kan so yẹn náà wà bẹ́ẹ̀ but mo kàn need clarification fún that particular place now to my very question ni pé nígbà tí wọ́n ń sọ̀rọ̀ àdúrà tá bá lọ ṣe jọmọ́ bí ta lọ kí yídì gbogbo pé everybody gbàdúrà ṣe sálámọ̀ together. So ǹjẹ́ everybody bá ṣe yídì tán tèmi bá sì fẹ́ dúró pé mo sì ládùúrà tí mo fẹ́ gbà ǹjẹ́ wọ́n máa jẹ́ kí n dúró sẹ́yìn bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn torí mo mọ̀ pé tá bá lọ church ńgbà míì tó máa ń ṣe prayer ẹlòmíì máa dúró tó máa lóun fẹ́ ṣe special àdúrà náà. Mo kàn fẹ́ mọ̀ ni pé ṣé time kan wà téèyàn lè ṣe special prayer fúnra rẹ̀ bí èèyàn gbọ́dọ̀ ṣe as jọmọ together ni. Ẹ ṣé sà.
ẹ ṣeun mà kẹrí yìí tẹsán gbẹ̀yìn ẹni kí kọ́kọ́ ti gbé téèyàn bá lọ gbogbo bíkíbi àkọ́kọ́ náà ní under Islam gbogbo bíkíbi òun ni Ọlọ́run ti ṣe ilẹ̀ lóun ṣe ilẹ̀ ní mímọ́ fún wa láti lè pe Ọlọ́run kápọ̀ clear yẹn. So then téèyàn bá wá ṣù sí pé ok o mo ti ṣetán o àwọn èèyàn ti ṣetán bóyá àti kí ìdí àkànkàn mọ́ra wọn téèyàn wá bọ́ sẹ́yìn wá ń tọrọ tó hùn ẹ mọ̀ pé òun ló mọ in tó ń fẹ́ lọ́dọ̀ Ọlọ́run pé Ọlọ́run ṣàánú mi o Ọlọ́run pẹ̀lú mi o wọlá pé tọ̀ bí gbogbo wa ṣe péjọ síbí ilé ni torí nǹkan kan wájú pé a wá sin ìwọ Ọlọ́run a wá jọ́sìn fún ẹ Ọlọ́run gbogbo àwọn ọmọ mi jẹ́ kán lálùbáríkà o gbogbo kò sẹ́ni tó máa mú sí ó lè já sí pé èèyàn ganan lọ́lọ́run máa wò pé ẹ tún wọ eléyìí ó tún ṣe àlékún ṣé tiye so ó fi ń bẹ Ọlọ́run ìyẹn ni pé ó ń pè síwájú ọba tó ní kò sí ẹni tó máa ó di ẹ pé rárá ò gbọ́dọ̀ ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣé tiye nínú Islam wọn nílé wọn dẹ̀ ní ń dààmú ẹ ìyẹn nìyẹn ṣé wàá rí ẹ̀kejì òun ni wípé kí nínú Quran in tí Ọlọ́run sọ ṣe gẹ́gẹ́ nípa ọ̀rọ̀ tó lóbìnrin dé gẹ́gẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe béèrè òun ni pé wàhákímínà sọ̀láàtì lọ́lọ́run lò ṣe níbi tọ́lọ́run bá ti ń lo irú àwọn gbólóhùn yẹn torí pé nínú gẹ́gẹ́ bá ṣe mọ̀ ẹ mọ̀ pé nínú English náà she wà he wà àti mọ ẹni tọ́lọ́run lò fún so tọ́lọ́run bá ti lo orú gbogbo ní tí mo sọ yìí Ọlọ́run ń lò fún àwọn obìnrin wípé ẹ̀yin obìnrin ṣe ti wípé gẹ́gẹ́ bí ẹ̀bẹ̀ ṣe sọ nígbà ayé Ànábì wa Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam gẹ́gẹ́ bọ́lọ́run ṣe sọ fún wípé ẹ̀yin obìnrin o wípé ẹ rẹjú ara yín lẹ̀ ẹ̀yin obìnrin o ẹ ṣe báyìí Ọlọ́run náà dẹ̀ padà sọ fún ọkùnrin náà the same thing nínú Al-Quran wípé ẹ̀yin ọkùnrin o ẹ rẹjú ara yín lẹ̀ torí pé kí ni tá bá lọ wo gbogbo àwọn nǹkan tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ a lè máa wo pé irú punishment wo gẹ́gẹ́ bí lọ́dọ̀ tiwa bá ṣe takún ṣùgbọ́n tá bá wo the rate tí crime ike bóyá rape ara ẹni fi ń ṣẹlẹ̀ gbogbo àwọn nǹkan bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn ni ẹ rí i pé in téèyàn bá kọ́kọ́ rò téèyàn bá rí báyìí ipe ẹ rí báyìí ìyẹn ni ó gbé lọ sínú ọpọlọ inú ọpọlọ yẹn èèyàn ó máa wá ro àwọn ròyìnròyìn tọ́tù máa wá lóríṣiríṣi lórí ẹ̀ tó fi wá di pé ó lọ lead sí nǹkan míì Ọlọ́run ti mọ weaknesses sí wa lọ́lọ́run fi sọ gbogbo irú nǹkan bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn ìtọ́lọ́run dẹ̀ nídìí náà ni pé ká sìn òun ṣe tiye so ẹ̀sìn yẹn lé ní ṣé wàá rí èyí tí ẹ tún wá béèrè òun ni pé Ọlọ́run sọ ní ààyè kan ní Suratul Azab ni à ń pè níbẹ̀ ṣe rí Suratul Azab yẹn ní ẹsẹ̀ 33 ẹ máa gbọ́n tọ́lọ́run sọ Ọlọ́run ní ba'da a'udhu billahi minash shaitani rajim bismillahir rahmanir rahim wa qarni fi buyutikunna wala tabarrujna tabarrujal jahiliyyatil ula wa aqimina as-salata wa atina az-zakata wa atina Allah wa rasulahu إنما يريد الله ليذهب عنكم رجز أهل البيت ويطهركم تطهيرا ṣé mọ̀ pé ń sìn gbogbo nǹkan ẹni ò sí mọ́ ṣé mọ̀ pé tèmi ó bá ṣòfin sìn gẹ́gẹ́ bí aṣíwájú ẹ rí i pé láyé tá a wà yìí ń sìn téèyàn bá ṣòfin gẹ́gẹ́ bí aṣíwájú ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ òfin òun bá ṣíwájú àwọn ẹ̀yìn nìkan ló mú láyé tá a wà láyé lẹ́yìn ẹ rí i pé gbogbo tó ń dà wá lọ́lẹ́sìn yẹn náà ló ń dà wá rú so pé èmi ti kọjá òfin Ọlọ́run gbé látòrí prophet Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam ni àwọn ìyàwó ẹ̀ gangan lọ́lọ́run kọ́kọ́ ń bá wí so ó ti mọ̀ pé tóun bá ti gbé tí ẹni tó jó lórí táwọn ìyàwó ẹ̀ bá ń ṣe àbí gbogbo àwọn ọmọ ẹ̀ àbí whatever àwọn tó súnmọ́ so ẹ ti mọ̀ pé ó ti di dandan fún ẹ̀yin náà kẹ́ follow ṣùgbọ́n tó bá já sí pé ẹ̀yin ra kan bá wí ìwọ ní tó ṣe báwo lèmi ṣe fẹ́ ṣe so ìyẹn dẹ̀ ló ń ṣẹlẹ̀ láyé lẹ́yìn ṣé ti so ìtọ́lọ́run sọ ní pé ẹ̀yin tẹ́ jẹ́ Ọlọ́run kọ́kọ́ gbé láti bẹ̀rẹ̀ bọ̀tí mí pé ó gùn ṣe ti gẹ̀ torí pé Ọlọ́run ní yá nisa ìnàbí mo pè ẹ̀yin ìyàwó ànábì mi o ṣé ti gẹ̀ ṣe ṣe ẹ rántí so Ọlọ́run bá ní ẹ kọ́kọ́ rántí pé ẹ lè fira yín wé obìnrin kankan torí pé tí nǹkan kan bá ṣẹlẹ̀ ní tí wọ́n mọ̀ sọ pé ẹ wò ìyàwó ànábì náà ẹ wò ìyàwó ànábì náà ẹ wò ìyàwó ànábì náà so Ọlọ́run kọ́kọ́ kìlọ̀ fún yín wípé ẹ watch out so but ní tí Ọlọ́run wá sọ Ọlọ́run wá ní waqarna fi buyutikunna ṣé tí Ọlọ́run fúnra rẹ̀ ló sọ Ọlọ́run ní ẹ gbé inú ilé yín ṣé tí gẹ́tì ẹ gbé inú ilé yín so Ọlọ́run bá ó ń sọ fún ẹ pé ẹ̀yin ìyàwó ànábì òun fẹ́ waqarna fi buyutikunna so mo kọ́kọ́ ń sọ fún yín pé ẹ rí pé ẹ gbé inú ilé yín ṣé tí ẹ má fi ẹwà yín hàn síta ìyẹn ni pé ẹ make sure pé ẹ try láti kẹ o kí kó já sí pé moral yẹn ẹ rí pé ẹ prevent ẹ má fi ẹwà yín hàn ẹ má fi síta so Ọlọ́run tún wá ń bá pé wala tabarajna tabarujal jahiliyyatil ula ẹ mọ̀ pé kó tó di pa Ànábì dé so ìṣe táwọn èèyàn ń ṣe kódà àwọn èèyàn ń jáde ní hòhò nírú èyí tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ lénìí nsìn so Ọlọ́run wá dẹ̀ fẹ́ cancel ẹ pé kírú yẹn má ṣẹlẹ̀ mọ́ so wípé ẹ̀yin náà ẹ ṣọ́ra torí pé ibì kan náà ló ti ń bẹ̀rẹ̀ ẹ má tún padà sí in tí Ọlọ́run bá ti bá yín cancel ẹ má tún padà síbẹ̀ mọ́ ìyẹn ni pé ẹ try láti cover ìhòòhò ara yín àbí kẹ́ sọ pé ẹ fẹ́ fi ṣépù ara yín sílẹ̀ gbogbo àwọn nǹkan tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ láyé lẹ́yìn torí ẹ̀ náà dẹ̀ ní rétí crime fi ń ṣẹlẹ̀ Ọlọ́run mọ̀ wá ṣó ti yẹ kò sọ́kùnrin kan tó máa sọ pé òun rí nǹkan tó dáa tí ò ní sọ pé òun fẹ́ ṣe kíní òun fẹ́ bẹ́ mọ́ ṣó ti yẹ so ẹ dẹ̀ máa wò gáràjù ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ obìnrin náà mọ̀ míì láti fẹ́ pùtì ọkùnrin into the sport ni so gbogbo nǹkan bẹ́ẹ̀ Ọlọ́run fẹ́ pé ok tí nǹkan kan bá wá tó lè try láti clear gbogbo kíní ẹ̀ why not Ọlọ́run wá ń sọ lọ ó wá ní kódà gan débi pé ẹ̀yin ìyàwó pé tó bá já sí pé gan kó tó di pé ọ̀rọ̀ òfin pé ok tẹ bá fẹ́ yọjú sí mọ́ṣáláṣí àbí àbánu yín pé ẹ máa kírun yín lé tó bá já sí pé ó fẹ́ fa wàhálà ẹ máa kírun yín nílé ṣe ti rí Ọlọ́run ìyẹn ní súrà tí mò ń sọ yìí ni o nínú Quran ṣe pé Ọlọ́run bá wà kí mi nà sọ̀láàtì wà kí mi nà zakat then kẹ́ẹ̀dẹ̀ mú compulsory fúnra yín wípé ẹ̀yin náà ń ṣe tọrẹ àánú torí pé Ọlọ́run fẹ́ kí nìyẹn èèyàn lè sọ pé òun sin lọ́hùn kó má ṣàánú èèyàn tẹ bá fẹ́ kọ́ lọ́hùn ṣàánú ẹ̀yin náà láti ṣàánú èèyàn òun ló fi já sí pé irú àsìkò tá a wà yìí ń sìn àsìkò àánú ni tẹ́ láti máa give am ẹ láti níbi tọ́lọ́run fún yín ẹ láti try tó bá já sí pé gbogbo wa ń ṣe yẹn ni ìrọ̀rùn máa báyé jù báyìí lọ kò sí ni torí pé tẹ́lẹ̀ yìí ẹ ti mọ̀ pé Ọlọ́run gbé wa jura wa lọ kò sí láyé tá a wà yìí so Ọlọ́run bá ń sọ fún wa bẹ́ẹ̀ wípé wà á kí ní sọ̀láàtà wà á ti ní zakat ẹ rí pé ẹ̀mú wà á ti ní Allah wa rasul ìtọ́lọ́run bá wa sọ fún yín ẹ rí pé ẹ tẹ̀lé ṣẹ́dígẹ́tì ẹ wọ Ọlọ́run bá fún ló ń sọ yẹn o Ọlọ́run wá ń sọ fún wa nínú ẹ̀ náà wípé ó mọ̀ọ́mọ̀ láti ṣe irú tí Ọlọ́run bá fúnra rẹ̀ ó mọ̀ọ́mọ̀ láti ṣe irú nǹkan bẹ́ẹ̀ torí pé kí gbogbo wàhálà ọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀gbin àbọ̀rọ̀ sọkúsọ àbí pé kó lè má ṣẹlẹ̀ yín lára ni ṣẹ́dígẹ́tì ìṣirò ẹkúnmọ̀ àgàgà ayé ta tiẹ̀ wá wà tó wá wọ̀ sí wọ́n ní ta ni ṣé lè àwọn lágbájá lẹ̀ ń pọ́nlé gbàgbé ń pẹ̀ a ti ṣe báyìí pẹ̀lú wọn so gbogbo àwọn nǹkan bẹ́ẹ̀ àbáwọn ọ̀rọ̀ tí ò ní jẹ́ kí ìlọsíwájú bá yín àbí kó bá fámílì àbí kó bá ẹ̀sìn ẹ má wò Ọlọ́run bá fi ń try láti jẹ́ kí a mọ gbogbo àwọn nǹkan bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ́lọ́run fi ṣàlàyé gbogbo ẹ̀ nínú Quran ó mú káàkiri ní wallahu alam.
ẹ ṣeun tó ẹ̀yin èèyàn wa tí ẹ bá ń wọlé, ètò tí ẹ ń gbọ́ ní Oṣù Abiyì, èyí tí ìjọ NMO, ìjọ àpapọ̀ àwọn ọmọ mùsùlùmí Nàìjíríà tí wọ́n fi Amẹ́ríkà ṣe ibùjókòó, ìjọ wọn àwọn ni wọ́n ṣe nígbọ̀wọ́ ètò yìí tí ẹ ń gbọ́. Láìpẹ́ láì jìnnà á bọ̀ sí abala ti òṣèlú wa. Àwọn ìmáàmù àgbà, ẹ dákun ẹ̀yin tí ẹ wà ń bẹ̀, a gbìyànjú láti pa yín lẹ́nu mọ́ kó máa jẹ́ pé a yọ yín kúrò pátápátá ni tí ó bá jẹ́ pé ẹ ṣì ń sọ̀rọ̀ nígbà tí ò yẹ kẹ́ ẹ sọ̀rọ̀. Ṣeun. Àwọn ìmáàmù àgbà wọ́n bá wa sọ̀rọ̀ púpọ̀ nípa àwọn obìnrin, ipò tí Ọlọ́run kọ àwọn obìnrin sí. Nígbà táwa ti wà ní kékeré, tá a wà nílé tá à ń ṣe alásàlátù, a máa kọrin kan tí máa ń múnú wa dùn. A máa ń sọ pé tí ò bá sí Muhammad, àwa obìnrin àtẹ̀mọ́lẹ̀ lábàámọ̀ jẹ́. Tí ò bá sí Rọ̀súlù, àwa obìnrin ẹ̀rù ọkùnrin lábàámọ̀ jẹ́. Ọpẹ́lọpẹ́ Ràsúlù sọ pé obìnrin kì í ṣẹrú. Ẹyọ ń bó ànábì tó jẹ́ ká fún wa lẹ́tọ̀ọ́ wa. Allahumma ya Rabbi. Wọ́n máa ń kọrin yẹn. Ṣùgbọ́n lẹ́nu ọjọ́ mẹ́ta yìí, àfàgbà mo wá gbọ́ pé wọ́n rí níbì kan pé obìnrin ní ọ̀pọ̀ jù nínú náà. Kí la ṣe?
Ẹ ṣeun. Ṣé rí?
Ṣé lóòótọ́ kọ́kọ́ ni sọ́wà nínú Kùránì kò obìnrin ọ̀pọ̀ nínú náà?
Kò sínú Kùránì.
Èṣe yọ̀ọ̀dà fún yín.
Kò sínú Quran, abẹ́gẹ́dì sọ wípé obìnrin kò síbi tọ́lọ́run ti sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ nínú Quran, ṣé ń gbọ́. So ní tí ó dẹ̀ fà á tí ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn fi wáyé, òun ni pé ẹ wo àwọn Ọlọ́run kó ṣàánú wa, ẹ mọ̀ pé obìnrin ẹ̀yin ìyá wa gbogbo wa náà la mọ̀. Kò sí tí ẹ lè sọ pé ẹ ṣe fóbìnrin bó tẹ̀ já sí pé inú ọkùnrin ó dùn sí kò sí táwọn lè sọ pé a ṣe fún àwọn ẹ̀yà wa. Ẹ rí i pé wọ́n lágbájá òsì náà ni ó sọ pé ìyá wọn pé a máa sọ pé kódà ọkùnrin ò bá ti sin kó fi gbogbo ọjọ́ ayé kó fi sin ẹ̀yin ìyá wa títí tíjọ́ tí wàhálà kan bá dé pé kí ló ṣe fún mi rí, kí ló ṣe kí náà kan mọ́ra ṣe gbogbo nǹkan bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹ ó máa wáyé gẹ́gẹ́ bí ìtara àti ti obìnrin tí wọ́n jẹ́ ṣótíyé. So gbogbo yẹn ó jẹ́ àwọn àròkàn àbí àwọn nǹkan tí ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn fi wá wáyé pé ókè irú àwọn èèyàn tí wọ́n fi pé bí ẹni tí ò fẹ́ mórí, ẹ mọ̀ pé ẹ̀dá náà aláti mórí fúnra wa pé ókè o Ọlọ́run bó ti ẹ̀já sí pé wà lára ọkùnrin náà, ṣùgbọ́n wọ́n mọ̀ pé obìnrin ni kò sí tí ẹ lè sọ pé ìjẹ́ obìnrin yẹn ó máa hàn ní ààrẹ. So òun ni but kò ṣe pé inú Quran.
Ẹ ṣeun. Ìbéèrè méjì péré ni wọ́n mú sí kó tó ká lè bá a bọ́ sí orí our regular programming. Màá pe bàbá Adébóyè lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí, lẹ́yìn náà amòye Bankole Thomas, lẹ́yìn ìgbà náà lábàáyé àgbà ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ rábà náà lẹ́nu àfàgbà lábàjẹ́ kí wọ́n máa lọ. Bàbá Adébóyè, ẹ túra yín lẹ̀.
Mo ti ẹ̀ gbìyànjú láti send chat message sí Miss Akínsọ́lá ni wọ́n ṣe rí orúkọ wọn ni.
Okay.
So kò ní ìdí kí n sọ̀rọ̀.
Okay.
Akẹ́kọ̀ọ́ chat ránṣẹ́ sí wọn.
Okay. Ẹ ṣe. Alàgbà Bankole, ẹ tètè ẹ̀yin ni bí n bá pè yín ní àfa àgbà tí ọkàn yìí kéwú ní ìsìn wọn mọ̀ pé rẹ́rìn inú yín ó dùn. Ẹ kọ́kọ́ lọ kéwú náà lọ́dọ̀ àwọn àfa àgbà náà kẹ́ tó gba táìtù àfa àgbà. Mo pè yín láfa àgbà rẹ́rìn. Ọ̀nà yín jìn sáfa àgbà, ó yẹ béèrè yín.
Ẹ ṣé olóòtú, mo dúpẹ́ a kú ìsinmi ọjọ́ òní. Ìmáàmù àgbà wa, ẹ dákun ẹ foríjì mí bí ìmọ̀ bóyá yàyà bóyá bí ìmọ̀ bó ṣe ń pronounce orúkọ yín torí olóòtú pronounce ẹ̀ bákan. Ṣé kí n pè yàyà?
Èmi kéwù ni torí pé mi kéwù ni ẹ̀yin ò kéwù ẹ̀ lè pè báwọn.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni yes sir bẹ́ẹ̀ni náà.
Okay, ìmáàmù àgbà wa Yáyà Àfíù, ẹ ṣeun gan ẹ kú atótónu adúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ yín. Ìbéèrè méjì mo ní. Èkíní ni wípé ìgbà tẹ́ ń sọ̀rọ̀ àti ọ̀rọ̀ tá a ti ń gbọ́ láti bí ọ̀sẹ̀ méjì látẹnu àwọn ìmáàmù tó ń wá síbí. A rí oríṣiríṣi ìfirawé láàrin ẹ̀sìn Mùsùlùmí àti ẹ̀sìn Kìrìsìtẹ́nì. Oríṣiríṣi nǹkan la ti ń gbọ́, pàápàá ìgbà tẹ́ ń sọ̀rọ̀ ẹlẹ́yìn òní ẹ mẹ́nubà wípé kò sí bá a ṣe lè wà láyé ni a ó ní ṣòro, ṣùgbọ́n a ní láti ní sùúrù pẹ̀lú ẹ̀. Ó wà nínú Bíbélì náà pé nínú ayé ẹ ó ní ìpọ́njú, ṣùgbọ́n ẹ tújú ká tó kó mo ti ṣẹ́gun ayé. Oríṣiríṣi bẹ́ẹ̀ ẹ mẹ́nubà nípa pé kéèyàn ṣe nǹkan níwọ̀ntúnwọ̀nsì, modesty. Ó wà nínú Bíbélì náà, ó dẹ̀ wà nínú àwọn tí àwa náà máa ń gbọ́ tá a bá lọ sí church. Ẹ mẹ́nubà pé kéèyàn wà generous, kéèyàn máa ṣe ìtọrẹ àánú nǹkan kan. Nígbà tó yẹ pé gbogbo nǹkan tí ẹ̀yin ń sọ àti tí àwọn onígbàgbọ́ ń sọ ó dàbí pé bákan náà ni, kí ló fà á tí ò wá sí àṣepọ̀ tó dán mọ́ láàrin àwa méjèèjì, láàrin onígbàgbọ́ àti Mùsùlùmí? Mo fẹ́ kẹ́ bá mi wádìí ìyẹn, kẹ́ bá mi sọ lórí ẹ̀, torí tí ó pè wá jù ni wípé ní ilẹ̀ wa àwa méjèèjì Mùsùlùmí àti oní Kírísítẹ́nì àti àwọn ẹlẹ́sìn àbáyé kádìjọ kọ́rọ̀ wa máa yíra wa, kó má jẹ́ wípé ọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀sìn ló máa fa wàhálà láàrin wa. Ìyẹn ṣe pàtàkì ní orílẹ̀-èdè wa. Ìkejì ni pé mo rí pé àwọn èèyàn ń sọ pé kì í ṣe Fúlàní ló gbé ẹ̀sìn Mùsùlùmí wá sí Nàìjíríà, tó ti wà ń bẹ̀ tẹ́lẹ̀. Kí ló wá fà á tó pé táwọn alàgbà nínú ìjọ Mùsùlùmí tán bá fẹ́ wọṣọ, ìṣe kan wọṣọ bí àwọn ará Mẹ́kà tó ní ẹ̀sìn, wọ́n á wọṣọ bí àwọn Fúlàní? Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ kí ni ẹ rí sọ sí yẹn? Torí ó máa ń kọ mí lóminú tí n bá rí báwọn èèyàn wá ṣe, àwọn ìmáàmù wa ní Nàìjíríà má ṣe máa ń wọṣọ, wọ́n á wọṣọ bíi Fúlàní. Tí n bá dẹ̀ ráwọn tó wà láti Mẹ́kà tó ní ẹ̀sìn gan, àwọn ò wọṣọ bẹ́ẹ̀, ọ̀tọ̀ ní báwọn ṣe ń wọṣọ. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ẹ bá wa yẹ̀dí ọ̀rọ̀ wọ̀nyí wò. Ẹ ṣeun.
Ẹ ṣeun sà, Ọlọ́run á dúpẹ́ fún yín. Ṣẹ́rí kíkọ́ gbé látòrí ti ọ̀rọ̀ ti ìbáṣe. Nígbà ibi tá kọ́kọ́ máa wò ni pé ká kọ́ draw ara wa back sí ìgbà ayé Ànábì Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Ṣé mọ̀ pé ẹni tí ó já sí pé a wò kọ́ṣe náà nìyẹn. So Ànábì Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam ìtọ́lọ́run fi ròyìn ẹ̀ nínú Quran, òun náà ni ìwà tó fi ròyìn ẹ̀ jù pé Ànábì yìí oníwà ni. So ṣẹ́rí ìbáṣe tánàbí bá àwọn èèyàn ṣe tán bá pẹ àti gbogbo ẹlẹ́sìn ni o, àti gbogbo kódà even ìgbà tí ẹ máa gbọ́ ìgbà tí Ànábì Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam lọ́wọ́ gbẹ̀yìn gan, ṣẹ́wọ̀n kí ta bá kọ́ sọ pé bóyá nǹkan tiẹ̀ kọ́kọ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ so pẹ̀lú àwọn tí wọn nígbàgbọ́ pẹ̀lú Ọlọ́run, ṣùgbọ́n ní àwọn ibi tí Islam tàn dé, gẹ́gẹ́ bí a ṣe mọ̀ pé èèyàn ò fẹ́ mọ tan ẹ̀sìn, gẹ́gẹ́ bí irú ìtẹ̀síọgbẹ̀ yìí ní Nàìjíríà yẹn náà. Ìgbà tánàbí fẹ́ rán ìkan lára àwọn ikọ̀ ẹ̀ tó fẹ́ rán lọ sí ìlú kan tá à ń pè ní, òun ló di Yemen, òun ni Yemen tẹ̀ ń gbọ́ ẹ̀. So ìgbà tánàbí rán lọ, Ànábì ní listen, òun lọ nísìnyí o, lílọ tó wá ń lọ yìí, mo fẹ́ tó bá dọ̀hùn ó kàn ṣàlàyé ń pọ̀ Ọlọ́run ọba fún wọn, kó dẹ̀ jẹ́ kán mọ̀ pé èmi Ànábì prophet bíi tàwọn tàṣíwájú, gbogbo àwọn prophet tàmọ̀ yẹn náà, prophet Adam ni, Nuh ni, Mose ni, Abraham ni, gbogbo tẹ́mọ̀ yẹn, torí pé ìlànà kan náà ni gbogbo wọn, ọ̀dọ̀ Ọlọ́run kan náà dẹ̀ ni náà ti gba mẹ́sẹ̀gì. Ṣé tí Quran dẹ̀ fẹsẹ̀ múlẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀, ṣé yé? So wọ́n dẹ̀ mọ̀ pé Ọlọ́run náà lọ́lọ́run, so pé kú kan ṣàlàyé fún wọn, then má wà ní wọn lára débi pé ó máa wá sọ pé ó fẹ́ ṣe àwọn nǹkan kan. Rántí pé ibi tó ń lọ yìí, àwọn irú àwọn tí wọ́n gba ẹ̀sìn síwájú yìí wọ́n wà ń bẹ̀, bí àwọn Yehudi yẹn, àwọn Júù, àwọn Nọ̀sọ́rá, àwọn Christian. Ànábì mention, mo ṣe ń sọ fún yín ni o, ṣe get, ó jẹ́ àwọn mẹ́sẹ̀gì tó send, ṣé tí ipe wọ́n wà ń bẹ̀. So tí Ànábì Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam ní pé ṣàlàyé ẹ̀sìn fún wọn pé tó nísìnyí o, ṣé tí wípé ẹ kàn bìlífù lórí pé Ọlọ́run lọ́lọ́run, ẹ má sìn nǹkan míì torí kí gbogbo ká lè jọba Ọlọ́run ọba rí. So Ànábì Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam ṣe wá rí gbogbo àwọn tó wá jẹ́ ẹlẹ́sìn àbí bákan nígbà yẹn Ànábì Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam náà, ìyẹn ni pé tí wọ́n jẹ́ ẹlẹ́sìn tí ó tó bí àwọn Yahudi ni àbí Nasara ni, Ànábì ó ṣàlàyé fún wọn nípa ọ̀rọ̀ báyìí pé tọ́lọ́run ni o, ṣùgbọ́n kò sí pé bóyá ibi tẹ́ máa sọ pé Ànábì rí pé ókè o, ó yẹ máa wá pa wọ́n o, ó yẹ máa ṣe kinní, kódà lórí àwọn sàábé gan, àwọn nǹkan kan wà ó kàn yìí pé mí pé torí time, àwọn nǹkan kan wà tó ṣe pé ó jẹ́ ẹ̀tọ́ láàrin ara wa síra wa. Ṣé ti láàrin àwọn síra wa ni wípé gbogbo ẹ̀sìn tẹ́wù kẹ́lẹ̀ sìn, tá bá ti jọmọ ìlú kan náà, a ní ẹ̀tọ́ tá láti ṣe fúnra, ráìtì tá láti gbẹ̀gbẹ̀. Mi ì gbọ́dọ̀ ṣàbòsí fún yín no matter ṣẹ́dígẹ́tì, torí pé èèyàn ní mi ì gbọ́dọ̀ ṣàbòsí fún yín, ṣó ti yé. So ìdẹ gbọ́dọ̀ ní pé bóyá máa ní lára, ṣó ti yé, mi ì gbọ́dọ̀ ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀. So bó ṣe rí gbogbo àwọn òfin tí a bá study pé ọ̀rọ̀ Islam, èèyàn mọ̀ pé peace yẹn ló ń fly láti preach, ṣé kẹ́ understand ara yín, kò yẹ kó síjà. Ṣùgbọ́n ibi tí problem máa ń wà ni pé àwọn púpọ̀ àwọn tí wọ́n gbọ́ àgbọ́yé ẹ̀sìn, ṣé ti àwọn tí wọ́n gbọ́ àgbọ́yé ẹ̀sìn, ẹlòmíín sìn orí wípé kọ́kọ́ sọ fún pé máa kírun ló mọ̀, kò mọ gbogbo àwọn nǹkan tá à ń sọ yìí, àwọn tó rọ kiri kẹ́ téèyàn fi di odidi nínú ẹ̀sìn kò mọ̀, ṣé ti ṣùgbọ́n pé máa kírun yẹn òun nìkan ló yé. So gbogbo kinní yẹn, but gẹ́gẹ́ bí ẹ̀tọ́ wa síra wa, a ń láti gbégbé àlàáfíà. Tí kì í bá jẹ́ ẹni tó jẹ́ ẹlẹ́sìn kejì tó bá wà ní ẹgbẹ́ mi, mo ní ẹ̀tọ́ aládùúgbò tí mo láti ṣe fún, n gbọ́dọ̀ rí nǹkan kí n fojú parẹ́, n dẹ̀ gbọ́dọ̀ rí pé íńtánẹ́ẹ̀tì wa kọ́ wa ni mò ń sọ fún yín o, kò yí pé mo ń sọ lórí mi o, n dẹ̀ gbọ́dọ̀ rí wípé ìnira fẹ́ ba kí n má dìde sí, ṣé ti gẹ́tì gbogbo àwọn nǹkan yẹn. Ṣé tí yẹn bá mọ̀ látara Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, wàláhi sùnbílà sí gbogbo nǹkan máa lọ létò. Ṣùgbọ́n gbogbo nǹkan yẹn òun la lack of ni ò sí mọ́ láàárín àwọn tó ń pera wọn ní mùsùlùmí gan. So misunderstanding yẹn òun ló wá kúnlẹ̀, ṣó ti náà fi lè gbọ́ àgbọ́yé pé kí l'Ọlọ́run fẹ́ gan, kí l'Ànábì Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam fẹ́. Ó fẹ́ ká jẹ́ àpẹẹrẹ rere ni àwọn tá jẹ́ mùsùlùmí, ṣé ti gẹ́tù fún àwọn èèyàn, káwọn èèyàn lè lẹ́ni pé ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ ní ẹ̀sìn wọn báyìí ni. So ẹ̀sìn wọn kò kọ́ wa pé kéèyàn mú orí èèyàn kan máa bẹ, àbí èsì kẹ́kọ̀ọ́ máa pààyàn, àbí kẹ́kọ̀ọ́ láyé gbogbo ẹni tó bá ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ wàláhì á dún rojọ́ wájú Ọlọ́run. Ìyẹn lọ́lọ́run kọ́kọ́ máa clear, torí pé ẹ̀mí téèyàn pa yẹn ta ló ní? Ọlọ́run ni, kò ń ṣe fẹ́ nìkan, Ọlọ́run ni. So gbogbo àwọn nǹkan yẹn òun ni Islam ló mí pé pẹ̀lú time a ní lè sọ̀rọ̀ mọ́ sí pẹ̀lú ẹ̀, ṣùgbọ́n gẹ́gẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe sọ, Islam fẹ́ ká show in tí wọ́n ń pè ní mutual kíní láàrin ara wa, ṣé ti so kí ìlọsíwájú kò fi lè bá wa, number one. Ẹlẹ́ẹ̀kejì wípé bóyá ẹ̀sìn ó wọlé pẹ̀lú ó wọlé láti ibi tó ti wọlé, káwọn kan sọ pé ẹ mọ̀ pé gbogbo àwọn àdíà bóníkálùkù ṣe ń sọ ìtàn náà lẹ máa gbọ́ pé ó wọlé láti ibi báyìí, ẹlòmíì ò ní ó ti wà Nàìjíríà tẹ́lẹ̀, ẹlòmíì ò ní kíní, oníkálùkù ń ṣèwé lórí gẹ́gẹ́ bí knowledge ẹ̀ bó ti ṣe mọ̀. Ṣùgbọ́n èyí tó dájú tó dẹ̀ yẹ pé gbogbo àná la mọ̀ pé ibo l'Ọlọ́run ti gbé Ànábì Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam dìde, òun náà láti mọ̀ pé Mẹ́kà ni. Ibo l'Ànábì Muhammad sallallahu ti wúlò gbé sí ayé, àti mọ̀ pé bí báyìí ni. Ok, ibo ló establish nígbà ayé Ànábì Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam? Ethiopia ó wà lára ẹ̀, torí pé kẹ́lẹ̀ mọ̀ kí wọ́n á fún yín lélẹ̀ kí fi clear ntí mo kí fi jẹ́rìí ntí mo sọ. Ṣé nígbà tí àwọn Muslim kọ́kọ́ ní problem nílùú Mẹ́kà gan, the first ibi tí wọ́n kọ́kọ́ lọ Africa ni, tánàbí tó sọ pé ó yá ẹ kọ́kọ́ jáde lọ kílẹ̀ fi tutù, ẹ jáde lọ Africa, òun náà ní Ethiopia, Habasha. Ọba Habasha ìjọ náà lọ́hùn kó tó wá di pé ó wá padà gbà fún Ànábì Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam kódà ọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀ wà ní Quran ẹni tí mò ń sọ yìí tọ́lọ̀ mention nínú ending suratul Ali Imran ìyẹn ni pé Quran 3 ṣẹ́dígẹ́tì òun lọ́lọ́run bá ń tọ́ka sí nígbà náà lọ́hùn so ọ̀rọ̀ pọ̀ lórí ìyẹn náà ní tí mo fẹ́ fàyọ̀ ń bẹ̀ ni pé kẹ́ lè wo ìyà Ànábì sọ fún wọn gbà tó fẹ́ kú ní pé ọba kan wà o òun lòún fẹ́ kẹ́ lọ sábẹ́ ṣẹ́dígẹ́tì tẹ́ bá dé abẹ́ ọba yẹn bó tẹ̀ já sí pé ẹlẹ́sìn Nàsárà ni ìyẹn ni pé ẹ̀sìn Kírísítẹ́nì ni ṣùgbọ́n ó dúró lórí òdodo ẹ wò ó sìn ṣẹgbọ́n mẹ́sẹ̀jì Ànábì ó dúró lórí òdodo èèyàn dáadáa dẹ̀ ni wọ́n dẹ̀ bá bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣó ti yé so wọ́n bá bẹ́ẹ̀ kódà ìgbà tí ọba yẹn tó jáde láyé Ànábì kírun sí lára kò ń ṣe pé bóyá Ànábì kírun pé bóyá ó lọ bẹ̀ ṣùgbọ́n wọ́n kírun kan tó já sí pé wọ́n fi perí ẹ̀ nílùú Mẹ̀dínà mò ń try láti jẹ́ kẹ́ ẹ rí wípé torí pé ọba yẹn padà gbà Islam ó padà gbà tó rí mẹ́sẹ̀jì tí Ànábì mú wá ṣùgbọ́n kò síjà kò sí wàhálà so in tí mò ń try láti sọ náà ni pé ṣé wàá rí pé Islam ó wá láti ó ti wà ní Nàìjíríà tẹ́lẹ̀ ó kó ṣe àwọn kan ló mú wọlé nǹkan kan mọ́ra gẹ́gẹ́ bí tí àwọn tó ní kálukú náà bá kọ yàmọ̀ pé oníkálukú náà ń kọ̀wé wọ́n dẹ̀ ń ṣe rìsáàṣì bóníkálukú àmọ́ èyí tó dé mi lójú jù òun náà ni pé ẹ̀sìn wá láti bí báyìí ṣé wàá rí ìwọṣọ wá ìwọṣọ culture yàmọ̀ pé ẹ wò ń sìn tẹ́ bá dé irú Yaman àwọn wọ́n róṣọ bí obìnrin ni wọ́n á wọ aṣọ sókè àwọn aróṣọ ni kọ́ṣọ̀ nìyẹn ṣé ti yé so ìyẹn ò sọ pé bóyá wọn ń ṣe mùsùlùmí àwa náà bàbá wò sí bóyá ìmúra tá wọ aṣọ òfì tá múra kíní kankan mọ́ra ìyẹn kò ní kan ṣe pẹ̀lẹ́sìn ṣẹ́dígẹ́tì dressing lásán mo lè wọ kóòtù ńsìn ṣẹ́dígẹ́tì kí n wọ kóòtù ńsìn so kódà mo lè dé fìlà mo lè má dé fìlà kò mean nothing ṣé ti yé so sísìn Ọlọ́run mi ibi yìí ló wà ìgbáyà mi ṣéjì so ṣé wàá rí gbogbo àwọn aṣọ yẹn dressing code nǹkan kan gbogbo ń tẹ́wù kẹ́lì wọ̀ ẹ̀ bá wọ agbádá mélòó ẹni tó ń wọ agbádá tó kórùn gbọ̀n ṣùgbọ́n kò ń ṣe ẹni Ọlọ́run ẹni èṣù ni mélòó so ti yé so ìyẹn kọ́ lọ́lọ́run nídìí so àtàkùwà hùnà ìbẹ̀rù Ọlọ́run ọba yín ó wà níbí ó wà nígbàyà yín ní Ànábì náà dẹ̀ máa ń sọ nìyẹn so ìyẹn ni ní tèmi kan lè sọ sí kọ́lọ́n kó fi wá mọ̀nà sọ́wọ́lá alẹ́. Olóòtú alájà.
Ẹ ṣeun adúpẹ́ ẹ ṣeun tó ẹ̀yin èèyàn wa ọjọ́ ti lọ Alhaji Abbas ṣé ẹ lè lo àbọ̀ ìṣẹ́jú ọjọ́ ti lọ o. Àbọ̀ ìṣẹ́jú ni.
Ẹ ṣe kó máa ẹ jọ nítorí lọ fún mi ní just 1 minute or 2. Adúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ àwọn àfáà wa Alhaji Yahya Ọlọ́run alékún mọ́ yín mo fẹ́ gẹ́gẹ́ bí àfikún àjọṣepọ̀ wà láàrin àwọn Kristẹni àtàwọn Mùsùlùmí láti gba ayé Ànábì àríkà wípé ìgbà kan àwọn Christian wọ́n lọ Christian pilgrimage wọ́n lọ visit Ànábì wa Muhammad adẹ̀ríkà wípé nígbà tó di táì tán máa gbàdúrà ó ní kán bọ́ sí ní àárín ibẹ̀ kán ṣe àdúrà wọn níbẹ̀ àríkà ìgbà tí àwọn Muslim náà tán lọ sọ́dọ̀ àwọn Christian tán lè gbà wọn láàyè now fast forward àwa Nàìjíríà kò sí nǹkan táwa Nàìjíríà ń ṣe tá kì í ṣe àṣeyọyẹ àwa Nigerian Christians àwa Nigerian Muslims àwa la ní láti ṣiṣẹ́ because a máa ń gba ẹ̀sìn a máa ń gbà sódì ní bíbá yìí ní Church of Epiphany ó wà ní 12 and G Street ní downtown Washington DC. They opened that church for Muslims to pray every Friday. And tí o bá believe me, tó bá di any Friday ẹ lọ sí Church of Epiphany. The church was founded 1875, one of the biggest churches in Washington DC. They open it up for Muslims to pray every day in that church. Also, near Roslyn, there's a Baptist church. They open it up for Muslims. Lọ́dọ̀ wa mi bi temi wa nbi báyìí ní Virginia nbi báyìí. Ní this last Saturday, gbogbo àwọn Christian tó wà ládùúgbò wa la pè, wọ́n wá bá a ṣínú. A dẹ̀ sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀sìn fún wọn. Àwọn náà máa invite wa and lọ sí church wọn. So àjọṣepọ̀ wà. So but gbogbo nǹkan báyìí tẹ́mi sọ yìí tó lè rí ní Nàìjíríà wa ọ̀nà jìn. So àwa Nàìjíríà wa la ní iṣẹ́ láti ṣe. Ní ẹ̀sìn méjèèjì ibi tán ti ń ṣe, ibi tẹ́sìn méjèèjì ti wá àjọṣepọ̀ wà. Ẹ ń bá lọ sí Jerusalem, ẹ rí àjọṣepọ̀ wà. Wọ́n jọ ń gbé pẹ̀lú ara wọn, wọ́n jọ ń ṣe gbogbo nǹkan pọ̀. Àwa Nàìjíríà nìkan la níṣẹ́ láti ṣe. Ẹ ṣe pọ̀.
Ẹ ṣé mo dúpẹ́. Tó ẹ̀yin èèyàn wa tí ẹ bá wojú ọjọ́ àti kọjá ìṣẹ́jú méjì lẹ́yìn aago 5. Mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Alhaji Abbas, ẹ ṣeun a dúpẹ́. Tó kó tó di wípé n ó máa dágbére fún àwọn ìmáàmù wa, mo fi àsìkò yìí dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ ìjọ Nigerian NMCNMO tí wọ́n ṣe onígbọ̀wọ́ oṣù Àbíyì nílé iṣẹ́ Yorùbá Gbode. Ó tún kù ìkan 4 ni tí àwẹ̀ ó fi parí ní ọjọ́ 8. A tún mú àfáà àgbà wá. Ṣùgbọ́n àǹfààní pàtàkì ta níyì, ẹ jẹ́ kí n fún Imam Yahya náà fi àwọn àfáà àgbà wá pátápátá yẹn ní New York. Mo fẹ́ fi àsìkò yìí fún wọn ní ààyè kí wọ́n fi dágbére fún wa pẹ̀lú rábànà tí a máa fi ṣèyókù nínú àwẹ̀. Ẹ ṣeun sà.
Alhamdulillah rabbil alamin. Ọlọ́run a máa dúpẹ́ fún ẹ. Ọlọ́run a dúpẹ́ fún ẹ tó dẹ́mu wá sí kì í ṣàgbára wa o. Ohun Ọlọ́run bá ní kọ́lọ́run kó jẹ́ ká ṣe púpọ̀ ọdún láyé. Àwa tá a pé jù tọdún Ọlọ́run jẹ́ àtúpé lẹ́mí, kọ́lọ́run kó ṣàánú wa, kọ́lọ́run kó gbàdúrà lórí ọmọ, kọ́lọ́run kó gbàdúrà lórí iṣẹ́ wa, kọ́lọ́run kó gbàdúrà lórí gbogbo àwọn tí Ọlọ́run bá ṣe fún wa. Ọlọ́run má fọwọ́ bànújẹ́ kan, kọ́lọ́run kó ṣe dáadáa fún wa. Ọlá tóbi Ọlọ́run tí ń da kò dá mọ́, Ọlọ́run má jẹ́ ó ṣẹlẹ̀ sí wa o. Al-Qur'an al-Asala la ilaha illallah Muhammadu Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Àti bọ̀tán wa Ọlọ́run jẹ́ ó dá. Iṣẹ́ rí, ìwà rí, ọ̀rọ̀ rí, kùngẹ́ rí, Ọlọ́run ṣàfiwá ṣe. Ọlá bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Rabbana zalamna anfusana وإن لم تغفر لنا وترحمنا لنكونن من الخاسرين. ربنا عليك توكلنا وإليك أنبنا وإليك المصير. ربنا اغفر لنا وارحمنا وارض عنا وعافنا واعف عنا يا رب العالمين. ربنا هب لنا من أزواجنا وذرياتنا قرة أعين واجعلنا للمتقين إماما. اللهم لك الحمد خلقتنا ورزقتنا وهديتنا وعلمتنا وانقذتنا فرجت عنا. ولك الحمد بالإسلام ولك الحمد بالقرآن ولك الحمد بالإيمان ولك الحمد والمال والمعافاة يا رب العالمين. اللهم إنك العفو تحب العفو فاعف عنا. اللهم إنك عفو تحب العفو فاعف عنا. اللهم إنك عفو كريم تحب العفو فاعف عنا. اللهم إن هذا المرض جند من جنودك تصيب ممن تشاء وتصرف عنه من تشاء. اللهم فاصرف عنا عن بيوتنا وآلنا وأزواجنا ودرارنا وبلادنا وبلاد المسلمين وعفسنا مما نخاف ونسر فأنت خير حافظ فأنت خير حافظ فأنت خير حافظ وأنت أرحم الراحمين. وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم تسليما كثيرا. الفاتحة. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين.
Ẹ ṣeun a dúpẹ́ gbogbo èyí tí ẹ wí Ọlọ́run gbà á fún wa, yóò sì bá wa fi san àwọn ìyá wa tí èmi ò lè má rántí ní gbogbo bàtà bá ti ń ṣe oṣù Àbíyì. Àwọn náà ni àwọn ìyá Ìsábátúndé tí wọ́n fún àwọn obìnrin láǹfààní láti ní ẹ̀kọ́. Bí bẹ́ẹ̀ kọ́ bóyá ni àwa obìnrin tí wọ́n bí ní eré Ìbàdàn yẹn ìbá tí ẹ ti kàwé. Ó bẹ̀rẹ̀ látòrí Alájà Ahumani Alága àti ìyá tèmi náà Alájà Ahumani Yakubu Yusuf Ọlọ́runṣọ́ kí Ọlọ́run ọba kó máa fi àsìkò yìí kó máa fún wọn ní ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ládàá. Imam àgbà ẹ ṣé mo dúpẹ́. Ọlọ́run ọba yóò jẹ́ kí a máa rí yín bá ọlá wala quwwata illa billah. Ẹ ṣeun, salamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Ẹ ṣeun alájà.
Ẹ ṣeun adúpẹ́. So ẹ̀yin èèyàn wa, thank you so much. Our people all over the world, I'm very, very grateful for your patience. This is a tradition that we have been doing for almost 10 years. And I'm very happy and I'm grateful that our audience on Yoruba Gbode, they accommodate us and they actually participate to enhance the program. That is what I call love. That is what I call interest. Thank you so much for being with us all the way through. We are going to move to the other part of the program, which is we have planned to do it in English. And the reason why we plan to do it in English is so we can accommodate as many people as possible. I'm going to, it's a 4-man panel and everybody is here. First of all, I'm going to introduce the member of the panel. The first person I'm going to introduce is Dr. Biyi Oyefule. Dr. Biyi Oyefule, his name is synonymous with Yoruba Gbode because he is all the time is with us and is making sure that whatever we want in terms of knowledge, we don't lack it. Dr. Biyi Oyefule is one of our leading psychiatrists in United States here. Is also a member of so many important groups that are agitating, that are making sure that Yoruba people are put in their pride, in the right place. I'm very, very happy to welcome you again, Dr. Biyi Oyefule. I'm happy to welcome you to this edition of Yoruba Gbode.
Thank you, Olochu. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. I also have with me here Alagba David Adenekan. This is not his first time on Yoruba Gbode. He's been here several times and he is always giving us the best. You know why he's able to do that? Because he has his degree in political science and public administration. He's also a public policy analyst. More importantly, he is Ojulowo Omo Yoruba. I'm very, very happy to welcome him to this edition of Yoruba Gbode. Alagba Adenekan.
Ẹ kú lé gbogbo lé o, ẹ pẹ̀lẹ́ ńbẹ̀ o, ẹ kú òǹgbẹ o, ẹ̀yin bàbá wa nínú Mùsùlùmí àti ẹ̀yin dádì wa, ẹ kú ọdún àjíǹde o, àjíǹde á bá gbogbo wa o, ẹ ṣé o.
Òyìnbó la sọ nítorí àwọn èèyàn wa.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Ẹ lè máa já Yorùbá náà sí, mo mọ̀ pé ẹ máa já, kódà bẹ́ẹ̀ fẹ́ fọ Ìjẹ̀bú, àǹfààní ń bẹ, ṣùgbọ́n ṣá má gbàgbé pé a sọ Gẹ̀ẹ́sì. Ẹ lè sọ Ìjẹ̀bú torí bàbá Oyefule, àwọn ọmọwé èèyàn dáadáa.
Let me just give them in English. I also want to let me just say it in English so that I won't alienate anybody. I'm so sorry about that. Because
no, it's okay. It's okay. You are in line. Thank you.
I want to greet everybody on board, our Muslim brothers and sisters during the Ramadan, and that God will answer their prayer. Our brothers and sisters in the Lord, in Christ. I also want to, congratulate them for the Easter period that Christ has risen, and that that power of resurrection will also work in our life. You are all welcome. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Yes, I have this honor. I'm always happy anytime I see this, my brother and our daddy, in any platform. I'm always excited. You know why? Because I know that we are going to hear the truth. A lot of things that we don't know that is happening is happening. The fact that we're here doesn't mean that things are not happening, but we don't know. But anytime I see him, I know that we're going to get the truth. He is in person of Magaji Gboyega Adejuma, a strong member of Afenifere. We all know Afenifere, and we all know what Afenifere means to Yoruba people. Alagba Magaji Gboyega Adejuma has the history, he has the story, and he has the knowledge, and he also has the brain. More importantly, Ojulowo Omo Ibadan, Oloye Ibadan ni won. Oloye Ibadan wo ni o lopolo kò sí. I'm very, very grateful that despite his very, very busy schedule, he lost us on Yoruba Gbode. Magaji Ajinde Arayomaje, you are welcome to this edition.
Thank you very much, my dear sister. And it's good to be back here again. And compliments of the season to each and every one of us. It's a particularly exciting season. Spiritually, we have the Christians and the Muslims performing the fasting period, interlocking together at this time. And nothing can be better for the supplication that we are putting up to God to give us solutions than this time that Christians and Muslims are praying to God. And today we are celebrating Easter, and our Muslim brothers and sisters are still in the fasting period. May God accept all our prayers.
Amen. Thank you, sir. I'm looking for Professor Aqua. I know we started together. Fiji, can you help me? Can you find Professor Aqua? I can't. I will continue to look for Professor Aqua. I know he was here in the beginning of the program.
I don't think he's here, ma.
Okay. All right. In case you spot him, I'm going to try and call him on the phone too. So, with all except one of our honorable member of the panel, I'm going to introduce the people that I call my own Oga, because Elewan Loga, Elewan na Loga. So, and these are the Amoye, the wise men on Yoruba Gbode, the wise men, 3 wise men and a woman. I don't think our Yeye is here today, but the first person that I'm going to introduce is Egba Baba Amoye, Professor Adeniran Adeboye, who continue to inspire us with his energy, strength, and intelligence. Baba, you are welcome to Yoruba Gbode again.
I'm just going to poison you. I don't care.
I'm always happy to be here. I welcome all our guests and expect to learn a lot from each and every one of them. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Alagba Bankole Thomas. He gave me his Yoruba name. Okay. Fiji, I shouldn't be hearing that. Engineer, please, can you mute that person or knock them out so we can hear what we are here to do? So, Alagba Bankole Thomas, a member of Yoruba Gbode Wise Men, you are welcome to this program.
Thank you, Ma. Olotu, I really appreciate your energy, and I thank all members today who are going to lecture us, to inform us. I know we are set for a very vibrant debate today. We'll be patient to hear from all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Alagba Omowe Patrick Oluwakayode Kibola. Sometimes I will just refuse to call the Patrick. Because the Oluwakayode is so beautiful. Omowe Akimbola, an honorable member of our wise men. You are welcome to yet another edition of Yoruba Gbode.
Thank you very much, Ma. I say season's greetings to everyone that's on the line right now. I'm definitely honored. I'm humbled to be able to engage with everyone present, both the elders and our very special guests. You are welcome, our guests. Thank you.
So, we are going to jump at it, and I'm going to start with Magaji Boyega Adejuma, because what Magaji say, we are not saying it. Being in this cold, where we struggle to, pay bills and still manage to know what is going on in our immediate environment. But Magaji Boyega Adejuma know a lot of things that elude us one way or the other. So, Magaji, once more, you are welcome to this program, sir. My first question is, we all heard about Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu wanting to be the president of Nigeria. It was like a rumor before, but a few months ago, he declared publicly. So recently, a couple of days ago, Vice President Osinbajo, who was supposed to be raised by Asiwaju Tinubu, also jumped out and say, I am going to contest. When you heard that, what did you feel? How did you look at it? And what are the people in Nigeria, the people who cannot come on social media or somewhere to talk to us, what are they saying? I want to hear your opinion, and we also want to know what people are saying about it. Tinubu and Osinbajo.
Thank you so much once again, thank you so very much. It's the season of the absurd. Even the very farcical, the funny, laughable, desirables that we can say some of the people are expecting, but on the other hand, the undesirables that some people are expecting or are not expecting that have been thrown at them. But to us and to myself in Afenifere, we are not involved in this process, but then we understand what is going on. Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu has the right to aspire to the highest office in the land. And so does Professor Yemi Osinbajo. When people talk about betrayal, there's no betrayal anywhere. And that is what I meant by the laughable aspect of what is going on. And I'll give you a series of examples. And even when people are referring to the Awolowo Akintola feud of the 60s, particularly 1962 at the Just Convention, they are not the same. They are not the same at all. What the people are saying back home well, it didn't matter what they say, in the sense that why should anyone, unless a person is simply not going to open up to the truth and accept the situation, label anyone a betrayer? Why? If anybody is to be accused of betraying someone, then of course it will have to be a case of someone who has employed another. And perhaps in that kind of sense, if you hold such a position of an overlord and somebody holds a position of fealty to you, and the person decides that he wants your position and he wants you out of the organization, then you can call that a betrayal. At the worst, you can say, oh, Oshibajo has shown ingratitude to someone who helped him. So let us start. If Asiwaju made Oshibajo, who made Asiwaju? Who made Asiwaju? Or did he make himself? And I remember, our own history in Afenifere has a lot of examples for the world to learn from. Papa Showale, that was exactly, I think, in 1954 or so, as the story goes, and it's in Awolowo's books, was meant to come out of Remo to be a representative. But then they said, you can't have two people from the same area. Awolowo is there already. And then there was another post for Papa Showale, and people still came out and said, no, you can't, because somebody else is there from the same Remo. And these are people who mean the very best. It is not about any other thing, or to point out what could be a discrepancy, or perhaps something that was not taken into consideration in the first instance. So Papa Showale had to be dropped. Nobody was going to say, oh, somebody betrayed Papa Showale. As far back as 1979, when the Second Republic was to take off, Senator Dr. Okuromi was meant to be the deputy governor of Ogun State to late Governor Bisi Onabanjo. It was on the morning that they were to be announced. In fact, it was on the campaign ground that some people came from Abeokuta and said, no, they prefer Sholuade. And Papa Awolowo, being a Democrat, called everyone and they said, okay, let's put it to vote. And those who said they wanted Sholuade won. Senator Dr. Okuromu didn't cry of betrayal. I remember Papa Alayonde, he took over from late Reverend Dusawo as principal of Ibadan Grammar School. Balage was his student. And Baba Awolowo wanted Papa Alayonde to be the governor. But some people insisted that they wanted primaries. They called it shadow in those days, shadow election. And in the shadow election, Balage won. Papa Alayonde didn't cry or betrayal. If it's in a political party, nobody is meant to own a political party, and everybody can aspire. During Obasanjo's time, people may not know this, but I'm saying it. Obasanjo offered Oshibajo the position of Attorney General of the Federation while he was still the Attorney General of Lagos State, but Oshibajo declined. But it was not the only one he offered. He offered Rahman, Olusegun Mimiko, my very, very good friend, who was then the secretary to government to Agagu, a position of being a minister. And Segun Mimiko agreed, and he went to Abuja. Agagu didn't cry that it was betrayal. And Olusegun Mimiko even came back to challenge Agagu for the position of the governor of Ondo State. So we were not hearing of betrayal then. So why is all this thing about betrayal? Oshibajo last worked in Lagos State government in 2007. So he's working for the president now. He has the right of first refusal anywhere in the world. The vice president has the right of first refusal. So if that is the case, I wouldn't know where people are coming out with this idea of betrayal. Betraying who? If the Afenifere is to go back to history, Tinubu was never part of us. He was part of the Yoruba group. It was Nadeko that brought him to us. And Afenifere had their own candidate, who was Funshaw Williams. First, it was Wahab Dosumu, then Funshaw Williams. And some people said, let's have primaries. They were not even going to have primaries. And then, well, Tinubu won technically, because they said the delegates from any part of the 20 local governments, if there is a fracas and there was a fight, then they would disqualify the result of that delegate. Based on that technicality of what happened in Ikorodu, Tinubu won. And then look at what he did to Afenifere in 2003. He physically came to the Afenifere office at Jibowu and beat up everybody, and attempted to take over that office. Then he went and gathered some people at IIT, and then they formed the Afenifere Renewal Group. He did all manners of things. So why would somebody now be shouting that somebody is betraying him? So it is farcical. It is even delirious. It's like something. It's a brain thing. You may all of us not be tested to our objectivity in a sense of being objective. Osinbajo hasn't done anything wrong at all, and that is the truth. But like I said, the Afenifere, we are not interested in this election. We have said so several times. And we have even said that even if we are going to support anyone, for equity, we are not supporting the Igbo. And let me state that clearly. We are not supporting the Igbo as in Igbo, but we are supporting equity, justice, fairness. And that is exactly what will make us to believe that these people, the Igbo, have not been given any chance to have a shot at this position of the president. And if that is the case, if we are going to say, oh, it must be us, then we're not different from the Fulani, who have a sense of entitlement. Then we too, we have a sense of entitlement. Let the Igbo do it, because the only way to keep Nigeria, if there is a need to keep Nigeria, is to make sure that there is equity, is to make sure that the thing goes round, is to make sure that all that people are talking about, the Igbo are saying that they want to go, the Yoruba are saying they want to go, there is war everywhere in the land. Nigeria has actually become a major crime scene. And in all of this, if there is going to be a way to salvage the country, then let's end the restiveness. Let's be just. That is what we are saying. And let's face it, even if a Yoruba gets there today, without changing the structure, without changing the obnoxious Decree 24 of 1998, which otherwise is known as the 1999 Constitution, the country cannot move forward. It's their history. It's laughable that anyone would think that you can build something on nothing. And Papa Adebanjo Alira said that if they don't get it right, if the Northerners decide that they want to continue in 2023, then bye-bye to Nigeria. In which case, we are not exactly saying that we want Nigeria to break. But if the Yoruba have no other choice, then we will resort to self-determination. But the fact remains that without equity, without justice, this country can be likened, or the union can be likened to a marriage. And the way it is, the people in this union are on separation. In fact, if there is a marriage of sorts, of ethnicities, what has happened now is that we are all separated. And the next logical thing in a marriage where the partners have separated is to go for a divorce. So the last advocacy is to say the Northerners should know when to stop. Otherwise, well, non dimittis, let everybody go to his own enclave, and let this dissolution of this union end. It's as simple as that. And again, sorry, let me just throw this last one. And they say, oh, what happened between Awolowo and Akintola? There's a saying that if you want to hide something from a black man, from an African, just hide it in a book that Africans don't read. In Papa Awolowo's books, at least 2 of them, and his biography, which has been translated to Yoruba by Chief Alao Adedayo Alaroye, he wrote there everything that happened. Papa Daudu, Gani Raudu wrote what happened. Even Ayoroshiji, who was on the other side, wrote what happened. What happened was not a personality clash between Papa Awolowo and Akintola. No, what happened was very simple. In 1961, the Young Turks, the ideologically motivated young people of Afenifere sat down and wrote what they called the improved manifesto. And what Afenifere AG had then was the Federal Executive Council. And what they wrote there, which was agreed to, signed by every member of the Federal Executive Council, is that one, the AG will follow what is called democratic socialism. Then 2, we are going to stay within our boundaries, and for as long as the AG continues to rule, the Southwest is going to be the fulcrum, it's going to be the basis of what we are going to do. Then 3, that we are going to have the party to be supreme. Whoever comes and is carrying the party flag must submit whatever he has to the authority of the party. And if there's going to be a clash, then the person's interest will have to give. So all of that were written, about 8 points were written, to which Akintola decided that no, he was going to team up with the Northerners, and the party rather said, no, if we're going to team up with anyone, we'll team up with people from the East. So it was an ideological thing that happened. It wasn't a clash of personalities. It wasn't if it was going to be a clash of personalities, then Akintola wouldn't have been deputy leader of the AG in the first instance. It would have been an Ahoro or F.R.A. Williams. So it was all about ideology. It was all about principle. And when Akintola, who had a morbid distrust for the Igbo, if you remember, there was a competition between Eni Njoku and Sabiru Biobaku as to who was going to become the VC of Lagos State. And Akintola said, Eni tí ò ní kú bí ò bá kú ní kẹ́ ẹ mú, ẹni tó ń jòkú ẹ má mú, pé ẹni jòkú òun ni ẹni ń jòkú, tí ò bá rókú jẹ mọ́ á bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí jẹ students. That was the way Akintola looked down on the Igbo. And there are many examples I could give, but because of time. So when this generation who don't perhaps read, who don't do their research, simply go and start talking about what happened between Awolowo and Akintola and trying to make something out of Oshibajo wanting to be president to look like what happened then. No, it didn't happen that way. It didn't happen that way. So I will rest for now, and if I have any opportunity, then I will say some more.
Before you go, I have some questions cropping up from what you just talked about. Okay, I have this question. So do you think what is happening between Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu and Oshibajo, do you think it's a personality clash? That is number one. Number two question is, people, especially Yoruba in the diaspora, when they heard that Afenifere will not support Yoruba, they will only support Igbo because they want to balance. Some people are saying, well, we know that the fisherman, Goodluck Jonathan, was not Igbo, but it was close to Igbo because Yoruba had nothing when Goodluck Jonathan was there. That is what people are saying. And then also people are like, if Afenifere originally they are supposed to be for Yoruba, why are they going to declare and say we don't want, we are not going to support any Yoruba, we're going to bring Igbo?
Let me quickly begin to answer the questions. First and foremost, what the Afenifere is saying is not that we don't want the Yoruba to leave Nigeria. No. In fact, I'm happy I sent you a video when Gbode was released recently to take care of him.
I'm talking about leading.
I'm sorry. I need to say this. Okay. He praised Afenifere. He came out openly to say, Papa Dibanjo, the Afenifere, they gave him all the support. That is to tell you that if we do not support what the Yoruba agitation movement is all about, then we won't be supporting Gbode. We know what we did. But what we are trying to do is simple. We have an organization that we set up. That organization is the way we see. Yoruba agitation has been going on for like 3 years now, but where are we? The election that is coming is less than 1 year, and we are saying that that election will probably spell the doom, and that will be the end of Nigeria. And we are saying it because we believe that the South-South, the Southeast, the Southwest, and the Middle Belt are the victims of the core North, of the Fulanization, of the invasion, of the stealing of our land. And we want only one thing, and that is either you are going to restructure or we bust. And we need to have this country restructured. And we know that if the Fulani are going to bring another northerner, then of course there won't be any more in terms of any chance of Nigeria ever being the same as a unified country. So we are sounding it now. But again, we know we can't do it alone. And we have sat with the other, in fact, we had 2 emergency meetings in Abuja, all within 2 weeks because of what is going on. And the best of the Igbo, the best of the South-South, the best of the Southeast, the best of the Southwest, the best of the Middle Belt, we've sat down and we said, look, this is our testament. This is what we have drawn. We have a whole book of over 400 pages on what to do with restructuring. And let me tell you the truth. If that book is followed, or the 2014 confab is followed, of course, it's almost like we have our own nation. In fact, recently I was involved in drawing the constitution of Oyo State. And we've talked to other governors. Even with what is happening, we want to have a constitution for the whole of the Southwest. What we want to do is force feed our way through. If anyone from the North is still saying that they want to rule this country, then we'll make the country ungovernable. But we, the Yoruba alone, cannot do it. If anybody is telling you can do it, from all that has happened in the past 1 year, it should be clear to anyone that this is not about anybody promising anyone that is going to bring the Yoruba out. How is he going to do it? Is it by fighting? Or is it by going to court? What parameters, what instrumentalities is he going to put in place? The only thing we want to do is to make sure that when we are 2 or 3 or 4 in a place where there are only 6 zones and 4 are together, then of course we have a better chance of ending the oppression in Nigeria. And let us face it, is it Oshibado that is going to do restructuring for us? He actually said to Afenifere, and don't forget that his father was a member of the Afenifere. Don't forget that his mother spent 3 months with Mama Awolowo when Papa Awolowo died. He said, also Afenifere, asking for restructuring. Are we going to expect an Oshibado to do restructuring for us? Or are we going to expect a Tinubu who is a stooge of the Northerners? Our people were killed in Ibarapa. He didn't go there. 3 markets were burnt in Ibadan. He didn't donate 1 kobo. 2 markets were burnt in Lagos. He didn't donate anything. They were kidnapping our obas. He didn't say anything. Is that the man that we will hope that when he gets there, he's going to do restructuring? The truth is, when we backed Atiku, I was one of the 6 people at Panelist said, go and see what Atiku has brought in terms of restructuring. We criticized some part of it. We added some part of it. We have a document that we all signed with him that this is what we want when you get there. And well, it's not there. So we wouldn't know whether he will have done it. But Tinubu has refused to even sit with us. I was there the day he came, and on the pretext that he was coming to come and commiserate with us when Yinka Odumaki died. But he started campaigning. He actually demanded Papa Adebanjo should please let them go and see in camera. When he came out, of course, when he doesn't know who Papa is, Papa told us everything he said. He started talking about supporting his presidency. And Papa Adebanjo said, you have not done anything for the Yoruba. Which Yoruba do you want to convince now? You want to convince us based on what? Or what you have not done? Are you ready to do restructuring? All these things, many times, we wanted to have a pan-Yoruba conference in Ibadan at Makoho. We invited him. It was Balogun Akioshitokun that we said should go to his house. And we had a reason for making sure it was Balogun Akioshitokun, because there's never anyone who is more blunt, who can stand up to him and tell him the truth.
Thank you.
He told us if it's anything about Yoruba, he's not interested. Is that the kind of person you want us to support?
Thank you.
Let us face it. Let us face it. Even when Obasanjo was there as president, he's a Yoruba man, all right. What did he do for us? We know about Jonathan and how it happened with Jonathan, and we say the Yoruba didn't get the very best. But don't you forget that there was Mulika that the PDP put together and said, this is the person we want as number 4. And that is the person who was meant to be the Speaker of the House of Representatives. Who scuttled it and gave it to Tambua? Was it not the same Tinubu?
Okay.
So
thank you, sir.
So if you want to blame Jonathan, blame him, all right. But why are you not talking about the man who scuttled even what Jonathan had prepared, that Mulika should be number 4, should be the Speaker? Why are we not talking about Tinubu who scuttled that?
Okay. Okay. So, I'm still going to come back.
So the truth of the matter is, we have a war situation, unless we are going to start to fool ourselves. There is a war going on in Nigeria presently, and we know everything about this war. We know, we have documents to tell us, to make it clear to us, and as the day is as clear, that people are sponsoring this war. They have brought in Fulani from everywhere. The Fulani themselves have said that it is not money they want. They had an agreement when they were bringing them in 2015. And they are here. And your president has said that anybody can come to Nigeria and that they don't need a visa. They are here. They are here. So what are we going to do?
Sir. I'm going to come back to you. And I know people will have questions too about everything that you have talked about. I'm going to call my dear brother, Dr. B. Oyefule. I want him to make a comment. When you heard that Osinbajo and Tinubu are going to be locking horns, what went on in your mind? What are you thinking about? How do you receive it?
Yes, thank you, Oluchu, for inviting me, and happy Easter to the Christians, and happy Aijeun to the Muslims. Yes, it was very, very interesting to me because these two individuals, I kind of have a slight knowledge of them. So for today, what I decided to do was to present a vis-a-vis comparison between the two of them, because what's going on, to be very honest with you, and I think Mogaji did use the word, this is the case of the absurd. There's no doubt about that. I was very, very surprised. I did not actually expect him to run. Not that he doesn't have the right to run. Of course, he has a constitutional right to run. Of course, he's the vice president, and the right of forced refusal belongs to the vice president in most cases. But with all the going on in Nigeria, I'm telling you, I was a little bit surprised that we're even talking about election. Olutu, I am very, very surprised that we're even talking about election with all the damages done to our people, all the killing going on, all the kidnapping, Buhari's inability to actually do anything. Well, or is intentionally not doing anything. It really takes me by surprise. And when the time permits, I will give this comparison, which I just came up this morning. I mean, it's in public, it's a public knowledge, but I just want to put them together so that everybody can see what's the absurdity that's going on in Nigeria. But actually, Olotu, if you want me to delve into my own 15-20-minute speech, I'll be happy to do that.
20 minutes?
Well, do you want me to make it 10 minutes?
Okay, maybe what I will do is I will come back to you, because what we are looking for today is the fact that Tinubu and Osinbajo are going to lock arms. What is the meaning of that? What does that have for us as Yoruba people? Where is that coming from? So, but I'm going to come back to you. Give me the opportunity to invite Alagba David Adeneka to answer that question. Then I'm going to see if we can streamline your speech to 5 minutes, and we'll come back to you. Alagba Adeneka, where are you?
Yeah, I'm here, Olotu. I'm here, producers.
You are a political. You are a political analyst.
Well,
what does that mean?
Well, my brother Mogaji is a very good brother to me. He hit the nail on the head. What an absurdity. It's an absurd. But me as a scientist, I'm not going to look at it I'm not going to be partisan in this issue. I'm just going to be very, very scientific and try to test develop and test the hypothesis. And the hypothesis is this, and read my lips very well. The only interest that the Fulanese, the Northern oligarchy, has in Tinubu and Osinbajo's political ambition is divide and conquer. And I repeat, the only interest that the Northern oligarchy has in Tinubu and the vice president's political ambition is to divide and rule. And to put this in the right perspective and to test this hypothesis, I'm just going to, like, number 1 minute, just look at some historical facts. Who are these Fulanese? Where are they coming from? How did they get where they are today? I want to say this, that Fulanese are obscure people, obscured. Before 12th century, before the 12th century, they are semi-nomadic people. They move from one place to another. They don't have a settlement per se. They don't have a particular country that say, oh, this is our country. They are cattle rearers. And that's what they have been doing until the 16th centuries, when their ways of life is becoming obsolete. And they now say, oh, I think there's a need for settlement. And that is why the issue of jihadists, and they now hide under jihadists, under Islam, that they are fighting for Allah to capture people's land. And that was why they came to Nigeria and dislodged the indigenous Hausas and captured their land and extended to part of Oyo Empire. Oyo Empire, where we have Oyo Empire now, no, they were pushed from Niger. All those areas, Niger, Nupe, all those areas, they are part and parcel of old Oyo Empire. It was the jihadists, the Fulani, that pushed them and pushed Oyo Empire to where they are right now. So, and they were able to, capture the Hausa land. They install fiefdom. They call it fiefdom, but now it's called the Emirates. They install their own Hamas. They capture the political power under the pretense of, oh, we are fighting for Allah. See, so they subjugate. I'm sorry, who is calling me? I'm so sorry, I'm here. Hello? Hello?
Yes,
hello?
Go ahead.
Yeah. So they dominate and subjugate and the Hausa Fulani, and they are trying to extend their settlement to the western region, to the southern Nigeria. And in 1848, after they capture part of capture Ilorin was completely Yoruba land. They capture Ilorin, then they move towards to capture the rest Yoruba land. Thank God for our election and the election, the horse warrior from Ibadan that were able to mobilize all the other Yoruba ethnic groups, and they were defeated at Oshogbo. And even after they were defeated at Oshogbo, they still have that in mind, that Nigeria belongs to them, that the only country that they have is Nigeria. So they have always have that in mind, that they are going to capture the whole Nigeria. And their forefather, Uthman Afodi, already told them that Nigeria is their country, and that they were going to go all the way to Lagos, Atlantic Ocean, and dip the Quran inside the Atlantic Ocean to declare that Nigeria belongs to Allah. But invariably, they are saying Nigeria belongs to the Fulani. So they've hid under religion to capture many parts of Nigeria, including some part of Yoruba. And that has always been in their mind. That is their goal, that is their vision. And they live by it day by day. So now let's come to the issue of Buhari. If you look at the history of leadership in Nigeria, not until when Buhari came in 1984, after Shagari, now we have Muritala. Muritala came in. Muritala was a Fulani man, but he was outlived after 6 months. That was, I guess, February 13, 1976. It was assassinated. Obasanjo took over. After Obasanjo, it was Shagari. Shagari was a Fulani man. Okay, but because they were losing power, they were losing the grab of Nigerian territory, because they are losing political power. Because you need political power to be able to extend your territory, to be able to capture land and capture people resources. So Shagari was there. Shagari just like about, just one time. Then after Shagari, we have Buhari. Buhari is actually their anchor man. That is their man. That is the man they believe that will capture Nigeria for them. And one of the reasons, if you listen to the details of the coup that overthrew Buhari in 1984, I guess, if you listen to that message very well, you will see in the line that the military were complaining that Buhari was a tribal jingoist. He was using power to sideline other ethnic groups, and he was putting his own tribal people in power. Example of that was when Buhari went for OAU summit, and they were going to elect a deputy secretary of OAU. In that summit, Buhari was the head of state of Nigeria at that time. And the person that was supposed to be that deputy secretary happened to be an Igbo man from Nigeria. Another man from Niger or Mali, a Fulani man, was also contesting for the same post. Buhari supported a Fulani man from Mali, from Niger, when he was the head of state. Those are the reasons why Buhari was toppled. He was removed from office by Babangida and his military men. Okay, after that, we have Babangida. After Babangida, we have Shonekon. So they are losing power. They are losing political power. They are losing power because they don't have that political power. After Shonekon, we have Abdul Salam. Abdul Salam is not a Abdul Salam. We have Abacha. Abacha is not a was not a Fulani man. Abacha was a Kanuri man. After Abacha, we have Abdul Salam. Abdul Salam also from Niger was not a Fulani man. After that one, we have Obasanjo. For like about 2 decades, they've been out of power. They've been out of power and they were losing ground. And they were losing ground. That was the reason why Buhari keep on contesting. They were so desperate to capture that political power so that they will be able to capture Nigeria. But people don't get it. But for some of us who are students of history, we have analyzed all these facts. So prior to the election in 2014, I was one of the few voices that said Buhari should never be given the chance to rule Nigeria. That would be that might mark the end of Nigeria. Because Buhari goal and vision is for the Fulani to capture Nigeria and make Nigeria their own country. And don't forget, all over sub-Saharan Africa, the Fulani as a tribe, they are minorities. Even in Nigeria, they are minority. Nigeria is the only country that they hold sway in terms of political power. Nigeria is the only country. So Buhari contested against Obasanjo, he lost. He contested against Jonathan, he lost. Even Tinubu, about Tinubu, he confessed with his own mouth that Buhari is there in the news. That Buhari is a tribal jingoist. That if you allow Buhari to govern Nigeria, he will divide Nigeria. He will destroy Nigeria. He will bring his own people all over sub-Saharan Africa to come and rule over Nigeria. He said it. He knew it. But because of political ambition, he forget about the fact of history. You cannot change the fact of history. That is the problem we are having now. You cannot change the fact of history. Buhari, 2014, some of us, even Afenifere saw it. They said, no, Buhari, go and bring another person. We don't want Buhari. They insisted.
So let me ask you this question real quick, Gbode. Do you think VP Osinbajo coming to contest against Tinubu, do you think it's a pre-plan of Fulani people?
Well, there's no way Osinbajo will come out without the body language support of Buhari. Even though deep inside him, Buhari gave him that body language support so that they will be able to divide Yoruba. At the end of the day, they will be able to have a way and still control that political power. So, the way I look at it historically, it's not as if Buhari is supporting Osinbajo because he wants Osinbajo to be president of Nigeria. We have to get it right. Things might change, but it's not because he wants Osinbajo to become president. He wants Osinbajo. It's like self-destruction. Destroy yourself. Destroy Tinubu and Tinubu destroy Osinbajo. Divide and conquer. If we divide them, we will conquer them and we will rule over them. That is just it. That is what just what is going on.
Dr. Yefule?
Well, Mr. Deneko is very, very correct. Buhari has no intention of giving back the power to the South. Get Tinubu, who happened to help him get into the presidency, to whom he has no loyalty, get him at loggerhead with young Oshimbajo and let both of them destroy themselves. And APC is absolutely nothing right now. Most of the APC chiefs have moved to PDP. And who is at PDP right now? Atiku. So it's playing a very, very dangerous game. And that game is part of the plan that the Fulanis have for Nigeria. It's part of the plan that they have for Nigeria. And their original plan with this Decree 24 of 1998, which they call the Nigerian Constitution. That decree is part of their plan to eventually Fulanize Nigeria, take over the whole country.
I don't know.
You know, and I do say that anyone who engages in 2023 election is only keeping the Fulani Caliphate, helping them cement their hold on Nigeria, and for 4 more additional years. You see, this constitution of ours, this constitution of Nigeria, is a fraudulent document. It was created for the sole purpose, like I said, to Fulanize the country. It is evil. It is immoral. It is amoral. The creation, the so-called constitution is a creation of a sick and deranged mind. I'm not a religious man, but if I was, I would tell you it's the work of Shaitani or Satan, who was acting through Abdul Salam and the rest of them. The Fulani plan, let me warn everybody, the Fulani plan is in place. See, the initial plan is to invade and conquer the geographical location called Nigeria. And I have an evidence, a personal evidence, which occurred to me just last week, and I'm going to mention it in a little while. You know, they propagate this filth, pure filth, that they are born to rule. Born to rule who? Born to rule idiots like themselves, you know? And they're announcing that there's a God, not the capital G, not Allah. I'm not talking about Allah. I'm talking about the fetish God. I'm talking about the fetish God that gave them Nigeria as a personal property. This past, what I was going to tell you is last week, this past week, Olotu, I met with 3 Fulani guys, and these guys are from Guinea. I engaged them, I met them at the hardware store. I engaged them in a conversation because I heard them speak a funny language. I didn't know what it was, and I asked them what their language was. Oh, they said they're Fulani. I said, oh, Fulani, which Fulani from where? They said from Guinea. I said, oh.
Were they speaking Fulfudi too?
Yes, they were speaking Fulfudi. But you know, Fulfudi has about 6-7 different dialects, major dialects. Even each of the 6-7 dialects could still be divided into sub-dialects. The dialect spoken in Nigeria is a little bit different from the one the original people spoke in Guinea. Very much.
Do they understand each other?
Yes, they're mutually intelligible. Wambe, Wanibi, that kind of thing. You know, Ijebu will say Wambe, Wanibe, Yoruba, other Yoruba will say Wanibi. That kind of minor differences, but they are mutually intelligible. And these guys were telling me that not only are they from Guinea, they told me, then I said, thank God you're not from Nigeria. That's what I told them. And they said, my friend, Fulani are one all over the world. We are all one. And then they said, this is my experience, this way it got very scary. They said, and this was this past week gone, they said the country formerly called Nigeria is now Fulani land. No, that's not all. And they told me that later in 2022, later this year, they were planning to relocate where? Home to Nigeria. So my people, we have to understand, these guys have full plan to steal our land. You see, this election, reason I'm not so very, why I find it such an absurdity is that they're using this election as a decoy. Make the people preoccupied with election processes, but they themselves print PVCs. Fulanis have taken over PDP and they've taken over APC. Rig the election, install their candidates who will be a Fulani or a Fulani stooge. You see, it's very sad for us, and it's very sad for us, and I'm telling you, there'll be a lot of damages done to us if we're not very careful.
Olotu, can I comment, please?
Is that Magaji?
Yes, please.
Yes, Magaji, I was going to call you. I wanted you to say something about what everybody is saying, that the issue
there is something that people have not failed to understand. And this is the truth. Because if there is something about what is going on at the very top and what we know in Afenifere, then of course, I can tell you for a fact that Tinubu, they will never pick as president. And I'll tell you two reasons, fundamental reasons. One, Tinubu is a Muslim. And they know for a fact that there can never be a Muslim ticket that will fly in Nigeria presently. It could have been when Abiola ran in 1993 because of the situation. Now, notice two situations are the same. 1993 is different from 2023. Let's face it. With all that is going on in Nigeria today, there can never be a Muslim ticket. And if Tinubu as a Muslim is to run, it will mean that they will have to look for a Christian vice president from the north, and they will never do that. Not only that, I can assure you that one of the closest aides to the president told us in secret, if I say us, you should know who I'm talking about, that if they ever try to even match a Muslim with Tinubu, that is the end of the APC in the north, that he, with the rest, they will simply move to the PDP and bring out a northern presidential candidate from the PDP. So let us face it, they will not agree to Tinubu as a Muslim to be president. Based on that, they will not. Then the president wrote, and what I'm saying to you is the truth, and it didn't matter whether anybody is going to believe it. The president wrote, among other things, to Tinubu to allow Gbode to continue to be president. To be governor of Lagos State. Tinubu said no. And the president told someone who is close to us, very, very close to us, and is very, very close to the president. I will leave people to make their guesses. That for someone who was not in power, he, as the president in power, that he wrote to and begged that let Gbode be, and he refused. That when he's out of office, will such a person be trusted with power? So I can assure you, they will not allow Tinubu to be president. In fact, if they are not going to allow Tinubu to be president, They are not going to manufacture a president from heaven. Then it's either going to be the vice president because he has the right of first refusal, or somebody else. It might even be an Igbo man. So what is going on is very simple. The reality is Tinubu cannot be president. In fact, what Tinubu told Papa Adebanjo, when Papa Adebanjo told him that so, and so, who is so close to the president, told him that you will not be picked. Tinubu said, yes, he knows. But that I want your man not be owoni. And Baba said, your man not sure. They will do exactly what they did to Abiola to him. Abiola was very rich. But before Abiola died, I can tell you today that Abiola became broke. And I can, you see, many things we can't say on the air. Abiola became broke. They made him to be broke. With all the money, Abiola once said he had money that would scare poverty. But, well, the people will assure him, just like they are assuring Tinubu today, from the north. But Shehu Sani has said something. He said Tinubu should tell those who are telling him from the north that you are going to be president, that they should take his poster and go and paste it on the walls of their homes and see whether they'll be able to do it in the north. So, and look at him. The man is busy going to the north to appease them. We'll give them 400 million, we'll give them 50 million, we'll give them 500 million, we'll give them 200 million. Why is he not going to the east to campaign? Why is he not going to the south to campaign? Because he knows that the greatest problem he has is the north. And they are the ones that are telling him, and that is subterfuge. Some of them are telling him, don't worry, we will go to primaries, which is only money. And just like they told Saraki in 1979, just like they told Abiola in 1983, and Abiola came back in 1993, even though he won, they still will not let him. So the truth of the matter is, the establishment, the northern establishment, will not allow Tinubu to be president. End of story. If that is established, then what do you want Oshibajo to do? What do you want Oshibajo to do?
What is he doing now? Why? I mean, if he
the point is, if he knows that this thing will never go to Tinubu, then he can throw himself up.
Okay, but are you saying that they will let Oshibajo do it?
He has a better chance. I can assure you of that. He has a better chance. Tinubu has zero chance with these people. And I know what I'm saying. I am here. I'm on the ground here.
Okay.
I'm a member of the Afenifere ESCO.
Okay, you are okay. You are. Can you unmute yourself, sir? Okay.
So they will not allow him to be president.
So, okay, I'm going to give Dr. B. Yoyefule 5 minutes to say something about what he wanted to say. Then I'm going to call the Amoye to give us one minute, and then we are going to throw everything to question, because I know people are eager to ask questions. This is a very, very important topic, and what we didn't expect are just coming out. We are going to get more of that. Dr. B. Yoyefule, you want to?
Yes, thank you very much, Olotu. You didn't allow me to speak earlier, so Mogaji already spoke, said a few things I was about to say. Mogaji, you are very correct about the religious thing. The Fulani rulers of Nigeria will never allow a Christian northerner to become the vice president. Never. So if Tinubu were to emerge as a candidate, 2023 then will have been a Muslim ticket, which most likely will not happen. And of course, that gives Oshibajo one leg up. He can always choose his Christian Muslim ticket, which will be a far better one for the masters, for their masters. than Muslim ticket. And another reason Tinubu may have difficulties, it will be, besides his university degree in Chicago, nobody knows about his early education. That's shrouded in mystery. And of course, I recently heard a recent rumor that indicated that his father is actually a Bogu man, hence the chieftaincy Jagaban of Borgu. His mother is from Oshun, his father from Bogu. That's what the rumor mill said. And as opposed to Oshimbajo, whom everybody knows where he came from in Ikene. And another factor which may make Tinubu a little bit difficult is this cabal factor. Tinubu is going to be very difficult to deal with. He may not be easily, he's very vengeful and may not be easily manipulated by the cabal. And of course, we have to understand that when Tinubu sacked, did not give his boy Ambode a second term, and I understand this fellow Atiku Bugudu, who is now the president of the Governors Forum, actually came to him in Lagos, in Abuja, begged him, prostrated to him, and he refused. So somebody's coming after him this time when it comes to this secret balloting. And of course, we all know that Tinubu's wife, Remi, is a senator. We know his daughter is the Yaoloja of Lagos. We know his son controls most of the key revenue generating sectors of Lagos. And that may not be, this nepotism may not be too much to his advantage. And of course, the character issue is there. Character issue, character in terms of truthfulness, ability to call a spade, and doing the right thing. For instance, Tinubu, who is 70 years old, has a 61-year-old daughter. Now you go figure. So all those things may make him may make it very difficult for him, if not impossible for him to go in. But all in all, either Tinubu, either Oshimbajo, if it's Wike from Igbo land or any of those characters, they've got to realize that Nigeria is exploding.
Gradually.
Yes, it's exploding.
Time bomb.
We may not have a place to go back to unless, of course, our Odua Republic comes into existence. But Nigeria as it is right now, most of us cannot go back. Thank you, Olutu.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to call our Baba Amuye. Once again, I'm grateful to the member of the panel who have been giving us reliable information, what we can make sense with. Once again, what we are talking about is Tinubu or Shibaju locking horns. Is it a manipulation of the Fulani people? Baba Adeniran Adeboye, you have the microphone, sir.
Oh, sorry, I'm supposed to speak English. I want to thank everybody who has made contributions to this discussion. I want you to indulge me to make 4 or 5 sentences. These Ibadan people, I got to straighten them out. It was at Ibadan that I studied geography. And the textbook of geography in those days was called Modern Geography. And the first in Modern Geography was a series of 6 books. The very first one of them was called Foundations of Geography. The last of them was Southern Continents. So I'm quoting from the Foundations, where it was made explicit what our guests have been saying, that the Fulani were deliberately introduced into Nigeria. They introduced themselves into Nigeria for no other purpose than to take the land and subjugate the people using the decoy of Islam.
Yeah.
I didn't write the book, and I wrote, and the book I'm talking about was not written by Yoruba or Igbo or Hausa. It was written by colonialists. I went to school in the 1950s. So it was a British book on modern geography, and I'm referring whoever can get to it to book 1 of that series, which is Southern Continents. Which is Foundations of Geography. It was discussing, among other things, contour lines, rainfall, weather, migration. Migration is the area that I'm talking about, where the Fulani were called nomadic, and their interest in what is now West Africa or Nigeria was simply to take land and make and conquer. So I want to make that very clear. The second thing I want to make clear is that the Fulani are not interested in anything unless it can be used. So their interest in the NPN as a political party is because they could use it to elect Shagari. Their interest in the PDP is to be able to use it to put them. Well, when the PDP looked like it wasn't going to satisfy their needs anymore, their interest in APC or anything. So they are not committed to any political party. They are committed to Fulani dominance and takeover of the territory that the British call Nigeria. So now, when we make that very clear, then what? If tomorrow morning it is discovered that Tinubu and Osinbajo have knocked each other out, Fulani will be too happy because it will make it easy for them to go and pick Atiku or any other Fulani, no matter what political party. There's no loyalty to a political party, there's only loyalty to having a Fulani in power. Now, finally, ladies and gentlemen, the Yoruba have a proverb. Wọ́n nígbà tá a bá fi ọdún mẹ́ẹ̀ẹ́dọ́gba pèsè wèrè, ìgbà wo la fẹ́ bugi jẹ́? All my life, I've been following politics since 1950. I have noticed this pattern in one shape or form, and many of my fellow Amoye will say the same thing, and people, and almost everybody here would notice that we have been too much of mouthing and too little of strategy. So there will be no way that Yoruba will be allowed to stand firm or to stand on its own or do well in a Nigeria as conquered by the British on behalf and handed over to the Fulani. The conspiracy between Lord Lugard and the Fulani was very clear in 1914. It was even clear what the conspiracy is between Europeans and the Fulani by 1830, at the time Ibadan was being established. So, no, I mean, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Good afternoon.
Eshem Baba, thank you so much, Baba Moye. May your days be long. I'm going to call Dr. Akimbola to say something about this topic or ask questions, whatever you want to do with the panel.
Thank you very much, ma.
thank you again, my dear brother Mogaji Adejomo. I'm honored to be able to reconnect with you again after a while, and I welcome our other guests, Dr. The other people, Dr. B and the other gentleman. Now, when I think about the whole Tinubu Oshibajo thing, I guess it goes to me back to what I did. I talk about this rearranging the deck of a sinking Titanic, and to hear us really kind of talking about that level of detail in a sinking ship just really has me thinking that maybe even Afenifere needs to be able to revisit the quality of leadership which is providing the Yorubas. I remember our dear brother Yinka Odumakin of blessed memory, and a particular Yoruba Gbode episode that occurred where we were talking about restructuring. It was a very significant one, you know. So to find ourselves still talking about restructuring and wondering at what point Afenifere would come to recognize that that train has already left the station. I think that at least those of us in the diaspora are very strongly of that view. And my hope is that we can all just look at how can we circle the wagons, so to speak. That is those at home and those of us here, so that we really begin to recognize the existential threat we face right now. Recognize that these people we are trying to restructure will never restructure because they are not positioned to restructure. They don't have a disposition to do so. And I think that a lot of us really are living in an illusion that maybe somehow restructuring will occur. So I do feel very strongly that we need to get more concrete about the recognition of the crisis we currently face and begin to try to proffer solutions or ideas as to how we can move forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Magaji, before okay, let me call the last of the Amoye, then I'll go back to Magaji. Amoye, Bankole Thomas.
Yes, hello to thank you very much. Sorry, I'm driving, so I may not be able to show my face.
Okay.
I hope you'll accept it.
Yes.
Magaji, thank you so much for all you have said today. You have really done a lot of justice to my thinking. I thank Ojogba Dineka as well and every other person that has contributed. I think the mistake that Afenifere is making is trying to waste another 4 or 8 years. The Fulanis are busy strategizing daily. They are impatient in taking up Nigeria. They are impatient on conquering Nigeria. Listen, you wait another 4 years or 8 years, Nigeria will be gone. There will be no reason to be crying for Yoruba nation anymore. We have the chance now. We have the opportunity now. Let us do it. They have already told us they don't want restructuring. What else are we talking? Why are we talking about restructuring? These people have been saying they don't want it. If you send Oshibajo there, what's he going to do with all those generals? To still be working with the cabal. If the cabals could tame Obasanjo, who is Oshibajo? Obasanjo was there for 8 years. He couldn't raise a finger against the cabals. So you expect to send Oshibajo there to do what? There is nothing we will gain from Oshibajo. Oshibajo will not do anything. He may bring a manufacturing plant or whatever, an infrastructure to maybe Ogun or Ondo State. That is it. The oppression will still continue. What we want is our own nation. What we want is to be where the policy is being determined. All these Fulanis are there determining what's good for us. Aren't we good enough to determine our own future? Why are we scared of the Fulanis? Why is Baba why is he scared of these people? I'm sorry to say, Baba was on this program. I know Baba alluded to the fact that if they don't allow us to do restructuring, that will split. How many times do we want them to tell us that they are not going to restructure Nigeria? How many times? So, I mean, this is my contribution for now. I'm sorry I'm driving, so I can't say too much. Thank you.
Thank you. Magaji, do you want to say something before?
Yes, I have so much to say.
Okay.
So much to say.
We just take
now,
it.
First and foremost, what we are doing is to think ahead, 20 years, 30 years ahead. Only God knows who is going to be around, but we must think for the Yoruba. Now, as a group tried to leave Nigeria before, yes, the Igbo have tried to leave Nigeria before. Then what happened? Were they able to do it? So if they were not able to do it, then we must interrogate why they were not able to do it, and then know how best we can do it. For those who say they want the Yoruba to move out of Nigeria, we've never said to them, please don't. We have never said that. In fact, we have been encouraging them. Those that know what we did, go and ask Igbo, go and ask Jabele, go and ask Dr. Olumide, go and ask many of them. We were the ones who facilitated to make sure that none of them who were agitating were arrested in 5 states. We can only not do it in Lagos State. And you know why? Because of Tinubu. The reason why we are doing what we are doing is because we have sat down. We have Harvard trained from BSc to PhD, Okunomu. We have Baba Falae. We have Professor Akinyemi. We have 2 Professor Akinyemis. We have Akinyemi Onigbide, Dr. San. We have Shola Ebisheni. We have all these people. And we have sat down. We realize that the only way we can do it with guns. Okay, how do we want to liberate? Okay, even the Yoruba in Kogi, how do we liberate them? Yoruba in Kwara, how do we liberate them? What is this liberation thing that people are talking about as if it is so easy to do? It is not. Where do we have the arms to fight? Who are we going to even start fighting? Are we even done with the little people who come to us to kidnap us in our farm? Are we done with those who attack us at Ibarapa? Are we even done taking care of our security? If you know what it took us to be able to establish ordinary Amotekun, if you know what it took us to convince the governors that go for VAT, it is our right to collect our VAT. If you know what it took us to get the southern governors to be meeting, that's what Afenifere did. If you know what it took us to establish the SMBLF in 2017, for the first time ever, 4 zones are meeting and talking with one voice. It has never happened in the history of this country. And we know that we can't do it alone. Whoever is saying we can do it alone, then let them try. The Muwalowo. Why must it be about Afenifere who does not want Yoruba to go? I mean, that is not true. That is far from reality. So what is it that they want to happen? Are we in government? Do we have senators? Do we have a House of Reps? Do we have members of House of Assembly? Those are the people who will decide for you. If those ones are not going to decide for you, then what is Afenifere going to do? Well, at least we have the brand, we have the leverage, we have the name, we have the integrity. We call them, we talk to them. No other group is doing that. They brought this indigenization decree. We are the one that scuttled it, that anybody who stays in a land for 5 years is automatically an indigene. That is part of Fulanization. We scuttled it. I wrote something about it that we took to all the houses of assembly and we took to all the senators. If people really know what we are doing, then they won't even begin to think that it is about us that won't want Yoruba to move. If you have a solution.
Let me take more questions.
Sorry, please.
So we can put it together.
If people have solution, then let them bring the solution. But the solution we know is that the 4 zones that have grouped together, once it gets to that point, that the 4 zones have that power to declare that it's either we do this or we leave Nigeria, then you will know the job we have been doing. And by His grace, we will get to that level. And people will realize that that is the only way out. There are 6 zones. And 4 have been meeting out of the 6 since 2017. The amount of money we spent on those meetings, because we backed it, the amount of money we spent bringing delegates, and this same Afenifere, we've never gone to anybody to say, come and give us 1 kobo. We task ourselves. The smallest amount that we pay into the coffers members is 200,000 in a month. And then we bring all delegates from the south, from the southeast, from the middle belt. You come to Abuja, and then we'll come up with a communique.
Yes,
so
yes, sir. Let me take more questions because we have almost 10 people, so that we can just put everything together. Maybe they will have question for you. Maybe they will have question for the other members of the panel. I'm going to do it differently now. I'm going to call a lady. Alaja Mujidat Agbade. Alaja Mujidat.
Hello,
you have the microphone. Yes, I can't see your face, but you have the microphone.
Yes, I'm not camera ready. Please pardon me, ma.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm just going to present my observation, and I'm not sure if Yoruba people are aware of this. When I went to Lagos, if you look at every intersection, you will see all these faces that are not Yoruba faces. They look like they're either from Niger or from somewhere else. They have strategized these people to sit on our corners in our city. And I'm hoping that there is no plan for somebody to blow the whistle for them to start killing Yorubas. And Yorubas, we are busy planning weddings, we are busy planning parties, we are busy with all these things that we do not know that we are sleeping dangerously. I hope people can go around, or when you go to Nigeria, especially Lagos, look around and please, if this is true, Yorubas, I hope our situation will not be like those of the this place in what's that country that they just decided to kill more than 1 million people. Rwanda, yes.
Rwanda.
Yes.
So,
I'm hoping.
You are saying that our security is lacking.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Oh, very yes. And like I said, when people go around, please just observe. You will be amazed as to how Yorubas, it seems to me like we are just sleeping and we are waiting for them to take us out. If we need to do something, we need to start now. And I'm going to encourage, which is what I've been telling my friends, please stock up in your homes, water, aspirin or Panadol, Gary, something that will sustain you, that you won't have to go out when these people start to when they decided they want to take Yorubas out. So that's my observation, and I'm very scared of this. And if anybody wants to please talk to this, I'm all ears. I'll be happy to listen.
Okay, I'm going to go to Alagbadenekan first, then I will go to Baba Magaji. Alagbadenekan, do you think Yoruba are threat to whatever they are doing? That this cabal, do they see us as a threat?
Yeah, well, the cabal, the Yoruba is in the middle. The problem that we have now is that, just like Elijah just said now, once they take Yoruba out, they have taken Nigeria. The cabal, the Fulani, they are so strategic. They've already taken the Igbos out. I mean, when you look at what is going on, they've already decimated their power. That was why they make sure that the major state in Igbo land is Imo State. And they make sure that they have their own guy in power. Imo State is bigger than all the other states. And that is the major state in Imo State. Imo State is like in the middle. They are so strategic. So they've taken over Imo State. And if you look at what is going on, they've crippled Kanu, Ipo. So the real headache that they have now is Yorubas. And they are looking for all ways to capture, to decimate, our power, and also to capture our land. And the best way to do it is to infiltrate our lands. And that is why you will see them trying to marry a Yoruba man, Fulani marry Yoruba. They are looking for ways to, assimilation, cultural assimilation. Maybe they have two different ways they want to take over Nigeria. Because they knew that Yorubas and the North, there's some kind of involvement with each other. They've engaged in terms of economic activities, marriage, and religion. So they are now looking for ways to, how do we capture these people? So the best way to capture us is to infiltrate, is to make sure that they are everywhere. They are everywhere in Yoruba land. So once just the whistles blow, by the time they kill some people, the other will just surrender. And once we surrender, they will just remove the Oba of Eko. They will remove the Oba of Onisolo.
God forbid. Okay.
Let me just, I want to just say something before
okay, all right.
Let me just round it up. So, but the real problem that we have in Yoruba land is leadership. Our leaders, they are not seeing what we are seeing. What they are seeing is power, money, fame. They are not seeing security that we are seeing. They are not seeing that our land has been taken over. They are not seeing the fact that even when you have power and you don't have followers, they will take the power from you. So they are not seeing that. So that is the problem we have now. Where are our leaders? What are they doing? The leadership is our problem now in Nigeria, in Yoruba land.
Let me go to, I'll just ask a simple, just one question from Magaji Adejumo. Magaji, do you recognize this problem? Do Afenifere believe that we are in danger? Or do they think, well, it's okay, we are not in danger? What do you think at Afenifere?
The answer to that is, we thought of that in 2017. That was when we had the Ibadan Declaration. We knew. That was 2 years into
what about now?
A lot of,
do you think the problem is over?
Well,
can you freeze in your padà?
Mr. Yusuf, ẹ bá wa bèrè lọ́wọ́ wọn wípé 200,000 contribute yẹn. Ṣé wọ́n lè fi organize àwọn èèyàn káàkiri tó máa jà fúnlẹ̀ Yorùbá?
Ó dáa, ẹ jẹ́ ká sọ̀rọ̀. Àkáti ẹ̀gbọ́n kí ni wọ́n ń ṣe fún ètò ààbò wa? Wọ́n ti freeze you for a minute.
Ọlọ́run ló freeze wọn, ẹ jẹ́ apẹ́ pẹ̀lú mi.
Well, I can comment too, because I'm also a chieftain of Afenifere. I'm the secretary of Afenifere in North America. So
okay, so can you answer that question? Do you guys realize, do you recognize there's danger for us?
Of course, at the level of at the national hierarchy, they knew that we have real security. But the problem we have again is leadership. And we have governors all over the Southwest. And these governors, they have what we call security votes. What are they doing with the security votes? They are getting security votes. They are getting security votes. This money, they're supposed to use this money for the security interests of Yoruba land. I mean, mobilize our people, strategically position them, and make sure that they are able to ward off any kind of war threat against our people. But they are not doing it. If you remember, when it was through Afenifere and Dawn that Amotekun was established. When they established, the purpose of Amotekun is just like another military outfit in a way for Yoruba land, and for them to work together as in unity, in synergy, to be able to form like a military formation that will defend our land. But Tinubu scuttled that plan because Tinubu was never in support of Amotekun. They have to, after too much pressure and lobby, that tacitly, agree for Lagos State to have some kind of Amotekun. Tinubu is not relying on Amotekun. Tinubu has his own military formation through MC Oluomo that it is ready to use. That was why he told Baba Adebanjo that he is also building up his own military formation. That was why when the NURT, when they suspend MC Oluomo, he immediately disbanded the National Road Union Association in Lagos State and replaced with it park management, and now made MC Oluomo the chairman of park management. So he has his own military formation, but for his own agenda. But the problem that we have with that is that because Tinubu agenda is not for the people, once Tinubu lost control of those MC Oluomo and his own gang, what will happen is that the whole Lagos State will be, will be like, how would I call it, chaotic, violence everywhere, because those guys, now they have guns, now they have guns, they have some money, they will just be, they will be the warlord, guerrilla warfare in Lagos. Because the only plan Tinubu has, as in terms of having his own military formation, is for his own political ambition. It's not to protect the Yoruba land. And now that the moment Tinubu lost in that arena, and is maybe he goes to Bilon or something happened, all the military formation that Tinubu has built up would be a big problem for Yoruba land. Because it's the formation, the military formation that Tinubu has established is not for our own interest, it's for his own interest. And that was the reason why Amotekun is never effective, is never have any impact in Lagos State. So we have problems. And again, it's leadership.
Okay,
the kind of people.
Yeah, thank you, Alagbade. I'm doing this because we have many people. People are just, but I want people to ask questions about the topic of today. Tinubu and Oshibajo, is that dangerous? And also, I see that Mrs. Modupe Adebayo.
Yes, ma. Sorry, ma. I want to apologize for a minute with my. I'm not able to turn on my video because where I am, it's not appropriate for me to do so. So
okay, all right.
Okay, fine. Yeah, because I know a lot of people on this forum, so I'm not a stranger here, really. So thank you so much, ma. So my question, ma, is to Babawa Mogaji. So now that we know what is going on, okay, we know about.
Mogaji is not here for this moment, but
okay, but it's a general discourse as well, ma. Because I mean, it's very troubling. Because we're now saying we really cannot protect our land because there's this person who has declared himself a god, right? So now we have two enemies. We have the Fulanis that are trying to take over our land, and then we have Tinubu who wants, I mean, for some reason, who is saying we cannot even protect us. So Afenifere being the leadership group or the leadership team, is there something that we can do or something that they can tell us to do in order to get out? Because the way it is right now, it's like we don't even have, I mean, it's like whichever way we turn, it's hell. I mean, I don't want to use the word, but it's like whichever way we turn. I mean, we have Tinubu there, trying to, I mean, like whatever he's trying to do, we don't even know. And then the Fulanis are also there. And then we're just in between. So if Baba, I mean, if anybody here, if anybody here can please shed some light on what exactly are we supposed to do? Thank you, ma.
Okay, thank you.
I'm back. Sorry, it's raining here, and that affected the internet.
Okay.
So I was able to link up with another. So now I'm back.
All the question is about security now.
Yes, sir. That's exactly what I was saying. That Baba said, give me a war council. That was about a year and a half ago. And immediately, we swung into action. That was when we got Igboho to come to Lagos, sat down with Are, and then we formed a group. Again, formed the group called the Southwest Stakeholder Security Group. And as of today, the population of that group is over 185,000. drawn from OPC, drawn from Agbekoya, drawn from Hunters Association. There is Hunter 1, Hunter 2, Agbekoya 1, Agbekoya 2. We have some other groups. And to date, we've bought no less than 90 motorcycles for them. And we've distributed them all over. 3 months ago, I don't know whether you heard it, we even went to Kogi State to go and launch it. And we even told Governor Yaya Bello to go and enact
Sister Shola, a
law, just like we did Kogi without letting him know what we are doing. And the station report from there.
Okay. Wọ́n ní òjò ń rọ̀ ń bẹ̀ yẹn, mo rò pé òjò ló ń ba.
Àwọn nìkan kọ́ ló wà Nàìjíríà, location 1 ní location 9 níbẹ̀ yẹn.
Anyway, just to give a key one, I think what my brother, what he was saying before the shutdown, I mean, he's just letting us know that Afenifere is not just folding hands. We are working on the ground to make sure that they put in place a strong security outfit.
Okay, side talking.
Yeah, like I mean, they are doing everything they could do to make sure that we put some kind of security in place.
Okay,
I want to say this. I want to say this.
One second, please. Dr. Oyefule, what do you think about all this security issue? What do you think we should be doing? What do you expect from our people? Because we don't know where we are on this security issue.
Yeah, thank you, Olotu. We all know that self-defense is a human right. Year before, I think it was, sometime in the past. Get your damned gun back. Don't go shooting people, innocent people, but protect yourself. Don't become the aggressor, but protect yourself. Tí Afenifere ò bá tí sọ yẹn fún the vast to the Yorubas, I think they're shirking their responsibility. Tí any group tó pèrè pé àwọn help Yoruba land, tó bá sọ yẹn fún Yoruba, then they have been very irresponsible. Don't go aggressively killing people. It's against the law. It's against ethics. But protect yourself, for heaven's sake. One gay or boy come by or what méjèèjì. Kí làwọn èèyàn ṣe?
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni tó ń
go after those bastards and eliminate them.
The farmer, right?
Yes. Kí ni Afenifere ṣe? Kí ni gbogbo ìlànà ṣe? What are all those idiots? Sorry. What are they doing? One girl, one Yoruba, and you and your air-conditioned cars having fun and subway and that 200,000.
Well, let me just comment at that point. Adebanjo has said it many times that we have the right to self-defense many times. I mean, like you said, self-determination is your right. Baba have said it that yes, every one of us should have, whatever weapon that you can lay your hands on to defend your family and defend yourself. He has said it many times. So the issue of Baba not saying it, that has been said many times. That is not even news. That we Yorubas, we have the right to defend ourselves. But on the issue of what are we doing in terms of, bringing Yorubas together to defend our land, they are doing a lot underground. I am saying it because I'm privy to some information. But the problem that we have, like I said, is leadership. Because all these governors, they are not in control of this governor like before 2003. when all these governors were installed by Afenifere, I mean, they were tacitly installed by Afenifere. But after 2003, when Tinubu took over the leadership of the party by forming his own party, that was when they lost control of all the. Since that time, Afenifere has lost control of the governor in Southwest, and these governors, they have resources. Like I said, they have security votes. But aside that, Afenifere, they are doing their own best to mobilize resources and mobilize, those who are concerned to make sure that we defend Yoruba land. And again, Baba have said it many times that we have the right to defend ourselves. I rest my case.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, Bill. I don't know when this rain is going to stop, and I don't know if I'm going to be disrupted. The last thing I want to say is this. We know what it took us to get to Ogun State to set up Amotekun, because we were having only 2 left after everything had been done with Oshun, with Ondo, with Ekiti and Oyo. But then when Papa Adebanjo called the governor Dapo Abiodun and explained to him, he said, Baba, I'm going to do it right away. The same thing was done with Sanwo-Olu. In fact, it was Are who went to the State House of Assembly to go and defend the bill and give them, in the Lagos State of Assembly, the tips so that they can help in putting together that bill for passage. I did that on behalf of Afenifere and the OPC on the floor of the House in Oyo State. Up till now, Sanwo-Olu has not put the security architecture that the whole southern states, all the efforts that we put together to have a state-run security architecture. In fact, they said those people should not be carrying guns, but today they are carrying guns. We are doing that we defiled Malami. So there's a whole lot we are doing. And if you check the news, you will see that Amotekun has made strides, serious strides. There were about 3 or 4 bus loads that were coming from Kogi, and that is the reason why we went to Kogi. And once they told Are, because he has his OPC there, in fact, the chairman of the Kogi Council of Local Government Chairman is the OPC coordinator for Kogi State. They call him Jagaban too. So they alerted Are that 3 bus loads were coming from Niger State. They've already entered Kogi and they were facing Ondo. Immediately, Are called the OPC in both Ondo and Ekiti to be on alert. They caught them. So why has Lagos not set up Amotekun? They caught them over 500 with their guns and ammunition. They caught them. So we have a systemic problem in Yoruba land where when the whole of the other states are going this way, Lagos is going the other way. The Lagos-Ibadan Express was so full of insecurity, but we've been able to solve that. Something that they couldn't even do in other parts of the country, we've been able to do. In fact, the Southwest is the least troubled when we talk of insecurity because we have taken steps. If we have not taken the steps that we have taken, the Southwest will have become yet another bloodbath, yet another war zone. So
let me take more questions, sir.
Yes.
So we can have Arakunrin Sheyi Fadaka. Let's go straight to question because it's 7 o'clock. Time is gone.
Láti France ni mo ti ń sọ̀rọ̀.
Láti bo lẹ ti ń sọ̀rọ̀.
Láti France ni mo ti ń sọ̀rọ̀.
Okay, ẹ ṣe ẹ fi nọ́mbà yín ránṣẹ́ sí Yorùbá Gbode ẹ ṣe.
Okay ma, ẹ ṣeun gan ma. Ẹ má bínú ẹjọ́. Nǹkan tí mo fẹ́ sọ ni pé instead ká máa wojú àwọn gọ́vnọ̀ mi nípa àwọn gọ́vnọ̀ wọn wà important o. Instead ká máa rìn lálórí àwọn gọ́vnọ̀ èmi á rò pé àbá tún bí àwọn bíi OPC àtàwọn ẹgbẹ́ security nílẹ̀ Yorùbá káwọn náà tún máa ṣe iṣẹ́ tiwọn apart from àwọn Àmọ̀tẹ́kùn nítorí ẹ wo ọjọ́ tí tó ṣẹlẹ̀ lẹ́nu ọjọ́ mẹ́ta yìí tí àwọn Àmọ̀tẹ́kùn tó wọ́n mú àwọn màálù àwọn Fúlàní wọ́n ṣe títà àwọn Àmọ̀tẹ́kùn yẹn táwọn àwọn àmì Fúlàní yẹn ń nà wọ́n irú mọ̀ pé gbogbo Yorùbá tó rí ó kà wá lára pé Àmọ̀tẹ́kùn lọ wá ń lù báyìí so mo wá pè mí akọ́tún rò pé tó jẹ́ security wa kó tún lè ṣe dáadáa sí i mo rò pé bóyá àwọn bíi àwọn OPC àtàwọn ẹgbẹ́ tó jẹ́ pé fún ìdáàbòbò làwọn náà tún wà káwọn náà tún.
Mr. Fadaka, maybe you didn't hear me, sir. I said we did that because Babade Banjo gave us that charge and we achieved it. That was about a year and a half ago. And we put up the group called Southwest Stakeholder Security Group. You can Google it.
Okay.
SSSG, Southwest Stakeholder Security Group. We have, like I said, about 185,000 security personnel as we speak, distributed in the 8 states, not just 6 states. Because we did the last launching of the Kogi SSSG about 3 months ago. That's the last one we have done. So in 1.5 years, we've been able to put together a totally different security group apart from Àmọ̀tẹ́kùn. And they are doing exactly what we have asked them to do. But again, so that we won't run foul of government, in any state where we will find them, in fact, they are the ones really securing Ibarakpa as we speak. Ibarakpa alone, we have about 10,000 of them there. So what we do is to tell every governor and tell every commissioner for police and tell the civil defense and tell even the military that this is a group set up by the Yoruba leadership and that they've been given the task of securing the land and they are to liaise with you. Our job, if they find anyone, is to arrest them and hand them over to the security operatives. And because of that line of action, we've been succeeding. Like I said, and if anybody is close to the Obaro of Kaba, you can call him, or the Oba of Ilu Kotonkweni, I think it's Ayekwe. Ayekwe ni Kaba, no. They kidnapped the lady. Ayere, that's it. Ayere, please. The Oba there, about a month ago, we took call. They said they kidnapped a lady, but the SSSG operatives were able to secure a release. So we have been able to do what the Yoruba are infused with.
Thank you.
We know what to do when we are faced with existential threat. But again, in matters of
Baba Benjamin Esan, Mori Yowo, what's your question, sir? The other members will answer your question.
Okay, thank you very much. With Tinubu and Osinbajo at loggerheads, it means that the APC is not functioning well in Yoruba land. So as somebody said, this is our time to function. I think the people at home, from what I discussed with them 2 weeks ago, are still very, very, very unsure about this Yoruba nation. So we need more grassroots work. How can we achieve it?
Okay, Baba, you.
I did not get the question, Alagba.
Question really.
Yes, sir.
Our conference governor Lekiti. So one pay around one job for YouTube. One discourse. I just came in. One very low one of the candidates in the constitution. I could not call a official election. All over modern constitution. One very low Yoruba nation. Kini Sandi. Only I want him. Only ki national. Àwọn tó máa ń ṣe election wọ́n ní tó bá ti kọ́ electoral INEC INEC bá ti lọ́dẹ̀ àwọn tí rí kankan gbọ́. These are supposed to be the educated people. In Ado-Ekiti, they are going to have another talk.
Ẹ ṣé gan sir, Mr. Esan, ẹ ṣé. Nǹkan tí à ń rí over and over again pẹ̀lú àwọn èèyàn wa nìyẹn. People want to go into politics to steal money. But we don't know politics to go and help our people is not part of our ethos anymore. War of blessed memory. People went into politics to help Yoruba land. In saying, constitution, constitution. Well, we know that there's no constitution in Nigeria. Decree number 24 non-law. We all know that as long as they can go in there and make money. So, lawyer exactly. That's right. So, a lawyer, we just have to set ourselves ready and get out of the contraption called Nigeria.
Amòfin Yèyé Tinú Akínsọlá.
Your question, ma. Yes, ma. Echo Pade, everybody. It's been few hours, agitation, and some of us are really inwardly imploding and agitating. And but a lot have been said on this forum, and especially what our daddy Adejumo has been talking about. But it just leads me to, I was now racking my brain and thinking to myself, okay, you guys called Afenifere and the rest of the group, you've tried to do so many things, and you're saying that it's not working, or that you're trying and you are working patiently and going by the law and all that. But then here also we have another group. They strategically do their things. Not only are they doing their things of proposing laws, they are also actually going after what they say they will do. They don't even give it out. They don't let the cat out of the bag. They do it, and then in your face kind of thing. And we are still there agitating. And I'm sorry to say, Baba Adeboye won't that thing really caught me, because it's like it was in my brain. Now, we know about the Sharia law states. When they did it, Bobo Yoruba leaders, the leadership, the followership, all of us all over the world, we heard it. We didn't lift a finger. There was no protestation, and there was no even the counter on our own side. So why Tawa Finduro that we now allow them to capture us or to put us in a bind when they are doing whatever they need to do? If they can do what they're doing and they're achieving their success, and we are still stagnant, still staying in the same place, yet people will be saying you don't have strategy and all that, I don't believe that we deserve to have this Yoruba nation if we sit down. No, we should all get up. We should do what we need to do. We should take our own campaign to all these leaders. We are tired of them. All the governors are not doing anything.
Okay, response. Baba Biyi àti Alàgbàdé nẹ́kan, ẹ jẹ́ á ṣe pépèpé ọjọ́ ti lọ, ìṣẹ́jú mẹ́ẹ̀ẹ́dógún péré ló kù tá a máa lè lò.
Yeah, me question of Barrister, it was not a question, it was a statement, and I'm in full agreement with her.
Yeah. Okay, ẹ jẹ́ kí n pe ẹlòmíì, ẹ jẹ́ n pe ẹlòmíì pẹ̀lú question.
Actually, the question tó wà pẹ̀lú ẹ ṣé Dr. B. Oyefule. Yeah, I made statements, but I also made a question sort of embedded in the statement. Why can we not do what we need to do, the needful, and let them also figure it out? That's my question.
Tabafe can give quick answer for that. Again, I'm in full support of you, and our people should be able to do that. We must develop balls and not be scared of some Fulani people. Fear of Fulani don't cause more water and shit, and we need to put a stop to it.
What do you mean?
Right?
Nomination is it?
Okay. Baba Adeboye. Okay. Ẹ fẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ nípa ètò ààbò tí gbogbo wọn ń sọ̀rọ̀ lé lórí.
No, ẹ jẹ́ kí wọ́n máa sọ̀rọ̀.
Ẹ jọ̀ọ́, ẹ jẹ́ kí n add a little bit.
Okay.
Ẹ má jẹ́ kí Patrick Akínbọ́lá sọ̀rọ̀. Ẹ jẹ́ kí Káyọ̀dé Akínbọ́lá.
I want to thank all our invited guests again and just kind of really add this little bit from the heart. The truth of the matter is that the Yoruba elderly elite at home right now is caught up in a lot of internal contradictions. This is my own personal view. And when you look at the whole landscape and you are looking for the kind of leadership that should emerge at a time of crisis like this, it's very difficult for a lot of them to be able to stand up. And I guess I would rather that we don't condemn one another at this point, but really kind of try to look at how some of the root causes that have brought us to the sorry state we are now, we can begin to engage. And a good example of that for me is a lot of us in the diaspora, a lot of those who are on this meeting today, that we all know each other and we're all passionate about this matter, but we hardly have any relationship with one another relative to how we can find solutions. I want to just leave that as a food for thought, because I believe very much that if we do want to start locally, then there's a lot we can do to even get groups such as Ferry to recognize that this is a season that calls for fresh leadership and fresh eyes concerning the Yoruba nation problem. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Omoba Adewale JT.
Thank you very much. Yami. My question goes to Afeni Ferry and particularly to our Baba Mogaji. Is it not the time for Afeni Ferry to realize that another election in Yoruba land, that will be the end of Yoruba? Another election, if you are forced to go for another election, another 4 years, that is over for us, because that is strategically working in partnership with the Fulanis and the Western world. And now in that case, or in that circumstances, is it not the time for Afeni Ferry to support the suit instituted by Iladon in Osun and Ekiti to stop the election coming up? Because Baba,
I'm going to call Alagba David Adenekan to answer that question.
Because Baba asked us,
ọjọ́ ti lọ gan, so a ti wà níbí láti aago mẹ́ta, a gbọ́dọ̀ lo wákàtí márùn-ún. But share other people, a lot of people ni wọ́n ní nǹkan tán fẹ́ ṣe, tó bá dẹ̀ ti ń rẹ àwọn èèyàn jù, a ní máa rí wọn lórí afọ́nrán. So tẹ́ bá béèrè question kan lénìí tí a bá dáhùn lágbára Ọlọ́run tó bá dijọ́ mẹ́jọ, ẹ tún lè láǹfààní láti béèrè question tí a bá ń ṣe pépèpé bí awọ bàbá oníṣọ́nà, torí ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ dá sílẹ̀ yẹn ọ̀rọ̀ tó pọ̀ ni, ọ̀rọ̀ tó tóbi ni, ọ̀rọ̀ òsì ní tóbi ká fi abẹ bu ẹnu náà ni a fi sọ. Bó bá ṣe é ṣe, Alàgbà Adénẹ́kàn, màá fẹ́ kí ẹ sọ̀rọ̀ lórí kíní o, bọ̀ ká tó lọ sórí ẹ̀, èmi ní àkíyèsí kan tí mo fẹ́ sọ. Àwọn tí wọ́n ní àwọn máa dìbò, tí wọ́n ló yẹ ká dìbò, wọ́n ń gbé àpótí. Àwọn tí wọ́n ní kò yẹ ká dìbò àgbóhùn wọn mọ́ o àfi tá a bá dórí fórum báyìí. Kí ni tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀? Ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn èèyàn tí wọ́n ń sọ pé tí ìgbẹ́ bá ń bọ̀ ìdí ò lanu, ṣé ìgbẹ́ ò tí ì dé báyìí? Ṣé kò yẹ kí ìdí ó ti lanu? Kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀ tó jẹ́ pé àwọn tí wọ́n ní àní dìbò àgbúrò wọn mọ́? Ọ̀nà méjì làwọn èèyàn ti wò ó. Wọ́n á ní bóyá ẹnu wọn ti jẹ, wọ́n ní tó bá ti tásìkò ẹ dákẹ́. Ṣé ìyẹn ni àbí wọn ò mọ tó yẹ ká ṣe, wọn ò mọ tó yẹ ká sọ lásìkò yìí? Alàgbà Adénẹ́kàn, ẹ̀yin wà nínú ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn ẹgbẹ́ yìí. Wọ́n ní àwọn míì tí wọ́n sọ pé àní dìbò gbà yẹn wọ́n tún ti lá dìbò ní ìsìn o. Kí ni èrò tiyín lórí ẹ̀? Ẹ bá mi dáhùn ìbéèrè ọmọọba Adéwálé JP.
Ní ṣókí, ní orí ọ̀rọ̀ pé commercial election, Bàbá Adébánjọ wọ́n ti so many times wípé kí àwọn èèyàn kan máa ṣe election, wípé nítorí pé tí wọ́n bá ṣe election ó máa tún máa worse sí ni, that there should be no election in Yoruba land or in Nigeria, that they should boycott the election. So indirectly, Baba Adebanjo is supporting Ilana. They might not be in the same organization, but they are supporting what Ilana is doing, but in with another approach. So Baba Adebanjo is not in support of election without restructuring. Baba Adebanjo is also in support of Yoruba nation, but according to him, one thing will lead to the other. One thing will lead to the other. Baba Adebanjo does not want Yoruba out of the 6th zone to be the one to be like, we are going to fight the Fulani. He wants some kind of unity, particularly some kind of same mind with Middle Belt, with South, so that we can fight this battle together. He doesn't want what happened to the Hebrews during the Civil War to happen to Yoruba. So that's why the man is treading, cautiously. He is in support of what Ilana is doing, that there should be no election in Nigeria, that we should go to the round table and discuss Nigeria and decide if we want to still stay in Nigeria or to your tent or Israel. Baba Adebanjo is in full support of that. That is as per that. On the issue of that you said that the issue of people who are not, the momentum is going down. Unlike when Gbode was around, people were shouting Yoruba nation here and there. But don't forget that this is election time, and there is poverty in the land. It's serious poverty in the land. The politicians, they are now, rolling out the dollars, rolling out the money. They're giving them money, they give them rice. And, Yoruba said one thing. If people are eating, even it's going to be for like maybe a few months, then they will go back to the pains. But right now, because there is no symbol for the struggle on the ground, the symbol for the struggle for Yoruba nation, for self-determination, we all know is Sunday Gbode. Sunday Gbode is not on the ground. So it's right there in neighboring countries. So there's nobody to rally around and to still, create that awareness that Yoruba nation will stand. Though there are still some other self-determination.
Alàgbà Adénẹ́kàn, ẹ jẹ́ kí n wọlé níbẹ̀ yẹn. Èmi ò fi gbogbo ara faramọ́ nǹkan tí ẹ sọ. Yoruba nation is larger than one person. A mọ̀ pé èèyàn takuntakun ni Sunday Igboho. Ó ṣe pàtàkì ká má bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní wò wípé iṣẹ́ ẹnìkan ni. Torí tó bá jẹ́ pé ọ̀rọ̀ ká má dìbò àwọn Yorùbá nation tá a bá fi ṣiṣẹ́ ẹnìkan, àwọn èèyàn ó sọ pé àníkan ṣe. Ó sì ń ba ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn èèyàn tó ń tẹ̀lé wa lẹ́rù.
And I concur with what you just said, that Yoruba nation is bigger than one individual.
Àwọn èèyàn ti ń gbé campaign, wọ́n ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní pínrẹsì ẹ wá láàní dìbò, ta ló ń tanra wọn?
No, I understand what you are saying, that Yoruba nation is bigger than one person. But in any struggle, in any battle, there have to be a natural leader. There have to be someone that will lead. A natural leader has to emerge to lead that struggle, to lead that battle. Right now, as of today, we don't really have that natural leader. That will be the rally point for people to come out that on Yoruba nation we stand. That is what I'm saying. I'm not saying it's not bigger than Sunday Gbode. Look at the IPOP too. Since they arrested Kanu and put him in jail, you will notice that even in the southeast, the struggle for Biafra is going down because the symbol of that struggle, the one that they rally around, they have incapacitated him. So I'm not saying that tomorrow another national leader will not emerge, that Yoruba nation is not there, but the firebrand is not just there right now. Tomorrow somebody might emerge, okay, let's go ahead. And again, like you said, the Oloshelu, they are rolling out money. They are teaching. Tinubu is spending the money now. He's giving them rice. He's giving them all kind of stuff. And poverty of the mind. People start eating. They forget about their pains. But if we can have someone like Sunday Gbode at this present time,
what's okay, Baba?
What's okay?
Okay. Okay, a ti gbọ́ alàgbà Adénẹ́kà, ẹ ṣé, ẹ jẹ́ kí bàbá Adébóyè náà bá wa dá sí. Torí ọ̀rọ̀ tán dá sílẹ̀ yẹn, ọ̀rọ̀ tó ṣe pàtàkì ni, agbòòjọ́ gan ni. Tá a bá pé ààrẹ nìkan, torí náà kò sí campaign kankan tá a fẹ́ ṣe mọ́. Ẹnu àwọn èèyàn ti wọ́ wòwò.
Sister Shola, ẹ jọ̀ọ́, ṣé mo lè sọ nǹkan kan lẹ́nu?
Bàbá Adébóyè wà lórí ẹsẹ̀ wọn, wọ́n fẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀.
Okay.
Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ sà, ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ẹ má bínú. Ìbéèrè ni mo fẹ́ béèrè. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ kí alàgbà Adénẹ́kàn àti Báṣọ̀run àwọn àlejò wa kún address specific questions. Gbàtẹ́lá ní leadership. Describe Akintoye's position in Yoruba struggle. Describe it in your terms, in the terms of the organization that you represent. Describe Sunday Gbode in those terms. Describe, I want to imagine time wọn, kí ló ṣe tá a regard wọn as, kí ló nǹkan tí mi ò mọ̀, I'm not for or against anybody, I'm only asking, what are the characteristics you are looking for in the Yoruba leadership that you didn't find in them?
Well, you know, we can classify leadership in different ways. I'm in total support of what Baba Akintoye is doing right now. I mean, at his own level, particularly at the level of intellectual, trying to put policy together and trying to look for legal ways and all of that. But we are talking about political actions. In terms of political actions, and when it comes to self-determination in Yoruba land, we do not really have anybody on the ground now that is increasing the momentum. We do not.
Give us an example of what you want them to do that they are not doing. I'm not supporting them or against them. I just want to learn.
Well, I mean, what we need to do now, number one, we need people to be on the ground. If Sunday Gbode cannot come to Yoruba land, we need someone to be on the ground, to be organizing rallies, to be conferences, going about, creating awareness that the battle continue. We still have on Yoruba nation we stand, and we don't have that right now.
Why can't Afenifere donate somebody like that?
Thank you, sir. God bless you, Baba.
The issue of Afenifere and giving somebody like that is a different ball game, because Afenifere is into faces. The face that Afenifere that they are right now is there will be no election. We want restructuring. If there is no restructuring, then to your tent, O Israel. Afenifere is working on the ground to get to that stage. Afenifere is working with many self-determination groups in Yoruba land, and I'm not going to mention names. They are working on the ground in terms of synergy to make sure that when the time comes, we might have to leave that struggle. That's what I'm saying. But I'm going to say this, and I'm going to say this clearly. In Yoruba land right now, when it comes to political actions, we do not have that synergy in terms of Ilana, Afenifere, everybody coming together. 2, even when you have that synergy, you need a natural leader. You need a symbol that people can rally around, that this is our leader, Loju Ogun, like Balogun, Loju Ogun, that people will be saying, okay, let's go here, let's go and campaign here, let's go and campaign in Kogi. We don't have that now. After Sunday Igboho has been, alienated in a way. So that is the problem we have now. There is nobody that is, and Olotu just said it, that right now we are not even hearing Yoruba Nation again. We are not hearing it again. Why? Because Sunday Igboho, the symbol that people rally around, that people rally around to go all out and said we want Yoruba Nation, has been in a way crippled because it's not on the ground.
Adam take over. Gani Adam can take over. Please,
Gani Adams taking over. I'm not going to say anything about that.
It won't say because you know you're not being generous with the truth. That's the problem.
Well,
we can't say what's at this time.
I'm not grandstanding.
That's all our adversary are doing.
Hey, there is nothing like grandstanding here, my brother. I'm not grandstanding here. I'm telling you I'm telling you information that I'm privy to. That's what I'm telling you. The information I'm privy to is that right now, Baba Adebanjo is saying no election. We should boycott the election. Even we are asking him, Baba, if you are saying we should boycott the election, how do we boycott the election? We need full soldier on the ground to boycott the election. We can't just say no election, no election. We have to, enforce it that there will be no election in Yoruba land. We are still, that issue of boycott the election is still a burning issue within the rank and file of Afenifere, both home and in diaspora. I'm telling you that. But the issue of that Olotu just raised, that in Yoruba land now is like the Yoruba nation, the momentum is going down, is true. The reason being that we do not have, a natural leader on the ground, a symbol that on the ground, you cannot be fighting for Yoruba nation, you cannot be fighting for self-determination just outside without having somebody on the ground that will increase the momentum.
Madeboye, do you still have more questions, sir?
I still have more questions. Cause trouble. Election tẹ́ ẹ̀ sọ yìí, á lé next year ni. Gbogbo tá à ń sọ yóò doṣù mẹ́jọ lọ́mọ àbí kò parọ́.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni sà.
Tí ò bá ju bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ́mọ, ẹ má jẹ́ atanra wa jẹ. Tó o bá níbọn, the man with the gun is the majority. Tẹ́ ẹ̀ bá múra yẹn lẹ̀, ajá ń gbóni gbogbo nǹkan tá à ń sọ. Mo tọrọ àforíjì lọ́wọ́ gbogbo àwọn bàbá wa.
Yọ̀ọ̀dà fún yín.
Láàbà múra àjàálẹ̀ kí gbogbo ayé ó mọ̀ pé tó bá di kàráǹgídá, a máa jà, a máa gbà wálẹ̀. Kò sí reason tó fi gbọ́dọ̀ bẹ̀rù wa, kò sí reason tó fi lọ gba nǹkan tá à ń propose bẹ́ẹ̀.
Ẹ̀mí yín á gùn bàbá, ẹ̀mí yín á gùn fún Yorùbá.
Á tiẹ̀ ń palá ẹnu náà ni.
So gbígbà pẹ́yàn kan so I was in Ethiopia in 1996. I was in Ethiopia in 1996. Ìlú kan wà tó ń pè ní Mekele. Mo rò pé mo ti sọ lórí program rí. Ọkùnrin méje àti kẹ́tẹ́kẹ́tẹ́ kan wọ́n immortalize síbẹ̀. Àwọn tó gba Ethiopia lẹ̀ lọ́wọ́ Mengistu area mu. Wọ́n ò fèbó. Wọ́n ò ṣe kíní kan, wọ́n ò halẹ̀. Ìbọn tó wà lọ́wọ́ wọn ló sọ wọ́n di majority. Ó yẹ káwa náà ṣerú ẹ̀. Tí àbálẹ̀ nírú ẹ̀ ṣe. Ẹlẹ́wà leadership ló gbá leadership. Nígbà tá ẹ̀ lè protect èèyàn tí wọ́n ń pààyàn lórí títì, tí wọ́n ń dúngbò èèyàn lẹ́yìn abúlé, tá lè fẹ́ kó gbárùn rẹ̀ lẹ̀ kó sọ pé mo fẹ́ ṣe leader láì jẹ́ pé ṣe protection fún. I mean, principally ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ nǹkan ló yẹ kẹ́ ẹ ṣe. Kì í dẹ̀ ṣe àlebu gbogbo alẹ́ ayé. Ẹ ń bá pẹ́ra ẹ̀ ní organization, self-determination group, ìgbàwo àti cultural group bí Afẹ́nifẹ́re tó ń kó wọn tó ń circulate ara wọn àti ìlànà àti gbogbo kí ni nǹkan tẹ́ ẹ jọ ṣe pọ̀ tó jẹ́ pé tí ọ̀rọ̀ bá di kàràǹgídá.
Sí nǹkan kan.
Àwọn tó sọ pé tí gbẹ̀dá ń bọ̀ ìdí alánú nǹkan tí wọ́n mì nìyẹn.
Baba, remember when last time I came to this program and I was the I was a guest. I talk about synergy, that we do not have that synergy in Yoruba land.
Create it. Otherwise, why are you afraid?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. Even at the level of Afenifere, there is a lot of debates, arch debates. There's a lot of questions that Baba, we have to ask him. Even on the issue of Yoruba nation, we have asked him questions about it many times. I believe in Yoruba nation. I'm just telling you that now.
I don't believe in anything else.
I believe in Yoruba nation, yes. But the approach might be different, systematic. But I strongly believe in Yoruba nation. But what
I'm not even hearing that we are not voting. I'm hearing that we are voting for this or that or the Igbo, or it is the time for the Igbo. So all these are mixed messages.
Yes. No, but let me just clear the here. Baba is not. But let me just clear the here. What Baba said was that for equity and justice, that even if we are going to have election, it's not saying we should. I said even if we are going to have election in Nigeria after restructuring, for equity and justice, since we have 6 geopolitical zones in Nigeria, Yoruba already they have their turn. They also have their turn. South have their turn. And the Igbos, they have been feeling somehow marginalized since the Civil War. And that I think for equity, the Igbos should also have their turn. He is not saying that we should vote for Igbo. He's just saying based on equity and justice.
Baba mi ni
wọ́n
mi ò fẹ́ bá wọn argue. Kí l'àǹfààní kí gbogbo àǹfààní pé Ọbásanjọ́ ṣe president ọwọ́ Igbo ló bọ́ sí. Àwọn ni minister of finance, àwọn ni minister of this, àwọn ni CBN governor, àwọn ni gbá àwọn làwo. Ìgbà tí kílórú ẹ̀ débẹ̀ ọmọ Midwest, South yìí, Jonathan, Igbo náà ló kó gbọ́ ẹ̀ sí lọ́wọ́. Kí ló jẹ́ equity and justice nígbà tá a rí kankan ṣe, no matter who is there. Why not go for Yoruba nation? Ó ṣe tún jẹ́ pé ọ̀la máa lọ campaign fún. Ẹ lọ wo àwọn mínísítà tó wà lábẹ́ Jonathan, Yorùbá mélòó lẹ rí bẹ́ẹ̀? Ẹ lọ wo tó wà lábẹ́ Ọbásanjọ́, Yorùbá mélòó lẹ rí bẹ́ẹ̀? Àǹfààní wo ni wọ́n gbé wá tí wọ́n gba títí wa jẹ́ tó ń pa àwọn èèyàn wa tó ń gbogbo ẹbí ẹran? Ẹ tún sọ pé equity and justice. Ṣé Igbo ló máa wá fún wa ní equity and justice ni? Ẹjọ́ mi ò kì í sọmọdé láti 1951 láti ń bá wọn deal tó ti dojú wá bolẹ̀. 1959 àwọn ọlọ́wọ́ lọ bá wọn pé ẹjẹ́ kájọ sí ìjọba pọ̀ wọ́n ní kó dúró ná wọ́n lọ negotiate pẹ̀lú Obi. Níjọ́ wo wọn ò dìbò fún Olúfàlàyé wọ́n dẹ̀ mọ̀ pé òun làwọn wá. Why are we always about equity and justice while they are only after their own interest?
That is why you and your son, that is why we are for Yoruba nation. I might be a chieftain of Afeni, but I'm for Yoruba nation. I'm saying it in the here.
Okay.
But in a different way.
Thank you, Mr. David Adeneko. Thank you.
Mr. Shola, Joshi Monison, Professor, where a postponement last week now.
Baba lawyer.
Mr. David,
I say thank you. Nkoti mi fẹ́ sọ fún Yoruba people. Ẹjọ́ má bínú fún àwọn àgbàlagbà tó wà níbí wọ́n ní àìtẹ́yìnká ọ̀la lọ́wọ́ bò. Jẹ́ kí a bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní sọ fún ara wa. Kì í ṣe pé ẹnìkan sọ fún wa pé ọmọ ogun kan wà nínú igbó kan àbò ṣe kíní kan. Ogun ti dé. Ká dira wa ní àmùrè. Ìyẹn ló ṣe pàtàkì. Nobody is going to save us. If anybody should wait for one baba or mama to send ọmọ ogun kan láti ibì kan wá, omi máa ti ẹ̀yìn gba ìgbín wa lẹ́nu. Ogun ti dé ẹ lọ dira yín lámùrè wọ́n ní lówe là ń lùlù àgídìgbò ọlọ́gbọ́n òun ló ń jo ọ̀mọ̀ràn ló mọ̀ díẹ̀ wọ́n dẹ̀ ní ó ń bọ̀ àwọn láńdẹ́dì dáàdì mo kọ lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀yin àgbàlagbà níta wọ́n ní igi gogoro má gúnmi lójú òkèrè la ti ń wò ẹjọ́ ogun ti dé tẹ́ ẹ bá dúró dìgbà tí wọ́n máa ní àwọn ọmọ ogun yẹn máa jáde most of them àfi wọ́n jo ìyàwó di ni wọ́n lè bá dìyẹ o kẹrántí Badagry ó wà níbẹ̀ as a symbol. This is not the time to hero worship or to grandstand. Please equip yourself. There's no law anywhere in the world against self-defense, and the level of attack will determine the level of defense. Ẹ jẹ́ kan bá yín ní akọ. Ìdágìrì kì í já ọmọlẹ́yìn ẹ̀kan.
Ẹ jẹ́ ká pé àwọn èèyàn káwọn náà lè láǹfààní.
Samuel Dada ti wà, ó ti náwó ti pẹ́.
Mo máa pè wọ́n, tọ́ta ní.
Close. Make God those things at times. When you make for something to talk, people said what they said. People doesn't really.
Ta ló ń sọ̀rọ̀ ṣáwà lẹ̀ ń bá sọ̀rọ̀ abẹ́ ìsọ ti yín. Ok, mi ò gúrò yín o, alàgbà Rasheed Atọ́lágbé, ẹ ṣe ní ṣókí ọjọ́ ti lọ.
Hello, everybody in the house. Ọlọ́run fún wa ṣe o. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́, in the course of the discussion or the deliberation of this forum, there's one of the panelists. He made mention about Afenifere piloting the political terrain of Yoruba land after the demise of Awolowo for many years. All of a sudden, strangers emerged Yoruba in the person of Tinubu, who introduced the politics of extinction, destruction for his own selfish interest. What is Afenifere? The last hope, the last political hope of the Yoruba common man. What is the Obas? What are the Obas in Yoruba land? The last hope, which are the two last hope of the Nigerian, of the Yoruba common man? What are these two organs doing to check on Tinubu and even Obasanjo on all these excesses in turning down the history of Yoruba? That's my question.
Okay. Alàgbà Adénẹ́kàn.
Well, that's it. I mean, what you just said, sir, I think I was the one that gave the historical perspective of where we are coming from, where we are, and where we are going. That it was Afenifere that in 1999, when we have the Fourth Republic, it was Afenifere that made sure that they indirectly installed all the governor in Southwest with a very, very positive agenda for Yoruba people. But Tinubu at a point hijacked everything and destroy AD and form his own political party, and that is where the problem is. Now, what is Afenifere doing, and the Obas, what are they doing to make sure that they reclaim our land and they reposition Yoruba to where we're supposed to be? Are they doing it? Yes, they are doing it. Are they doing enough? Yes, they may not be doing enough. There are a lot of things that Afenifere is doing on the ground that is not meant for the air in terms of for security reasons. A lot that they are doing on the ground that is not meant for the air. There's a lot of mobilization going on the ground, particularly with the self-determination groups. I don't want to mention names here. A lot of things is going on the ground to make sure that we have our land and we defend our land. That is what I'm just going to say at that point. But it is true that we need to cut the excesses of the likes of Tinubu, who have sold Yoruba people to the Fulanis. We need to cut their excesses, and I agree with that. And I also want to say that Afenifere, at their own level, they are doing what they can do to make sure that they defend our land and they reclaim whatever land the Fulani have stolen from us. They are doing their best. And don't forget that they don't have that kind of resources that the governments have. So they might not be doing enough, but they are doing some stuff.
Alàgbà Bọ́lájí Adédayọ̀, ẹ ti náwó látàárọ̀, ẹ má bínú, please. Alàgbà Bọ́lájí Adédayọ̀.
Yes, ẹ ṣeun mà. Okay, thank you for the opportunity. My question is this: what effort is Afenifere making to make us to understand that their own approach as regards Yoruba cause in terms of politics is not just politics of vendetta? That is my question.
Well, Afenifere is not playing any politics of vendetta. If at all somebody is playing the politics of vendetta. It is those who are not really into the agenda or into the vision of Afenifere. They are like Judas in their midst, that they came, they used them for political power, and after they have gotten what they want or what they wanted, they decided to leave. They are the one playing politics of vendetta. If you know the meaning of Afenifere means that, your joy, my joy, your happiness, my happiness, your wealth, my wealth. So Afenifere, because of what they believe, because of their vision and their goals, Afenifere will never play the politics of vendetta. Afenifere.
Okay, what I'm going to say, please everybody forgive me. I don't want us to raise any question that is meant for Afenifere anymore. It's not fair on Gbode Nekan, because we didn't tell him that he was coming to represent Afenifere and that he was coming to answer questions. So what I'm going to do is, let's everything that needs to be trashed as much as we can do. We have done that. So I will suggest that you hold on for Yoruba Gbode. Baba has come to Yoruba Gbode more than 2 times. And I know if I ask Baba to come, Baba will come again. Let's suspend all these questions for Baba or for Afenifere. Let's suspend it and just see what we can actually wrap up with on the issue of Tinubu and VP Osinbajo. My last question that I want us to round up with is, do you think that the Yoruba people are ready to support A or B? If they support A or B without holding water, without do anything, you elders, Baba Akinbola, do you think that will bring anything if Yoruba support A or B, since the Fulani have their agenda anyway? That is on the note that we are going to finish everything tonight.
Well, in my own view, I think support to either of them would really be just enhancing the work of the enemy. And so from that standpoint, I would discourage, indeed, I would like to be part of a campaign where we assure that we mobilize around assuring the elections do not take place.
So who have a suggestion for what we can do so the election won't take place?
Well, one of the points I really wanted to make, because I talked about the internal contradictions, and I think that this discussion about Afenifere is a very good example of the kind of internal contradictions we're talking about. We're talking about Baba Akintoye, Afenifere, and some of the other players that have been on the scene for God knows how long. And the truth of the matter is that they are all either directly or indirectly affiliated with Afenifere. And so when we talk about, for instance, the potential of some kind of bad blood or vendetta, that's a reality of some of it. I recall the response of Baba Debanjo when I brought up when he came to Yoruba Gbode over a year ago, and we were talking about restructuring. And I mentioned the fact that the Fulanis were not ready for that. I just dismissed it out of hand. And I guess what I'm saying is that a lot of the people you've seen on this program today, as you can tell, are really very passionate about being able to take some more proactive action to defend our people. And my hope is that people like Mr. Adeneko, who I know is speaking in all good faith, that he will be able to recognize that there's a difference in perception and the sense of possibilities when you listen to some of us compared with some other people who would like to believe that we Yorubas have our back against the wall and we need some other regions to be able to decide we really must go. So I guess I just want to say that we shouldn't have a plan B. then we should more or less burn our bridges and focus on the results that we need to get. The Fulanis are not too complicated that Yorubas cannot take them on singly and assure that we lead the way for the rest out of Nigeria.
Thank you. Baba Adeboye, Baba Oyefule, your last take in all these things that we've been talking about.
Yes, thank you, Olotu. Dr. Kayode Tonsin did a very, very good summarization of what I would have wanted to say.
Thank you, sir.
Me, a lawyer, a lady,
This was a secure land. It's not a land that
we don't belong in Nigeria. We got to understand that whatever we need to do to ease ourselves out of that, forgive my choice of word, that damned country, we must do it. Thank you, Olotu.
Baba Moye. I
am very grateful for today's discussion. I salute all the participants. One, Yoruba must take the bull by the horn. It's a little too late to be pussyfooting. If you want some other geopolitical zones to join you in making a decision, in taking an action, that's not bad. But go ahead and take the action first and encourage people to join you rather than wait until you have a community of spirit about which way to go. If you really think that we are in serious trouble, and I think we are, talent Gbode, Torikini. If you want to make sure we will join Fulani láti dojú ìjà kọ wá, continue cultivating them on the side and inviting them to reason. That doesn't stop you from taking action to achieve what you want to achieve. Mi ò fẹ́ sẹ́nu kábàkábà, but sometimes I have to do it. Eléyàn níta tí wọ́n ní tọ́rọ́kọ́bọ̀ lápò. Èèyàn níta tó jẹ́ pé wọ́n lè fi gimú fèèbó tí wọ́n lè lọ bá gbogbo àwọn ìjọba tó wà ní ayé òtítọ́ gé ọ̀rọ̀ ọmọléfì. Àṣẹ kankan bẹ̀. Àndúró de kí South South àti South North àti gbá àti àwọn kí wọ́n kájọ fẹnu kò mí ò sọ pé wà wrong, but àti kọjá gbogbo yẹn. I'm almost, anyway, gbogbo ilẹ̀ gbogbo pé I'm not that young. Mo ti ń fi kíní yìí, mo ti ń wò láti ẹjọ́ yìí. Láti 1959 mo ti rí kí gbogbo ayé tàn wá jẹ lápá tún lápá sí táàlù ẹjẹ àṣẹbà ó ti tó gẹ́ àfi tó bá jẹ́ pé agọ̀jù tasutasu lọ àbí nǹkan tó ń pè wá pé káwàdì ni wá pé òótọ́ ni. Gbogbo àwọn tí ò tó wá ní gbogbo ilé ayé yìí tó bá fẹ́ gbára wọn lẹ̀ wọ́n gbára wọn lẹ̀ o. Níjọ́ wo lẹ gbọ́ pé gómìnà kó ń dúró de ẹlòmíì láti gbára ẹ̀ lẹ̀? Níjọ́ wo lẹ gbọ́ pé just tell me anywhere in the world tí wọ́n ti gbára wọn lẹ̀ ta ni wọ́n dúró dè? Wọ́n á lọ sí, as I said, Ethiopia, Tigrayans gbára wọn lẹ̀ káwọn èkó tó jẹ́ wọn. Ó ṣe jẹ́ pé tiwa ní ọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀ẹ́dẹ́ ṣe báyìí. Mo dẹ̀ ń wò ó pé kí wàá ló dé irú èèyàn wa la sọ kí ní àwọn tí wọ́n sọ pé wọ́n láyà tí wọ́n create Ọ̀yọ́ empire tí wọ́n ṣe gbá tí wọ́n ṣàwo ní Fúlàní 6 million Fúlàní ní ọmọ frustrate 30-50 million Yorùbá lójú ayé wa bí ládẹ̀mọ́ sọ pé kí ní kẹsẹ̀ lẹ́ẹ̀pàkọ́ àndúró de Igbo tani jẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ àndúró de Midway tani jẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀. So tó bá jẹ́ pé yẹn là ń dúró dè tí a fẹ́ ṣe tẹ́ bá dẹ̀ lẹ́yìn wá leadership tẹ́lẹ̀ support leadership yẹn tí ó di pé kí lórúkọ ẹ̀ ti ń jẹ́ Sunday Igboho ó láti sá lọ sí dọ́ọ̀mì nígbà tó dé dọ́ọ̀mì tó wọ́n tún so mọ́lẹ̀ nígbà tó wọ́n tún túlẹ̀ tó kò lè wálé irú ẹ̀ àti wọlé ní tó bá dáwọn lòmí ló dá ìjà tó wọ́n fẹ́ gba wọn lẹ̀ wọ́n á ti la ọ̀nà tó jẹ́ pé Fúlàní kò lè gbàgbẹ́ kọjá dípò kọ́lùkẹ́ larú ọ̀nà bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn nígbà tí mo dé lórúkọ ẹ̀ ti jẹ́ Lẹ́kí mo tún rí i pé ṣe ni Dangote ti gbalẹ̀ lóbi rẹ́rẹ́.
Ó ti gbà.
Àbí mo parọ́ ni.
Òótọ́.
Ẹ parọ́ o.
Kí la ṣèpàdé yìí fún gan?
Á dáa fún yín bàbá. Á dáa fún yín bàbá o. Á dáa fún yín.
Bàbá ṣe mọ̀ pé lọ́dọ̀ tiwa ìpàdé ti Yorùbá Gbòde oníròyìn làwa.
No, mi ò bú Yorùbá Gbòde ṣe bí ara yín ni mí. Ìtí mo sọ ni pé àwa tá à ń wá kí là mú kúrò ń bẹ̀.
Àbòsí ló pọ̀ jù nínú àjìjàgbara tá à ń jìjàgbara. Àbòsí pọ̀.
Sista Yusuf ẹ pé Samuel Dada òun nìkan ló kù tọwọ́ ẹ̀ náà.
Ok, alàgbà Samuel Dada ẹ wá sọ̀rọ̀ torí a ti fẹ́ mọ́ lọ.
Ẹ̀sìn rẹ̀ mi jẹ nítorí ẹ rí mi lọ́mọdé.
Ẹ má bínú. Ẹ̀yin wo lọ́mọdé?
Ọmọdé kan mi kan o.
Ẹ̀yin wo lọ́mọdé?
Ẹ̀kálẹ̀ àtẹ̀tí wà láago kan aago méjì òru fẹ́ lù bíbá ẹ̀ láwà.
Níbo lẹ̀yin wà?
Àgbàdo láti jókòó. Ẹ̀wẹ̀ ohun tí mi fẹ́ sọ Italy ni mo wà. In fact èmi ni mo jẹ́ káwọn èèyàn díẹ̀ wọlé but wọ́n ti kúrò nítorí ẹ ti rẹ̀ wá jẹ pẹ̀lú 2 hours. Ohun tí mo fẹ́ sọ ni wípé nígbà tí ó ti yé gbogbo àǹsìn wípé ọ̀rọ̀ ìjàgbara yìí ó di wípé kọ́ máa gbé Sunday Igboho àwọn èèyàn ń bẹ̀rù wọn lè jáde. Kí ló dé tí ẹnu wa ò lè kò láti sọ pé ká lọ politically because tá bá wo àwọn olóṣèlú tó wà ń bẹ̀ wọn ò lọ for the interest of Yorùbá nation. Látìgbà tí Bọ́lá Tinubu ti jẹ ọba nílẹ̀ Èkó tó ti di pé bí àwọn ló ń decide fún wọn gbogbo àwọn tó ń mú jáde kò sẹ́ni tó lọ fún interest of Yorùbá. The Awólọ́wọ̀ foundation wọ́n ti sọ sínú gbó kò sí kan tó kàn wọ́n. But nígbà táwa dẹ̀ ti rí nǹkan tó ń bọ̀ lọ́nà kí ló dé tá a lo ọ̀nà míì wípé ó dáa o election 2022 tó ń bọ̀ lọ́nà o ní gbogbo abúlé wa o ẹ jẹ́ ká gbogbo àwọn local government chairman kó jẹ́ àwọn èèyàn títí wa so that wọ́n àtàwà lókè òkun kó jẹ́ ká máa ra ká máa fowó ránṣẹ́ kó lè máa ní ammunition láti máa fi defend àwọn èèyàn wa tó ń lọ sóko tó ń lọ sódò kí ló dé tá a jẹ́ ká máa ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ instead àwọn máa dúró de wípé káwọn olóṣèlú kó wá help wa because àwọn olóṣèlú yóò lè help wa wọ́n ti jẹ́ dodo àwọn ò lè sọ dodo mọ́ ohun tẹ̀mí rò nìyẹn o torí kíní yìí ó ń bọ̀ kó tẹ́ ṣe pé kò ní dé ó ti súnmọ́ etílé òun ṣe pé kò ní dé
ó ti wọ̀ wá láàrin.
So
ẹlẹ́dẹ̀ tí wọ́n gbà.
Àwọn èèyàn máa sọ pé kò sí election ṣùgbọ́n okay kí la wá fẹ́ ṣe ṣá máa jókòó kalẹ̀ for the next 8 years torí Ọ̀ṣínbàjò ń bọ̀ ọmọ wọn ni Bọ́lá Tinubu máa dé kò ní ṣe interest Yorùbá nation kí la wá fẹ́ ṣe because the two roles of these two people now in the political system in Nigeria is not in the interest of the Yorùbá people now ṣá wọn wá káwọ́rọ̀ wọ another 4 years ní kó máa pa wá lọ tí gbogbo bá sọ pé kò sí election.
Ẹ ṣeun gbogbo wa ti sọ̀rọ̀ látàárọ̀ gbogbo wa níta ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ láti aago 5 mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ gbogbo àwọn èèyàn iṣẹ́ tí mo wá fẹ́ kí ẹ rán mi tí n ó sì jẹ́ ẹ rán mi o ṣùgbọ́n mo fẹ́ kí ẹ rán mi ó ní pé lọ́jọ́ mẹ́jọ lórí ibi tá a sọ̀rọ̀ dé torí mo rí pé ọ̀rọ̀ Tinubu àbí Ọ̀ṣínbàjò kò ká wa lára bí ọ̀rọ̀ àdìbò èmi wá fẹ́ kí ẹ rán mi iṣẹ́ pé gbogbo àwọn olórí ẹgbẹ́ àjìjàgbara yìí ká kó wọn wá sórí Yorùbá Gbòde ṣe rán mi.
Àrọ bẹ́ẹ̀ni
èmi náà faramọ́.
Gbogbo aláfaramọ́.
Ẹ̀yin tẹ́ bá wá
àrán yín ẹ lọ jíṣẹ́ fún wọn.
ẹ̀yin tẹ́ bá wá mọ̀ nù wọn ẹ sọ fún wọn pé tí n bá pè wọ́n kí wọ́n ó dá mi lóhùn èyí tí ò bá dá mi lóhùn wọn kọ́ mọ́ dàbí ẹni pa àbàrà wa ló kọjá lórí afẹ́fẹ́ torí nígbà tí.
mo dá alábàá pé kẹ́ fún wọn lọ́sẹ̀ méjì. Torí wọ́n lè sọ pé ẹ tètè sọ fún wa ní nǹkan míì ṣe ẹ fún wọn lọ́sẹ̀ méjì.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ kò ní wọn ní excuse bẹ́ẹ̀ ni wọn ní excuse.
A fún wọn ní ọ̀sẹ̀ méjì àwọn tó ládìbò àwa bí wọn àwọn tó ládìbò wọn ti gbàpótí o ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ẹ láàní dìbò tẹ́ ẹ mú kọ́kọ́rọ́ tẹ́ fi ti àpótí lọ́wọ́ kí ni ká ṣe ẹ jẹ́ ká bí wọn ní agbára ọlọ́ àkànlé máa sọ pé Yorùbá nation kókó sì jẹ́ pé a ní nǹkan kan tá a ṣe ju kìkì ọ̀rọ̀ bí wáyà ẹnu lásán bí àtàkàrà ìyẹn ò lè gbé wa débi kankan a ti ṣiṣẹ́ lónìí lára nǹkan tí a rí ṣe ní wípé.
Can I just give you the last word based on what I just few lines.
Okay.
Baba Adébáyọ̀ ẹ ṣé o dáàdi wa tó wà ń bẹ̀ yẹn. I think one thing that you said that I concur with, that Yoruba should take a lead. I remember vividly when Danjuma was talking about 2 years ago in one of his articles. He said that the rest of the other groups, they are waiting for the Yorubas to take the lead. And I quite agree with you. Then secondly, I want to say this, that Obama sọ pé wọ́n ní ọgbọ́n là ń kọ́ ká tó kọjá. Yorùbá ò kàn ń sáré jàjàjà.
Ẹjọ́ là ń kọ́
Ẹni
rò.
ẹjọ́ là ń kọ́ ká, ẹ má bínú. Ẹ mọ̀ kí mo ti pẹ́ nílùú òyìnbó máa ń sọ ẹjọ́ là ń kọ́ ká tó kọjá. That whatever we are going to do, we have to make sure that once Yorùbá bá lọ sójú ogun, we are going to win. And the last issue that I want to talk about here is the issue of synergy. That every one of us here that have noticed that we don't have that synergy. We are not together. But at a point, I want to say this, and I have one historical fact to that. Before the defeat of the Fulani in 1848 at Oshogbo, the Yorubas were fighting each other. They were all fighting each other until they realized that Ogunchi Wole, they are going to take over their lands. And at that point, they don't have a choice. They all came together and they defeated the Fulani. And I strongly believe that at a point in our history will repeat itself. We are all going to come together and we are going to fight this battle and we are going to take our land back or restore our dignity as the indigenous people of Yoruba land. I rest my case.
Ẹ ṣeun o, gbogbo nǹkan tí ẹ sọ ọ̀rọ̀ ọlọ́gbọ́n ni, bí ò ṣe wá ní pẹ́ kó mọ́ wá tí wá létí fún wa, òun náà ni à ń sọ. Àwọn nǹkan yòókù tí a fẹ́ mójútó àní lè ṣe mọ́ lónìí torí ọjọ́ ti lọ. Ó di ọjọ́ mẹ́jọ ní agbára Ọlọ́run. Kí Ọlọ́run jẹ́ kí a pàdé láyọ̀ àti àlàáfíà lọ́jọ́ mẹ́jọ. Mo dúpẹ́ lọ gbogbo ẹ̀yin èèyàn tí ẹ ti wà níbí látàárọ̀. Ó bẹ̀rẹ̀ látòrí àwọn ọmọ ìgbìmọ̀ olùjíròrò, alàgbà David Adénẹ́kàn. Mo dúpẹ́, ẹ ṣé. Ẹ má bínú pé ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ iṣẹ́ tá a fún yín lónìí, iṣẹ́ tí ìṣe ti yín ni. A sì bá yín sọ tẹ́lẹ̀, ṣùgbọ́n ẹ fi sùúrù. Ẹ wá di àkìtàn tí ò kọlẹ̀ kílẹ̀, gbogbo wọn ń sọ oríṣiríṣi tí ẹ sì gbà nítorí Oòduà. Ẹ tí ẹ bínú, ẹ wú mi lórí o. Ẹ ṣeun, àdúpẹ́. Bákan náà mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ bàbá Mágàjí Adéjùmọ̀. Àwọn tí lọ ó tiẹ̀ ara pé àwọn èèyàn ń fi iṣẹ́ ọmọlúàbí àti ìfẹ́ ìlú ṣiṣẹ́ náà ni. Ìgbà tí mo kọ́kọ́ ń bá wọn sọ̀rọ̀ ní ìjẹta, wọ́n ní àwọn ní malaria. Nígbà tó tún dé ní náà, wọ́n ní àwọn sì ní malaria yẹn, ṣùgbọ́n àwọn ò ṣe. Síbẹ̀ wọ́n ṣe náà, wọ́n pẹ́ púpọ̀ lórí ètò yìí. Mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ wọn. Wọ́n ṣe wọn adúpẹ́. Ẹ dákun ẹ̀yin èèyàn, ẹ bá mi bẹ̀ Professor Ofiong pé kí wọ́n má bínú. We said out that I was supposed to be one of the committee, but because we were on the other program, he had to go somewhere. But I also want to apologize about this Ushuabi thing. They are the only regular sponsor that we have every year. And I want to tell you, every month, Zoom is increasing our subscription. What we pay, they will arbitrarily, they will increase it. We have engineers that we have to pay. So if anybody is going to sponsor anything on Yoruba Gbode, I better, stay with them and, not just standing up, but be on my knee so that we'll be able to use the opportunity. And that is what we have been doing on Ushuabi. We have one more Sunday on Ushuabi, which is next Sunday. So it's going to be the same thing. When we finish Ushuabi, then we're going to jump into Yoruba Gbode but any Sunday after the next Sunday, we'll be able to start Yoruba Gbode at 3 o'clock for another 1 year by the grace of God. So we're going to continue next week By the grace of God, I'm grateful to everybody that has been here. From my dear Egman Baba Denira Adeboye to Alagba Kayode Akimbola, Baba Biyi Oyefule, Ogami, ni Mayflower School. Thank you so much. All the time, even when he's busy, he is ready for Yoruba Gbode. I don't know how I can thank you. I feel so blessed with the people that are around me. Thank you, one, thank you all. By the grace of God, we will meet next week. Ẹni tó fúnni lówó kò fẹ́ kí ebi ó pa ni, ẹni tó fúnni nímọ̀ kò fẹ́ ká rìn lókun, ẹni tó fúnni lọ́mọ kò fẹ́ ká jàjẹrun bí iṣu. Mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ yèyé mi o, Ìgbìnọlá Adékúnbí, àtúnwá ẹ̀dùn ló kọ́ mi láṣàmújèrè àṣà. Ibi tó bá wà ilẹ̀ rẹ̀ ni. Á pàdé lọ́jọ́ mẹ́jọ. Èmi ni tiyín ní tòótọ́, Ṣọlá Yusuf. Ire o.
Ire o.
Ire o, ẹ ṣé o, ó dà.